Hello, can you hear me now? Is this better? Hello. So that's a cardboard box. You can ignore that, okay? That's for my keeping the peepers out. You know what I mean? Eventually, I will get a curtain rod so I can put curtains up there. Oh, pretty quiet. Oh, you're right. You're right. You're right. That's super quiet. Okay. I'm glad that you said something. Can you hear me now? Testing. Let me get a little better setup going on for everyone. Let me move my keyboard out of the way like that. Ooh, and then I'll bring this over there. Slowly but surely, we're getting set up. And then let me move this a little bit closer so you all can hear me just even a little bit better. Ooh, okay. How about now? I think that is probably the best so far. Hi everyone, it's so lovely to be here with everybody. It's been a while since I did a live stream. I did a couple in November. I keep having this urge. Okay, let me get your opinion on this, okay everyone? So here's the deal. I keep getting this urge to stream, and I want to stream more, but then I go to stream and I say, ooh, well, it's been a little bit since I made an actual YouTube video. I have to finish a YouTube video first before I can live stream. You guys don't care if I just live stream more, right? I can just like live stream more. It's cool, right? Still no sound? Wait, okay. So let me turn myself down a little bit more now. Okay. Is this any better? Testing. Some people are saying I don't have sound. Some people are saying I have sound. Some people are saying I'm too quiet. Some people are saying I'm too loud. It's hard to get a straight opinion around here. Get it? Because you're all a bunch of gay people. Get it? Okay. You can hear me fine? Okay, perfect. Well, it's very good to be here. Just go for it and live stream. Yeah, you're right, Michelle. You're right. It is ADHD procrastination. That said, I'm doing a lot better on that. I actually got medication for ADHD as of last week. So I'm beginning my journey with that, and hopefully that will help a lot. I know there's a lot of emails that I need to get back to. There's a lot of people who are messaging me. I'm really sorry. You know, I see a lot of it, but the executive tasking makes it kind of difficult to reply. But I appreciate it so much, and it really does mean a lot. Also, I am making progress on the book right now. One of my main priorities right now is to finish the book so I can release it. That's obvious, right? But it's something that I feel has just taken so long, and I'm about ready to be done with. And yeah, I think I'm making a lot of progress on. I'm kind of glad that I took a little bit longer with the book than what I thought I was going to take, because I feel in the last 2.5 years, 3 years, I mean, I've been working on the book for like 5 years, but it's gone through 3 major sort of revisions, or 3 completely redrafts basically. Yeah, can you tell us more about the book? Absolutely. So I'm working on a comprehensive book, basically what I want to be kind of the Bible of voice alteration, feminization, or masculinization. So it will cover my entire model, right? Because the things I teach on my channel are part of my model. They're not really things that, exist elsewhere or whatever. I mean, obviously some terms are going to exist everywhere because we're using a shared scientific language or sensory language or whatever language we're using. But I've been working on my model for a really long time with Clover. It's Clover and I's model at this point. I can't say it's completely mine anymore. But Clover and I have been working on it for quite a while. We are really proud of it. I feel in particular the last year and a half, the biggest advancements, well, there's been a lot of advancements in the model in the last year and a half, honestly. But I feel in the last couple months, the biggest advancements have been more in metacognitive stuff, more in the meta learning process, figuring out ways to better articulate to beginners how to actually learn voice, because voice isn't really a bunch of techniques like a lot of people tend to think it is. Voice is more like an interactive state that you occupy. It's like a passively active interaction with your body, and it's kind of a unique environment, and I think that's where a lot of beginners tend to struggle with, because it's not so obvious. So we've been working a lot on the more meta philosophical aspects of the book. Most of the technique components are drafted and mostly finished, although they do need revised quite a lot. Let me read chat a little bit. Sorry, I was answering that question. Can you tell us about the book? So yeah, it's going to be set up. I think we actually just figured out, I think the form we're going to take with it. just this week actually, because we had it in one form and there's some problems, so it's very exciting. Is it a digital book with audio samples? Yes, absolutely. There's hours and hours of audio files that will be in the book. Actually, one of the reasons why it took so long is last year, Clover and I decided that instead of making it as a book, we were going to make it as a website, an app that you can interact with. However, we started our app development journey and, we invested in it and we spent a couple months working on it as an app. And it's okay. I think what we realized is that what our vision was for an app or a web interface was a lot more interactive than what most web interfaces are. So actually it makes more sense to turn the book into a video game, not actually a web page. So we're in this weird spot now where we had this design plan to structure the book in a very interactive way where you can it's this thing that's very interactable, but then over time we've kind of realized that is going to be a little harder, and so instead of just waiting and sitting on all the information, we need to finish the information and release it. So that's kind of where now I've pushed back more, focusing more on the text aspect of the book and drafting out the text stuff. So that's made it a lot easier for me to advance. Holy shit, RJ, oh my god, thank you. And I don't want to miss yours either, homie John. Thank you so much for the super chats, everyone. I really appreciate that. That's crazy. Thank you so much. Any advice on discovering yourself as a teen, says homie John. Yeah, try a lot of new things. Experiment with a lot of new things. Find your passion and hold on to it and celebrate it. And don't let anyone sort of put you down for being passionate or interested. I remember as a teenager, I used to have very strong interests in different things, and people would always bully me about being super geeky or whatever, being super into stuff. So just be true to yourself and follow your passions. I think that's one of the most important things that anybody can do. I think it's important also to experiment a lot and to be okay with failure. Failure is part of the learning process. And so, it's okay to try something out and be like, you know what, actually, maybe I don't like this hobby or this thing or the way I'm presenting or whatever, right? So don't be afraid of, making little stumbling errors along the way. I mean, if you're a teenager, your teen years are going to be filled with embarrassing things that you look back on and you go, oh my gosh, I can't believe I wore that. I can't believe I thought that. I can't believe I did that. So just be patient with yourself and, try out new things and experiment and see what you have an affinity towards. That is amazing, RJ. Thank you so much, by the way. Both of you, thank you so much. Let's see here. Get a 1000 gamer score and learn sick voice training. Well, less like a video game in that sense, but more I want you to be able to I want the information that I'm creating to be an environment. Does that make sense? We tried it with a website at first, but it was too two-dimensional. You're scrolling, clicking, is too flat. I want people to be able to interact with this topic in a way where they can really move through the topic in a physical sense. And so it sort of pushed us more and more towards an idea of a platform which requires a lot more interactability. But because of that, and that's a shit ton of work, I'm just going to finish the book. Okay? I'm just going to finish the damn book first. So we should all be looking for that. I've actually been grinding on it, and actually tomorrow I intend to basically wake up and grind on it all day. So tomorrow is going to be my first real day off in a really long time. Just because we usually have group classes every Sunday, but this is our first Sunday in probably 16, 17 weeks where we don't have a group class because our semester ended last week. So we have about a 2 or 3 week period where we are not so occupied with group classes. So that's really exciting. Speaking of group classes, by the way, I might as well plug some stuff. We have another wave of group classes that will be available early January. They're on the website right now. We put them up about a week and a half ago or 2 weeks or a little bit ago. I can't remember exactly the right date, but there's only about 6 slots left. So if you're interested in group classes, now would be the time to move towards those because we do have limited availability. So I just figured I'd plug that. We've been continuing to optimize them and changing them. We got a lot of really great feedback from our last class. So even with my forgetfulness, I'm very bad at emailing. So whenever you take a class with me, you can maybe expect that emails are going to be challenging. But other than that, we got lots of great feedback. I'm happy to donate some time to help you with development. Yeah, I mean, really anything. That's the challenge as we started it, and it ended up becoming a little bit more like a Wikipedia, or like a a page, and that's not really what we wanted. We sort of wanted something that you can like move in and like really be inside. And so in the meantime, I'm just going to finish the drafting of the book because it needs to be finished, Your channel has been so helpful for trans women like me, and I've recommended it to several friends since I came out. I'm so glad to hear that. Geocaching wombles, I like that. I thought it said wombat at first. I was going to say geocaching wombat. That's crazy. Listening and watching the live stream while sitting at the table, closeted with my family, but with estrogen running through my body. Thank you for this. It's great to have you here, of course. Will the game be available on Steam? Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. I would like to do that, and I plan to create more stuff like that, but we haven't started on the video game. We started on a website. It felt like it wasn't kind of what we wanted, so then we've kind of pivoted, and now I'm working back on the drafting, the text version of the book. How do I get past my fears of not being authentic by using a female voice? I always feel fake when I use a feminine voice. Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty important question to ask yourself, honestly. There's multiple components to this question. One component of it involves interfacing and confronting internalized transphobia, because part of what you're experiencing there, it sounds like some internalized transphobia, but then also part of what you're experiencing is obviously some expected awkwardness around trying to implement some kind of new behavior. For me, I don't really think of any voices as fake or authentic. Even a voice that you really love and you feel comfortable with, I don't think of that as your authentic voice. Authenticity in voice implies that there is somehow some, let's say, ontological, underpinning about the trueness or realness of your voice. And in my experience teaching voice and working in voice for a long time, what I've come to understand is there's not really such thing as that. We don't have like a natural voice. It doesn't exist that way. We all learn how to speak through our development out of childhood. And yes, our physical body plays a role in that. And of course, our physical body has soft limitations or sort of thresholds for its activity. But generally speaking, our voice, its authenticity or fakeness is less about it as an individual kind of static object as a voice, and more about your relationship to your voice. So I would just encourage you to actually practice making as ridiculous of sounds as you can, right? You need to be able to make the silliest and worst sounds possible without feeling awful about those. And that can show you that really everything you make is your voice, whether it's awkward sounding or whether it's real sounding, quote unquote, in your words, or whether it's fake sounding. So I tend to think that whole framing is a little I was a little troubled to begin with. Another thing too, think of it this way. You've kind of set yourself up in a catch-22, a little feedback loop, a little paradox, if you will. Because on one hand, you're saying you're afraid to use your feminine voice because you think it sounds fake, right? But then again, on the other hand, if you are rarely doing a habit, every time you go to do that habit, it's going to be like you're, a baby horse that can barely walk. So it's going to feel awkward. And those awkward tremors that you have because you haven't normalized the behavior more or spent more time in the behavior is going to translate out to you as sounds of inauthenticity or sounds of awkwardness. And those awkward sounds will make you say, oh my God, I sound so fake. So it's a bit of a catch-22, because in order for you to feel less fake using it and for it to sound less awkward, you're going to need to spend more time using it. Right? And you can see how that's a little bit of a paradox, because if you want to avoid it, then it makes that problem. So those are some considerations that I might suggest for you as it comes to being a little more anxious about using your voice or feeling like it's fake or inauthentic. I don't really think that there is such thing as an authentic voice or a fake voice. I think that every single sound that you can make with your body is your voice, and you can create sounds that you really like a lot or sounds that you really don't like a lot. I hear what you were saying about creating a whole space to learn voice alteration, like in a 3D. Yes, exactly, like a 3D sense if the book is 2D. And so it's sort of a challenging thing to create that third dimension of interaction with material like that. But I think there's a way to topologically organize the information and give the players or the learners a way to move in that information that creates a really engaging perspective that allows as you move in the perspective, you can see how the ideas relate to each other, as opposed to like going down the page and having to read the text to see how they relate. Imagine entering a more interactive 3D environment for learning, and you can literally see the way that information is scaffolded and structured from the higher levels down to the lower levels, or vice versa. Any word on a mid/advanced level group classes? That would be really cool. I'd love to do some of those. Yeah, I don't have any word on that now, but keep your eyes peeled, and maybe in the next 2 or 3 months I'll launch something like that. Oh, cool, I caught a stream. Do you have any tips in overcoming an internal sense of not being able to start training? Yeah, it depends on where that internal sense is coming from, right? Everyone's going to have a different resistance or different sort of support in the process. For me, it depends, right? Because it depends on how you're blocked. For me, the internal sense of resistance that I felt with trying to practice was the kind of awkwardness and shyness about like just filling up space, because when you're quiet, your entire room is like empty with sound or whatever, right? And then when you go to make sound, you're kind of cutting through this staticism, this silence in your space. And it can be very daunting for a beginner to cut through that with confidence. And so, if you're having a trouble time getting started, I might recommend using drones in the background, pitch drones. I might recommend trying to practice in ways where maybe you are distracted by something, maybe watching a TV show in the background or something, maybe doing it while you're watching a stream, so that there's sound going on in the background to make it easier for you. But once again, there are just so many reasons why someone could have an internal block on their difficulty of not being able to start training. I've talked about this on every single live stream, and I'll probably have to talk about this until the day I croak, and that is internalized transphobia. You need to interrogate and investigate your internal beliefs about what being trans, or you, not just being trans, because there's a lot of people in chat that maybe don't identify as trans but want to change their voice, but more so like you have to internally evaluate what changing your voice means to you, or what transness means to you. Like, I know very early in the process for me, for almost a year or two after I was transitioning, I almost held this passive belief internally where because I was trans, I was lesser, or I was damaged, or there was a problem, or I was, something like that. There's just all these little internalized beliefs that we can hold on to. And since the day we come into this world, we are socialized from birth to basically not cross those gendered boundaries. It creates this very deep internal, almost Pavlovian conditioning to avoid trying to feminize your voice if you started from a masculine place, because every point in society, basically, if you sounded feminine, society would tell you no, basically. So there's a whole lot of that to unpack. Hi, Tom Winsphere. It's great to see you. I hope you're doing well. Merry Christmas to your family and to everyone. I feel awkward when talking to myself and practicing alone. Yeah, it's a super important skill to develop. In fact, one of the things I would like to talk about on this stream is how to apply vocal technique and really how to like practice in a way that's effective, because I think that's one of the things that people struggle with a lot. And maybe if I do a really good lecture for it with today, I can send this video over to my editor, and then she can cut it up and we can put that on YouTube as a video. So that'll be coming up. Let me scroll and catch up with chats. Sorry if I miss any questions. I'm going to scroll down and catch up with people's chatting. I missed a lot of stuff. Yes, it did go through. RJ, thank you so much. I saw that. It's absolutely incredible. I think that's the biggest super chat I've ever gotten. Stunning. The thing that really makes it, while others stronger emotion, WebGL. So our default voice is, yeah, of course, Magos Dog says, so our default voice is just a behavioral habit and not an anatomical preset. Yes, of course, my dear. Indeed. Our voice is not an anatomical product. I mean, it is, in the sense that in order to make sound, we have anatomical components that are moving and stuff, but the actual way that you sound is not innate to your biology. It couldn't be, right? Because how would accents work? Where would accents come from? Right? Why do different people speak different languages when they grow up in different cultures? If our voices were somehow an innate expression of our biology, then we would not see the tremendous nuance and subtlety differences between everybody's bodies, or between everyone's voices, sorry. There's nuance and difference between everyone's body, but there's a way bigger range of qualities that those bodily differences don't account for. And when we look at the difference between average female and average male voices, the difference in acoustic output between them is not accounted for in purely the physiological sex dimorphic difference. Voice is inherently a behavioral thing. If we had, a feral child, let's say, and we never taught them how to speak, they would just grunt. They wouldn't talk like us, right? Speech is a learned behavior. It's not something that's innate to you. I mean, vocalization seems innate, and there are soft ranges that our physiology encourages us maybe to work towards, and areas that may be more difficult with certain physiology. But our voice is something that we learn. It's a habit. It's no different than chewing your fingernails. It's no different than any bad habit or good habit that you have that you've built up after doing it for so long. So yeah. Ooh, okay, let's see here. Grateful for your videos. I first started training a couple years ago. Oh, I scrolled down. Oh, I'm so glad that it's so helpful. I can't wait to be more helpful. I keep saying that every year, but I really do want to make more videos more often. Let's see. Oh gosh, how late am I? We've been going for about 29 minutes. You're not late at all. Z, I swear your brain is so similar to mine with how you're describing the ability to organize voice lessons and topical lessons. I've been thinking about this for myself. Yeah, well, that's just how I organize all information, It's just, I think of information in a very spatial way. I love your videos and find them invaluable. Do you have a raw copy of the intro music? I don't. This song, you're talking about this piece right here, right? Oh, I can't play it. It's on the other screen. But you're talking about the string piece, right? That piece, or which one? Because there's two intro musics that I have. I have the orchestral one and the more like, kind of like, I don't even know what you call it. Like, neo-soul electronic stuff. Both of those are not released pieces. They're pieces I've composed that I have not released. Let's see here. Ooh, okay. Let's see. Oh, I need to scroll down and catch this. Oh, I'm still happy to translate the book to Dutch. Oh, that'd be amazing. I would love for you to, especially once it's finished. I feel it was really hard for me to really do anything. Honestly, it was really hard for me to do anything for the last 3 months, 4 months, 5 months this year. My executive functioning seems to be getting worse and worse the older I get. So that's why I finally reached out and tried to get ADHD medication. For those of you who don't know, I was diagnosed with ADHD when I was like 12 years old, maybe 11, somewhere around there. They basically pulled me out of class and they said, we got to do some testing on you. They sent me to a psychologist that I spent a month with. They did a bunch of testing at the school with the different school counselor and stuff. They ended up diagnosing me with ADHD. They tried to medicate me at the time back then. I told them no, because back then when I was a kid, I thought ADHD medicine was a pyramid pill scheme created to sterilize colorful children's personalities. And I'm not sure where I got that from, but I thought that as a child. So I said no, and yeah, these days as an adult, like my executive functioning is so bad, I either exist on hyper focus where I'm doing one thing and forgetting to eat for hours and hours, or I'm just like literally sitting there like catatonically, like chasing dopamine, scrolling, or like doing nothing, so it's really difficult for me, but I feel like I'm starting to work through it, I guess, in a way. Medication helps a lot. Do you have a degree in psychology? No, I don't. I have a degree in music theory, music composition. What synth is that orange one behind you? That is the Pulsar 23 from Soma Labs. I will probably be playing it tonight. It's a very awesome synthesizer. I haven't played it in a while because I've been in my new place for about 4 months, and I really only started unpacking and setting up a couple weeks ago. And I only pack and set up when someone's over here helping me, because it's like not something I tend to be able to do by myself. So it's like I had a friend who stayed here from out of town, and he helped me move stuff around. And then I had another friend, and she came over and helped me set stuff up. So there's still so much more to set up. Like I plan on getting really pretty lights all back there. Like that's what I was going to set up before the stream, so it's kind of vibey, but I didn't do it. So yeah. Let's see here. Literally there's just boxes everywhere still. I've been here for 4 months. Check this out. I've been here for 5 months, 4 months. I've not cooked a single meal in this house. I mean, I've prepared meals that like don't require cooking. I don't have a fridge here yet. Like I've procrastinated on literal day-to-day life things that like I have to do that I still do. So it's very difficult stuff. Okay. Okay, my chat just jumped down. Like I said, sorry if I missed anyone's questions. Feel free to ask a couple times. Would a set of genetically different twins sound different if they were raised in different environments? Yeah, genetically different twins sound completely different even when they're raised in the same environments. Right? I know several identical twins that I grew up with from school, and they never sounded the same. I mean, similar mannerisms, yeah, but like they don't sound the same. One of them had a deeper voice than the other. So we can already see from that alone, you know, genetically, it doesn't really have that. You've probably answered this 100 times before. I had to breathe as I read that, because, you know, if I've answered 100 times before, I have to prepare myself. But how do you combat voice exhausting when voice training? Okay, Erica, I'm so glad that you asked that question. It's a very important question. Erica says, how do you combat voice exhaustion when voice training? I'm getting strained and sore and hoarse with time. Okay, you should not be exhausting yourself when you do voice training. You should not be feeling hoarse. You should not be like you're feeling like you're getting strained. You should not be hoarse, and you should not be sore. Those are not normal things in voice feminization. Nothing at all that we do in this process should cause you to feel pain, should cause you to lose endurance with your voice, or should cause you to compromise the vocal health of your instrument at all. Every single thing we do in voice feminization must be done comfortably in a relaxed fashion with very little tension and very little strain, okay? This process is not a process of brute force. This process is a process of finesse, and then once you have finessed a sound that you like, then it's a process of behaviorally normalizing the quality that you're more interested in. So, you know, if it feels like you're getting strained, if it feels like you're getting sore, you're overworking some way. Either you're working way too hard to try to modify your resonance and you're causing squeezing like that, or you're, you know, closing off your vocal folds and creating too much friction. Any of those things could cause that, but we really don't want to see that, and that's not normal, nor is it healthy, nor is it necessary for you to develop a sound that you'll be happy with or confident with. So, you know, right away today, I hope that you, from now on, when you try to practice, you are consciously paying attention to how strained you feel or how labored you feel. You should not feel very labored when you feminize your voice. It should not feel very strained. It should not feel strenuous. If you do feel strenuous, if you do feel strained, if you are getting hoarse, if you're getting sore, those are signs you're doing something wrong, and you need to react and adjust and modify in real time, seeking a path which is more efficient and more comfortable, right? That's another thing I want to talk to everyone about here. I keep seeing individuals in this process who they go to practice voice feminization, and then it's like they do an exercise or they do an attempt or they go to speak with their sound. They do it for a second, then they stop, and then they go, okay, yeah, that was all right. I could maybe do this a little different. And then they start again. Then they go, well, actually that one wasn't so good. Let me try again, right? You don't need to stop and then reflect on your ability and then continue, right? That's not how we learn voice, really, actually. We do it by dynamically interacting with our voice. So you don't need to stop and then say, oh, how did that sound? No, you do that in real time. As you're making the sound, you're detecting if it's what you want, if it's not what you want, whatever, if it's strained, if it's uncomfortable. And as you're making the sound, you simply react to that and adjust to that reaction and find qualities that are more comfortable, qualities that are more, you know, whatever you're looking for. And this is so important because the most difficult things that it seems to be for people to fix in voice alteration are like really subtle things, like for instance, purity issues, like being a little too breathy, or very subtle strained issues with resonance, or tuning issues with resonance, very subtle things like that. And they're kind of difficult because if someone's like does a sound and then stops and then reflects on that sound, very hard to in retrospect notice those differences. So we have to actually react in real time. If you feel like there's a very stubborn plateau you have in your voice, you don't need a special trick or a gimmick or an exercise or a hack to solve that problem. All you have to do is react to your voice in real time and actually interact with your instrument. So it's like, you know, as you're doing it, you're adjusting. And that's how we ultimately drive our motor coordinations to the right solutions. We don't control our voice in an active sense. We control it by sort of creating a space where we interface with our body through natural language. And we do that in a dialoguing sense where we're reacting, adjusting, and so forth. So let's see here. I'm sorry, that's a great question. It's not normal to be strained, sore, and hoarse. Not normal. Let's see. Well, it's normal because a lot of people do that on accident, but it's not normal in the sense that you don't need to be doing that. Hey Zia, I wish I could join the group course, but I'm still not there. No worries. I'm still so happy to see another class start. Your work changed my life. By the way, I still can't access our recording. Oh my gosh. Well, first off, I'm so glad that our lessons impacted your life and made a huge effect for you. I'm so sorry you can't access that recording. Can you ask permission one more time? And then during the stream, I'll go ahead and give permission. Sorry, it's one of those, like I said, emails. Very difficult for me. I love your Christmas streams. They always feel so warm. I'm so glad to hear that. Thanks for the community service. I appreciate it. The community supports me, and I'm very, very blessed to have a mutually sort of supportive relationship with our community. That's a pretty dress. Thank you. Yeah, it is a pretty dress. I decided to wear it because I posted that selfie yesterday, and I haven't worn this dress on a YouTube video or a stream yet, so I thought I'd wear it. Let's see. Can you see the whole dress? Sure. There you go. It's the one that sounds like a fighting game character. Ooh, do I have piano on right now? I don't. Wait. Oh, I've got this on instead. Y'all can hear that, right? I think so, right? Let's see here. Yeah, Amy Hearts you. Medication helps a lot. The truest of truth. Well, that's the thing. I never believed ADHD was real, to be honest with you. When I was a kid, obviously the last couple of years, I understand it's a real thing. But like when I was younger, I always thought ADHD was just like a medicalized version of being lazy and unfocused and unmotivated, or like procrastinator, you know. And now I understand it's not. But even then, like, even before I took ADHD medication for the first time, like 2-3 weeks ago, I was like very skeptical still, where I thought, no, I just need to pull myself up by my bootstraps. I need to work harder, you know, I need to grind more. I just need to quit my bullshit and get to it, right? That's what I thought for a really long time. Well, I mean, the very first day I tried medication, I was like, okay, you know what I mean? If 5 milligrams of the stimulant makes this big of a difference, it's not just me needing to try harder. There's literally a chemical problem. So I'm very glad to have figured that out, because it means a lot. So relatable. You're making me feel okay. Wow, well, you know, it's one of those things, like I said, I never felt like I had ADHD. Someone said, you're making me feel like I might have ADHD. Maybe. I would recommend getting a professional to evaluate that. I think that ADHD is maybe one of the most overdiagnosed things on the planet. You know, I just know for me, like, they diagnosed me when I was super young, so I still didn't believe it until now. So I've been feeling like, let's see here. Wait, I scrolled. Yeah, someone says, wow, that description of ADHD symptoms was hyper relatable to me. Well, you know, once again, it's normal for people to have trouble focusing sometimes, or to procrastinate, or, you know, that's normal. Everyone has times where they're not able to focus very well. It's different when it's like at a certain level, though, you know, like, so of course you might consider, you know, talking to someone about that. But like for me, it's been there forever, and it's been a big problem forever. So I can hyper focus on things that I love, but otherwise I don't have like focus. And what I've learned is that when there are things that have multiple steps in them, that's where I get screwed. That's why, for example, if you've been a student of mine, I try to send the recordings of my students out right after lessons every time. But sometimes I can forget to do that, and then like students have trouble. Like, okay, can you see my recording? Can you see my recording? The problem is there's a lot of steps to that. I have to go into my inbox. I have to read the email. I then have to open up the box to send the email. I then have to click to the send files. I have to navigate to my student recording folder. I have to scroll down and find that one. I have to click it. Then I have to wait about 30 seconds, 45 seconds for it to upload. Then after it's done uploading, I have to click send. There's about 6 or 7, 8 steps there that I have to do. And the problem is at any point, if I'm not medicated, at any point, any of those steps, no matter how small they are, I can end up on something else for 5 hours. And I just forgot. It's like I have amnesia. Like I start a process, and then it's like I just forget where I was doing, and then suddenly 5 hours pass. I look up and I'm absorbed in this thing that's totally not what I was supposed to be doing, and then I forget that I was even supposed to do the thing in the first place, and then it's a big problem. It's like I have like amnesia when I go to do tasks, and it's very, very challenging, very frustrating, but it's okay. It's part of it's just who I am. So let's see. Shame you don't have a copy of that music. Yeah, it's a great piece. I really like it. It was for Scrap Mechanic. So in case I don't want to play it because I don't know if I'll get copyright striked or something. I don't know. But it's for the video game Scrap Mechanic. I did the music, the OST for that game. And the main menu music, the overture music, is that piece. But only the main overture music is way more orchestrated. There's more, there's percussion and brass and stuff. Whereas that was the actual string demo that I sent them, and I was like, how's this sound? And they were like, ooh, this sounds amazing. And I was like, okay, I think it sounds good too. I'll use that for my videos because I technically own that recording. Be sure to make a link to the book. Absolutely. Is this going to be re-uploaded? Yeah, of course. Let's see. Listening to this, will you upload the conversation we had to the server? Yes, Alvin, I would love to. So Alvin is one of my patrons, one of my super supporters, and we had a really cool meeting. I was kind of behind on meeting with different people, so we had a really long meeting one night. We talked about all kinds of stuff. We went super deep, and Alvin has given consent for that to be shared. So I'll probably upload that as a YouTube video or as a Patreon file, but I think there were some amazing things that we discussed in that conversation that I think that everyone can really, really benefit from hearing. So there's another conversation that happened recently that's like that too, so I'll be posting some of that soon. It's weird, I know. I have this other thing too, which is kind of really frustrating, where it's like I go to post stuff on Patreon, like new content, or I go to post stuff on like whatever, and I feel like I'm like bugging people. Like I don't want to like upload because then I know they get a notification in their email that's like, Z has published this thing, and I know that's why they support, and I know that's why they're there. But there's something about like blasting, or like let's say I released content like every day, like I feel like that would just get like super annoying for people. So like I don't know, there's always this resistance for me to like publish something because I feel like it's like annoying. I don't know, but I know that's not true. I've said that before in live streams. I was like, oh my god, Z, we love all the stuff you make, we want to see it all. I know, but it's like I still feel like I'm almost like intruding on people's days when I like publish stuff, you know what I mean? It's weird. Let's see, even though that's what people are paying me for, right, to make content. So I don't know. My voice hurts from laughing too much. Good. If voice isn't inherently physiological, couldn't there be some culture where voice perceptions would be reversed? Yeah, I think that's a true thing that could happen. Now, I would almost wager that that is a super low probability, and I don't think that exists anywhere, just because while our voice isn't inherently physiological, there are like attractor levels for our physiology, right? So so there is that dimorphic sort of bimodal distribution on a physical level vocally, and that can create some almost like magnets to lean you in one direction or another. So I would assume that even in a different cultural context, we would still tend to see dimorphism, because really what has happened is there is a dimorphic difference. It's subtle, but what happens is over time humans have like fetishized that dimorphism, right? So it's like that's why, masculine guys, really strong muscle people, right? And then like, super feminine girls getting BBLs and stuff. Like over time, what we've done is we've basically built on the regular dimorphic features of physiology, and then we've just amplified them by 10, because what we see in research is that more extreme sexual dimorphism tends to elicit stronger reactions than the opposite bimodal distribution sex point. So I do think, though, technically what you're saying is true, though, Amy, where technically we could create a petri dish society where, all the people who are assigned male at birth are like raised to sound feminine or whatever, and like all the like AFAB individuals are like raised to sound masculine. I do think that could happen, and I do think that people raised in that environment would have a completely different interpretation on, what a male voice versus female voice is. But it's just unlikely that would arise on its own at this point because of the bimodal magnet, basically. Hey, I'm now comfortably at 220 to 240 hertz, but I still feel like I lack that feminine touch. So first off, 220 to 240 is almost too high, okay? That's higher than the female average, okay? I'm currently talking at what, like 180, 190-ish? I'm not even talking that high right now. Let me double check that. Maybe I'm a little higher than what I'm intuitively thinking right now, just because it depends. How my voice feels depends on how warmed up. So let's see here. Yeah, so right now I'm about 200, around 190, 180-ish. So you don't need to go to 220 to 240 to sound feminine. I mean, of course, I encourage you to go there if you like the sound of that. But what you're talking about generally, if someone tells me that, I've got the right pitch, but for some reason it's lacking that feminine timbre, that's the word that you're kind of not saying, but sort of implying, that's almost always going to be some expression of resonance. Now, of course, the way a voice gets gendered and the way a voice gets sexed is a lot more than just any tangible, quantifiable data points, right? It's not, a voice is not a set of data points. It's a movement. It's a dynamic pattern. It's a dynamic process. So, for example, you can have the right resonance, the right pitch, the right weight, all the right technical features. But if you just literally talk weird, you're going to sound weird, right? So there's a lot more to voice than just, my pitch is here, my resonance is there. But that being said, if your pitch is higher and you still feel like maybe it's not feminine enough, like you sound like this is usually where people tend to get, if they go to like 220 hertz and they can talk up here comfortably or whatever, they'll usually get something like this or whatever, right? And you can hear how that sounds a lot less feminine. Well, the pitch and the weight and the sound production's fine, but the overall quality behind it is not, the overall behavior of the resonance is not accurate. It needs to sound smaller to the ear. So like if it's like here or whatever, this is like around like 250-ish, like 240-ish, 220-ish, maybe here's 220-ish, okay? And then let's say I like take this thing and then I like modify the resonance, but I keep everything else pretty much the same, then it's going to shift like that. So, generally speaking, you shouldn't just be chasing higher pitches. Higher pitch is certainly an important thing that you should work towards as a virtuous skill to develop in voice feminization for sound production, but your pitch is not what makes you sound feminine, because if pitch was what made you sound feminine, then when I play this note on a cello, it should sound female, but instead it just sounds like a high note on a cello. It sounds like a cello, not a gender. Let's see here. I don't feel hoarse or strained, but by the end of the day, I can't seem to manage anything out of the androgyny range. Is that poor technique, or do I just need more practice? Probably a mixture of both. I don't think it's just raw, I don't think your technique is poor. I've heard your voice, but I do think that there are aspects of your voice which can end up being a little inefficient over time if you're not too close attention. And more practice is always a solution to most problems that we experience. So it just depends on how you're feeling. Have you been able to maintain some of that progress that we had last time we were meeting? I know we had dealt with some of the resonance tuning issues, some of those small scale subtleties. I think we improved a lot at last time. Have you been able to maintain those, or yeah? Oh, hi Dom. It's so good to be here with you. It's so good to see you. You look super beautiful and gorgeous. Thank you, Dom. You're such a sweetheart. I hope you're doing well. I can't talk about this topic too much because anxiety, but I'm pretty sure the article from the British Medical Association on trans healthcare and record keeping is proof they have to do it when asked. I think that's for someone else, not for me. Z is the goddess of voice. Thank you. I appreciate that. I will bless you all. I love how you describe things about voice. It makes it seem so achievable. That's because it is achievable. Nothing we're doing in this process is some crazy, thing. I mean, I personally think there's a lot of cool theoretical components, but the theoretical components aren't how you learn or how you do, right? The actual process of doing voice is about making a lot of voice, reacting to your voice, reiterating around a goal, getting feedback. It's a human process. It's not a scientific process. It's a lived process. So yes, we can all do it, because if we could not learn how to change our voices, then we wouldn't have learned how to speak in the first place as a baby, right? Baby us was really good at voice and voice learning, and we still have those same principles and same sort of threads underlying us, and so we can lean into those. And in fact, that's what good voice learning should look like. Good voice, think about it, okay? One of my biggest pet peeves is when I go and I look at around the internet at different vocal things or whatever, vocal teachers, exercises, guides on Reddit, whatever. There is so much emphasis on, you need to go do this exercise over and over. You need to go practice this. Here's this crazy exercise you need to go do, right? Look, exercises are themes. Exercises are riffs. Exercises are not static objects that you just need to sit there and repeat over and over. You don't become a better vocalist doing exercises. You become a better vocalist by interacting with your voice, by dynamically reacting, changing, and playing with your voice. And your body and your brain naturally learns the motor coordination. We don't learn motor coordination in a conscious way. Maybe early on we might, when we're trying to learn to dance or on a keyboard, we set our fingers and we go slow and clunky like this, but that's not how we learn motor skills predominantly. Our unconscious mind is a much better processor for motor skills. It's a parallel processor that can juggle all these complex things. And so you don't just want to be grinding exercise over and over. You want to be reacting with your voice. The exercises are themes. They're central ideas. And those central ideas are valuable and they're good to play with, but they are no replacement for you actually interacting with the thing, right? So like you doing an exercise over and over, that's not going to help you. But you doing an exercise, doing it a little bit, tweaking it as you go, reacting against what you're doing, listening carefully to what you're doing and adjusting things and trying out new variations of that theme, that thematic exercise, that's going to give you more growth, right? This process is not a process of staticism, of doing one thing over and over. This process is going all over the place, trying all sorts of options and experiencing, and your brain will, conglomerate that together into something more. And so, yes, everyone can learn their voice, and it is achievable for people. If it wasn't achievable for people, you would not be able to speak in the first place. You taught yourself how to speak. You listened to people around you, and you built yourself up over time. Now, a lot of times when people struggle in this process, it tends to be less of a technical problem and more of a cognitive problem. They're not approaching the process of voice learning properly. It's not about, okay, I need to do this thing, I need to get more, whatever. It's a state, okay? It's like a passively active state. It's hard to describe. It feels a little bit like the flow state, when you're kind of on autopilot. Like when I practice my voice or when I'm doing voice, I'm not thinking about voice. I'm not thinking about what I want to be doing. I'm thinking about the effect, the intention that I'm trying to achieve, the output goal that I have. And I'm not even thinking about it consciously. I'm just kind of holding that intention in place, and then I'm just experimenting. And when those experiments happen, I can instantly tell if my experimentation got me closer to the intention or further from the intention. And if it got me further from the intention, I react dynamically. I don't stop and then go, what am I doing wrong, right? No, I keep at it. I keep making the sound, and I micro adjust until that intention starts to be more realized in what's happening. One of the most interesting things for me that I notice is that beginners always think that if they struggle to do something, they're doing something wrong, right? Like, for example, if there's a student who's having trouble getting their pitch up, or they're having trouble getting lighter with their voice, or maybe they're having trouble learning feminizing resonance, whatever. Students always tend to think that if they can't do what they're trying to do, they're doing something wrong, okay? I encourage you and invite you to think about it differently. If you can't do something, it doesn't mean you're doing something wrong. It just means you need to experiment more. You need to play more. The inability to do something does not say you're doing something wrong. The inability to do something is the question to be asked, right? It's a question that's being asked. It's not a problem in that sense where it's like you're just like doing something totally wrong and you need a very specific solution to fix it. That's not the case, okay? Because your body has to learn to coordinate things, right? Your body has to figure out how to move in new ways it's never moved before. And so we have to give it time. We have to give it lots of opportunities for it to try out different aspects of the thing. We have to react accordingly. This process is fundamentally about being vocal and interacting with a high degree of sensitivity while you're being vocal. It's not about some special exercise you need to know, or about some weird trick that you need to master, or about, some whatever. It's a process of simply interacting with your voice as you're making voice and adjusting it. And if you do that and you keep that in mind, you're going to see all kinds of results. Now, of course, there's other important components, right? Like, we have to be experimental and dynamic, yes, but it's also incredibly helpful for us to have a clear model or a target or a mental picture, kind of like a memory of a quality you're going after, right? So if you've heard me do an exercise on a video, that's me giving you a model, right? And then you can remember that model, play that model back, and as you experiment and strike towards getting closer to that model, because you have a model and because you're experimenting, that's all you need to start generating your own feedback. Because fundamentally, to create change in this process, you need to have feedback. That can be internal or external, right? If you come to me for lessons, I'm giving you external feedback, hoping that you were building your own internal sense of feedback that you can generate. But you can only generate internal feedback if, one, you have a target or a model or some intention, some desired output, and two, you are experimental, creative, dynamic, and flexible, right? Because you have this intention, and then you sit there and you just throw spaghetti at the wall and see what sticks. And that's how you learn the process, right? But you can't know if things are sticking if you don't have the model or the target, because the target shows you where you are relative to that model. And so once you do that, then you have this feedback being generated, and that's where growth can start to happen. So that's a really important point. So don't just grind exercises all day. This is not a technical challenge, really. I mean, there are technical challenges in the process, but the process of voice feminization or voice masculinization is less one of technique and more of normalization over time. Of course, well, let me scratch that from the record. Cut that out. Okay, let me say this a different way. The process of voice alteration is kind of multiple processes that get feathered on top of each other. And that's why it can be really confusing for beginners, because, you know, when you're getting started with the process, the journey is more about playing with the sound, looking for qualities, experimenting with sounds, etc., right? But once you've experimented enough and you've done enough technique and you can get lighter, you can get higher, you've got some control of resonance, right? The game changes. It's no longer a game of vocal exercise and vocal quality and timbre and experimentation. Experimentation is still a core, but it becomes a process of normalization, of implementation, of applying what you developed with your vocal skills and vocal technique into something meaningful. You would not believe how many individuals I've worked with who have absolutely mind-blowing vocal technique in terms of feminization or masculinization, but have no application in their day-to-day life. And so they come to me and they say, Z, I don't know what the problem is. Look, I can change my resonance. You know, I can go higher and go lighter, but I just can't seem to make I can't seem to make the voice for myself. I'm like, interesting. How often are you trying to use it with people? Then they say something like, oh, I'm too nervous to do that. I'm really shy. I haven't quite used it with anyone. Of course. How can we expect you to be able to talk and sound the way you want when you talk if you have not even tried to apply or talk the way you want? Right? For some reason, that's so obvious when it's said out loud, but so many people don't realize that. This idea of like practicing in your bedroom and getting really, really good, and then once you have your perfect voice, then you're going to use it with everyone. Very alluring idea. However, that idea almost never plays out that way, because living, applying, adjusting, and experiencing what you're doing is part of the process. And so that's what I mean about, voice alterations. It's multiple processes to get feathered on top of each other. It's not just, you just need to do this thing to get your girl voice, quote unquote, right? It's like, you need to do this to get the skills of vocal proficiency to access timbres that might align with your feminized goal or whatever, right? But that's not the same as now you can go and talk to everybody, right? So there's a skill of vocal control and vocal timbre and developing a range of vocal timbres that you can then lean towards to get the sound you want. But then the goal is like, okay, now I can get those timbres, now I can get those sounds. Now I've got to learn how to talk freely and comfortably, threading my voice through that timbre. That's a different skill. And then we go into this next level, which is, okay, now I can do that. Now I need to do it, and I need to consistently correct my behavior over and over for that thing to become the automatic default in my life, right? So we can see it's multiple processes. It's not one process. And guess what? There's another layer that gets added on if when you come into this process, you're a vocal underdoer, or you have sort of vocal inefficiency or sort of vocal inefficiency or vocal atrophy with your voice, right? If you're a vocal underdoer, now you have another process now you have another stage in this process that's being feathered on top of it. Now you have to develop core vocal function abilities so that you can even access the range of timbral qualities that you're wanting to use. Then once you have those, then you try to apply them. Then once you're applying successfully, then you try to lock it in and normalize it, right? So it's, and the other weird part about voice alteration is that these don't have to happen in an order, right? Like, let's say you start to get a sound that you like. It's not perfect, but you kind of like it. You should already start trying to apply it. You should already start trying to do it, right? Because that's going to lower the resistance and lower the challenge threshold for you to actually get the thing you want later on. So a lot of layers into the process. And that's one of the reasons why beginners can be kind of confused, because, they go and look online and everything online is about technique, generally speaking, right? Even my old videos or some of my videos, right? They're like, here's these exercises, different things like that. But hopefully I've made it clear enough at this point that it's not about doing the exercise over and over. Those exercises are environmental spaces. They are conditional statements that we use that so here's the thing, right? Humans are like natural language processors, right? So for example, if I'm going to write like a program or if I'm going to write like a program or software, Maybe I write it in assembly, really base code, right? O's and ones, binary. Maybe I write it in a higher level programming language, a second level, right? Or maybe I use an object-oriented language or something even more high level than that, right? So there's all these different levels of programming language, right, that basically continue to be abstractions off the base. Well, we might say the highest level of that for now is natural language learning, right? That's what AIs are getting better at now, where you can go and talk to an AI and say, hey, I want a picture of I want a cat with a silly hat on it. And the AI can parse that natural language and figure out what you're trying to say, right? That's natural language processing. And the thing is, humans are natural language processors. So for example, when we go to try and learn a vocal skill or something, the reason why we have all these different techniques and terms and so forth is because we want to start to carve sensory experiences and make them notable. Right? When I hear pitch changing, I know that sounds like pitch changing. And now I can use that interface of sensation and language paired together to create and animate and drive changes. Now, to get back to the point about exercises, because humans are like natural language machines or natural language processors, that's the point of the exercise. The point of the exercise is when I give you conditions like, okay, start heavy, go up higher in pitch, try to get lighter as you go. Right? That's an instruction set. That's a blueprint. And I'm putting that instruction set into you as a natural language machine. And I'm watching that blueprint will generate outputs that you normally wouldn't have done from your behavior. That's the goal of exercises. And that's why we have to be dynamic, creative, and flexible with exercises, because really there's a central theme going on there with the exercise. And then we need to be able to riff on it and create variations in different ways. So don't think about exercise as static things. Think about them as broad spaces that you get to play in. Okay, maybe that'll be a YouTube video. Scap, if you're watching this, you should clip that part and edit it. I'm recording the back end, so you can do that if you want. I think that's a good video. Is there anything else I've maybe left off on the video I should probably add? Oh, I'll add this part too, okay. Scap, if you're watching this, we're gonna put this in the end of the video, okay? And lastly, when you do think about getting better and lastly, when you do think about getting more proficient with your voice, almost never does it involve you to actually build stronger muscles, like a gym exercise, you know? Some voices, underdoers, may actually have to strengthen vocal muscles and coordinate vocal muscles. But most individuals in this process, it's not about muscular strength. It's about finesse and precision. And so do not think of vocal exercises as like, oh, I just loop this over and over and my voice gets better and better, and now I'll be able to do my girl voice in a couple weeks, right? It doesn't work like that. If you're a vocal underdoer, though, yes, looping vocal function exercises will strengthen your voice in a literal sense as well. So yeah, that's all for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you found this insightful. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and check us out on Patreon if you'd like to support the work we're doing on this channel. And otherwise, have a beautiful rest of your day. Bye. You like that? You like that? I jumped into YouTuber mode. Isn't that crazy? Okay, let me let me scroll down. Okay, I just talked forever on that. So if you have a super important question, you're going to want to ask that again, because I think I just jumped like 10 or 15 minutes in chat. You guys like that? That was surreal. Yeah. It's like literally the ending of my YouTube video, right? Hi there, it's your girl Z from Transvoicelessons.com. And in this video, we are going to talk about the #1 mistake people make with vocal exercises. So let's get into it. There you go, Scap. Now you got an intro. Now you got an outro. Now you got content. Let's go, baby. You know, it would be amazing. Imagine if during this live stream, if I recorded like 5 YouTube videos, right? You guys kept asking really good questions and I gave the long form answer, and then Scap just has to go through and edit all of it into videos. Wouldn't that be good? You got yourself a whole video. I know, right? And scene. Okay, now it's time for thumbnails. No. Unironically, though, maybe I should get some thumbnail pictures in here. That's how Ludwig does it. I know. Well, that's the thing. Ludwig's a content genius, and so I've been trying to do that. I think one of the things I'm going to start doing is filming my private lessons, not their end, but filming my end, and then like wherever there's like spots that are really good in lessons, I'll just cut those out. And the student, you know, none of their information, their voice, none of that will even be on recording. But there's just like so many different times where I'm teaching a private lesson and the magic is there and I say exactly what I need to say, exactly how I need to say it. And I just, in the lesson, I think, God damn, I just need to make that YouTube video. But then when I sit here and I go to make the YouTube video, it's like the words don't come out the same way. Like, you know, this is not as happening. The energy's not there, right? So thank you for everything TVL does and that deep dive into practicing. These videos in the Discord channel have been life-changing for me and so many others. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I think there was another super chat I missed. Let me scroll back up and find that. There's about 2 or 3. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to miss anyone's super chat. I really appreciate it so much. Like, you guys don't understand. It really means a lot. We love when you blast us. Never annoying. Okay. I'll maybe blast you then. Let's see here. If you did daily content, I'd have something to watch while eating dinner. True. You'd also have something to edit every day. I'm glad you're still here, Scap. So you can, that part of the video timestamp, in case you want to timestamp it, Scap, it looks like we were about 50 minutes into the video. We went for about 15 minutes. So I'll try to write that on my end as well so you can get through that and edit it a lot easier. Let's see. We're at 50 minutes to about an hour and 10 minutes or so. Okay. Now we continue on. Alvin Fly says, don't forget, we got to record that resonance video too. I know, Alvin, I have not forgot. We should do that soon, okay? I would love to do that soon. Maybe even tomorrow. Maybe if I am not just a zombie tomorrow. Please upload as often as possible. I will do my best. So like, even if it's something like even if, for example, even if it's like a 1-minute recording of me just like giving you a practice file on Patreon, you guys don't mind if it's literally a 1-minute recording? That's not like spammy, because I feel like it's like spammy. I feel like I set the bar like so high with my Trans Voice Lessons videos that unless it's like a 25-minute banger that's like the deepest dive on the topic ever, it almost feels like people are expecting more. So I shouldn't release it until I have a 25-minute banger. Then I can release a 25-minute banger. Then I can release the smaller content. That's kind of like how my brain works with it, which I know is not like probably good. Let's see. You are so talented, and the brilliant pairing is that you can articulate. Thank you. I appreciate that. I love language. I love teaching. And I love articulation. Let's see. Okay, now let me scroll down a little bit here. Celadrin says, good job on environment. An iterable framework. You insights lay the foundation to make you a legend. Thank you so much, Celadrin. That's definitely what we're working on, that environment of understanding. And that's the big thing, right? That's, I think, what's missing. I think back then in 2017, when I started teaching all this stuff, what was missing was good technique. But now we've got enough technique, you know, the technique's out there. We get it. Everything's fine, you know, at least the model, of course, in terms of the technical aspects of the model are always updating every quarter. Clover and I are seeing new things and updating our model every quarter or whatever. But like really the big missing component for people right now, I think, based on the information that's out there at this point, is the correct way to learn, right? The more philosophical, what is vocal learning? How does vocal learning work, right? It's not just like these techniques. It's like, how do you become a proficient self-learner of voice? That's really where I think the questions are now. VO, technically no, but I haven't really enforced that in a while. Technically, if you pay for the Discord, it's supposed to be a monthly subscription thing, but in the past, I think the last time we did like a purge was like about a year ago. I mean, I hope that you keep supporting, and maybe someday we'll do a purge of people who aren't supporting anymore or whatever, just to be fair for people who are. But you know, it is what it is. I have to, maybe if I like start posting daily content, then I'll, you know, sweep people out more. But it's just, you know, I want to welcome as many people as I can to the community. Let's see. So it just depends. That's not an excuse for everyone to quit subscribing, though. It helps. So please. Let's see here. That's funny. Would you? Agreed. I've been working on my voice by getting out there in the public, interacting with people. It's given me a lot more confidence. Exactly. Yeah, that's part of it. You have to do that. What would you say is your best advice on singing? I've been training since 2021, but singing still eludes me. Okay, I'll come back to that. I'm gonna take that question, Seth. Hold on to that, and maybe we'll do a YouTube video on it right now. Maybe. Okay, we'll see. I wrote that down there. Hi, Ziana. I'm suffering from a lax of control where I can only move it down and only swallow it upwards. Yeah, well, that's exactly... So, Allison Jenkins, that's exactly what I'm talking about. The point that I was just making a moment ago is exactly what you're struggling with right now. Allison Jenkins says, hello, hey, Ziana. I'm suffering from a lack of larynx control where I can only move my larynx up and down a small amount. And if I try to move it past that, I conflate it with other things. I've tried using various exercises, whisper sirens, big dog, small dog, other things, but I cannot seem to get that high resonance. Well, that's the thing, right? It sounds like you're kind of viewing those exercises as limited windows where you like loop them or like practice them, or right? That's not what it's about. It's about interaction with the voice. So when you start to move past that point and you start conflating it with other things, that's the very moment where your practice begins. You have to lean into that spot where you start conflating things and listen. That's why we have to use our ears. That's why there's no, that's why this process is fundamentally an auditory process. We don't learn this by saying, oh, see this larynx here? You got to move that up. Try to raise that now. That's not how we learn this process. That doesn't make any sense because we don't control our body by thinking about our muscles, right? When I want to play piano, I'm not thinking about all the tendons in my arm firing off my fingers. That's not how I play piano. When I'm riding a bike, I'm not thinking about pedaling my legs to keep the bike in motion. That's not how I ride the bike. Right? That's not how you do the voice. So why would it be any different for this process, right? We don't think on a biomechanical level about our body. We simply can't and don't, because that's not how we've learned, and that's not how our brain interacts with our body. So instead, you have to learn the sound. You have to know what it sounds like when you properly raise your resonance without all those issues happening. And then as you play with those things and you hear those issues happening, you react and adjust in small ways closer towards the goal. Right? So kind of that exact point I was making about practice and how people focus too much on little exercises or little trick strategies. That's exactly what you're experiencing here, Allison, because you need to zoom out a little bit more. You need to focus more on the way it sounds and react to the way that it sounds, because as you react to the way that it sounds, that's going to incrementally guide you towards the right action. Right? That's the thing, is to actually do quote unquote proper resonance in voice feminization, it's a deeply nuanced and complex process. It's non-linear. It involves tons and tons of different muscles that are balanced in different ways, that blend in different ways. So like, it's not just one thing. It's not just you need to raise your larynx higher, right? It's not just you need to get your throat a little smaller. It's a hybrid of all these different features. And the way that we know if we're getting that hybrid right and that balance right of all these different features is based on the way that it sounds, because the way it sounds lets us understand what's happening, and it lets us react to what's happening in a way that's tangible and adjustable for us on our user level with the voice. Can someone block the troll? I didn't see a troll. Okay, I think the troll's already gone. Cool. I'll maybe add a couple more mods just to make sure there's no trolls here. Scrolling down. Well, that's the thing, right? Allison Jenkins adds to the follow-up, says, I have so far conflated raising larynx with vocal fold control and also over tensing muscles in the neck as a way, because I was trying to get non-audible feedback. Exactly. Non-audible. You're getting tense because you're trying to create non-audible feedback. This is all about audible feedback. That's literally all it is about. Right? That's what people hear you. People hear the audible feedback from your body. That's what your voice is. So why would we ever try to learn voice without the audible feedback? Right? It doesn't make any sense, because the way that we measure or evaluate, is this what you want with your voice? Is that not what you want with your voice? Do you pass or not? It's all through hearing. Did you sound a certain way? Right? So we have to get on that interaction with the sound and not interaction with muscles, because exactly what you said, when people start thinking about their physical body and the muscles in their body, they almost always get super tense. It's so tension. There's so much tension that comes out of that, because once again, we don't control our body in a consciously manual muscular way like that. It's not like that. We think about what intentions we want to create, and then our body starts to do the thing on its own, and then we react to how our body's performing that thing, and then we adjust around that process. Hey, I have a question about voice lessons. Is it possible to change the voice back, or is it a forever thing? Yeah, you can change your voice back. Yeah, absolutely. Some people don't want to, and I've found it kind of difficult, but it just depends on behavioral avoidance, really. Oh geez, I thought it was just me. I took so many classes and just couldn't make myself do it in front of people for so long. Nope, that's not just you. That's a really common thing people struggle with. And there's some people who have amazing technique or amazing skill and proficiency in the actual timbral component of voice, but very little application experience. And that's part of the process. It's very important. Celadrin says, you are so articulate in the human wiggle process that gets people to be dynamic in their learning. You are a highly talented educator. Thank you so much. I really, really, really appreciate that. I love being able to help people in this way. I get so many students who've been working on voice feminization for a really, really long time, years in some cases, and they feel like they've hit these barriers. They've tried like working with other teachers or whatever, right? And then it's like in one lesson, I see it, I get it now, like, thank you so much, like, I got what I need, you know? And I really appreciate that a lot, and I really love being able to help people. Actually, I had a student like that this week, where she actually sounded amazing. She had a great voice. There's no way she's not passing to basically everyone vocally, right? But she heard these things about her voice that she didn't like, and she really didn't like them, and she would ask other people if they heard them, and everybody would say no, right? And she came into my lesson, and like, you know, I had her talk for a moment, and I listened, and before she even mentioned that, I was like, you know, I hear this thing about your voice that kind of stands out, and I mentioned it to her. She's like, oh my God, thank you so much. Finally, someone else recognizes what I'm after. Please help me with this. And so we helped her with that, and Yeah, I love being able to help people in that way. It's weird because, you know, this process, this skill of teaching voice feminization or masculinization or voice alteration in general, I never had any anticipation or expectation that it was going to kind of be my thing or something I was, you know, good at or whatever. I've always been a teacher. I love teaching. And it just so happens that my entire formative background in my youth and my college years and my early 20s has created like the exact skill set that I need to do this process, right? Like through music composition, music theory, ear training, teaching people how to create sound. I've taught people how to create their own personal sound in everything, on piano, on music composition, in arrangement, in writing, in music theory ideas, like in ear training. Like my whole process my whole background before I got into this was ultimately helping people empower themselves and liberate themselves through sound. And now it's like, oh my gosh, this is like the most profound, concentrated example of helping people liberate themselves through sound. So it's just very serendipitous, right place, right time, right background, right experience. And I don't know. So I'm very, very happy to be able to use the skills that I have to help people in that way. Make it part of your daily place. Where is your OnlyFans? I don't have an OnlyFans, but I do Findom, so it is what it is. I've been thinking about making an OnlyFans where it's only me playing music, right? Where I'm like cute playing music, maybe some boobs, you know, maybe some cleavage, nothing like too over the top or whatever. But I've been thinking about that, so we'll see. Because it seems like it's kind of a waste of an opportunity. I might as well, right? Basically just gonna upload improvisation, look hot, make extra money on the side. So, hey, a live stream. Deliberate practice makes me super dysphoric. Yeah, we actually talked about that earlier. Let me scroll down here because I see there's insanely huge super chats that have been blowing up. So let me catch some of these because they're absolutely crazy. And then I'll scroll up. Michelle says, I'm like 4 super chats behind. Let me catch those and then I'll read the other comments. Michelle says, thank you. Everything for TVL does. Also deep vibe practicing. Oh, I read that one, I think, already. And then I read the Celadrin one. You are so high bit rate and focusing. I think enough for your lessons to get integrated with peeps over the hump. Yeah, exactly. Self-consciousness is its own strategy. I completely agree with that. Amy hearts you. Oh my God. Thank you so much for that super chat. Thank you all so much. You guys are going crazy today with the super chats. I can't even believe it. I think this is the most ever on a live stream super chat wise. So like super appreciate that. Super thank you. I had to leave Discord over the summer for my mental health and I dropped off Patreon sometime, but I really appreciate everything you do. So here's the rest of the year with Patreon support. Thank you, Amy. That is so sweet. And I can feel you on the dropping off Discord for the mental health thing. Like, you know, if you have been a member of my Discord community for a while, you'll probably recognize I use Discord less than I used to, you know? And that's not even just for my server. That's just in general. Like, I feel like, you know, I have a shit posting Discord that my closest friends and stuff are in or whatever. And I haven't even opened that room in 2 weeks or so, you know what I mean? I'm just, but I definitely want to. And I like I mentioned this last month, but I'm going to start having a Patreon group class. I'm going to start an entire like class series for the Patreon. I was trying to do that December 23rd this week. But I decided to also, in case you guys don't know, I decided to also release a brand new album, a jazz record called Affinity by my new project Circles of Indigo, and that was originally scheduled to release on December 23rd, which is when I was going to try to have a group class for patrons. One thing led to another. I didn't get the album done in time, so I had to work on it instead on the 23rd. Album's almost done. I pushed the release date back to December 28th. So in case you would like to hear the new album or pre-order the new album, here it is. Circles of Indigo is a duo project between me and a tenor saxophone player named Aiden Solomons. Aiden is a young saxophonist, probably about, I think, maybe 20, 21, 22. If you know me, I'm in my 30s now. So Aiden is a very young saxophonist. Randomly met Aiden, and we were like, hey, come over and jam. I'd never met them before, and they came over and they said like 3 words when they arrived. They like walked in the door. I was like, yo, like, hey, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. I was maybe like, how long have you been playing music for? We asked like five questions, right? And then for hours that night, we just got lost in the most beautiful improvisations. We didn't have to say a single word. We never said what chord change we're playing, never said what we're doing. We just played, and we had a musical conversation and connected in such a way. And, halfway through the session, I'm like, we need to be recording this. This sounds amazing. So I mic'd the saxophone up, we hit record, we play for another hour or so, hour and a half. In that hour and a half, we got like 4 or 5 really solid pieces that were like, let's make a record. So I said that, I was like, let's make a record. So I started editing it, putting it together a bit more. Aiden came over another time later, and we actually did this time it wasn't pure, it was still improvisation, but this time we actually played From Dream Surah, which is a piece from my first LP ever, Dream Surah, and there's a theme on there, a really cool piece. I did that piece with a jazz quintet in my senior composition recital. I basically took the head and the changes from that Dream Surah song from 2012, and I put it into a jazz chart, and I played it with a quintet. Turned out pretty cool. So I told Aiden, I'm like, yo, you should come over. We should record Dream Surah. We should do it our own way, make it really cool, do a Circles of Indigo version of it. So we did that. So now we've got that track plus like 4 or 5 other ones from the recording. And then actually Aiden came over 2 days ago, and we did more improvisation and recorded a bit more. So new jazz project, Circles of Indigo, if you want to check that out. It's on my Bandcamp there. I originally had the release date for the 23rd. Wasn't going to make it, so I pushed it back to the 25th today. Wasn't going to make it because of the stream, so I pushed it back to the 28th, and I will make it for that one, because last night I cut 2 or 3 more of them finished, and I just need to put them into the master track and export, slice them, blah, 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 and then upload. So it's just about done. Let's see here. Let me get back to chat. So thank you, Amy. I really appreciate that so much. I stopped PayPal. Is there another way to support? Yeah, there should be. I have a Square now, or if if anybody wants to send, of course, like donations or whatever to my Cash App, you can do that too. You don't have to do that. I'm not asking for donations, but someone asked, how can I support you if I don't use PayPal anymore? So I'll post that. But if anyone wants my Cash App, it's hashtag your big sister. Let's see here. Celadrin says, accepting the starting position as engaging in practice, I think, is a state of acceptance, is a place to greatly enhance the zonal vocal learning. I agree. And it's also very challenging because a lot of people who come into this process, they don't have too many situations in their life where they get to experience this passively active process. The most closely related thing I feel that voice alteration has, or voice feminization in particular has a great similarity to jazz, to being a jazz performer. There's so many similarities there, and I just keep coming back to it, where it's like, oh my God, this is basically a question that's been dealt with in jazz theory and jazz practice for, since the 1930s, and so on and so forth. So, honestly, your focus on pedagogy is what set you apart from everyone else when I was looking for how-to videos. Thank you, Julia. I'm extremely passionate about pedagogy because I have a firm belief that education is a form of cognitive technology. And so by being a pedagogue, basically what you're doing is you're being a cognitive engineer. My goal is to arrange natural language, right? Because we're natural language learning machines, basically. My goal and job basically is to arrange language in such a way that creates a highly interactable and highly successful piece of cognitive technology that allows someone to download certain patterns or ideas, or not just ideas. See, here's the thing that people miss. This is a really important point. And I think most students who have taken lessons with me will recognize how I deal with this. But a lot of times teachers think you're supposed to teach ideas, where it's like, they'll talk about this. So what's this thing? And they'll talk about this thing, right? It's horrible. That's dog shit. The way that a good education should work is you're not just trying to teach them an idea. You're trying to teach them how all the ideas relate together. You're trying to teach them a structure of understanding. It's a bigger picture thing. So what I do when I teach is I'll give you one piece of that, then I'll give you this piece, and these won't seem related. And then I'll give you this piece as well, and they won't seem related. And I'll give you this piece as well, and it might not seem related, but you kind of understand it. And then we go through the process together, making sounds or applying things or playing with different things. And then it's like the student starts to put those ideas together in their own way. Like we basically set up a puzzle, right, that had a few missing pieces, and then throughout application and lived process, you give parts of the piece to the student, and then they start to see on their own. They go, oh wow, this piece just plugs in right there, and the whole thing gets completed, right? that to me is much more successful cognitive engineering, so to speak, right? Because in that way you're able to transfer a whole like frame instead of just individual ideas that seem disconnected. So very challenging though, but I do view education as cognitive technology, and I would say that our educational models that we teach with today are extremely inefficient types of technology. I would say that when a teacher is actually talking to their student right now in an average classroom, probably 10 to 15% of what they're actually trying to convey is getting transferred and translated into the student, right? And so I kind of think of that efficiency as like a measurement of the efficacy of the cognitive technology model. That said, of course, though, the unique thing about education is every user is an entirely different system, which requires different inputs, right? So a good educator should be able to parse the experience with the student and figure out what pieces are like what inputs that student needs to get this output result. So I appreciate that. I do care quite a lot about pedagogy. I always have. I care so much about music theory pedagogy. Almost 7-8 years before I started teaching voice feminization. Actually, I take that back. Sorry. Maybe about 5 years before I started teaching voice feminization and voice alteration in general, I was developing music theory pedagogy. So, they're very related, because music theory pedagogy is kind of like, what's the most efficient way to teach people how to learn these things and hear these things and then know these things so they can use these things to create stuff and analyze things. It's very similar to voice in that sense. Hey, everyone, click the like button. By the way, I'm seeing 326 likes on the stream, but I'm seeing like 250 viewers, which means less than half of you have hit that like button. Actually, no, that means more than half of you. That means 1.5x of you. But I think a lot of you haven't clicked that like button, so I want you to click that like button for me. I appreciate that very much. I already see the likes shooting up. Thank you very much. See, 361. We already gained 40, 50. Yes, indeed. Let's see here. Is there any trick for case when my original voice is very low? So this goes back to what I was saying before, John, right? There aren't really tricks. I mean, there are some tricks, and sometimes I'm working with a student, I'm like, you know what? I bet this would work. And we do something crazy, and suddenly it works like magic or whatever, but there aren't tricks like that, Like if your voice is low, then you need to work on interacting with your voice and getting more comfortable at your higher areas to build a foundation so that you can start to scaffold timbral modification on top of. Ooh, huge super chat W. Massively agree. Okay, now I'm like so behind, so I'm scrolling. Is Clover okay? Yeah, I think Clover's okay. What makes you ask that? I think Clover's with their family right now for the holidays. So, actually, let me open up Discord. Maybe Clover might want to stream. Maybe not, but maybe. Oh, Clover just DM me. Let's see here. Aw. Thanks in chat. Are you busy? Or would you wanna jump in on the stream sometime? And say hey to everyone? Question mark? Yeah, let's see here. How do you make things habitual? Like, sure, you can make it sound well enough to pass, but how do you make it a natural habit? I'm glad that you asked that question. Making something a natural habit is not a trick. There's no real, there are some shortcuts that can expedite the process, but it's no trick or gimmick. It just literally requires you to recorrect and readjust your voice back to a consistently developed target that you want. So, yeah, it's no trick, unfortunately. But what happens is, most people, they have their fem voice, they start to talk, and the fem voice falls over time like that and falls off, right? It's a really normal process. It's one of the most normal processes that's going to happen, period. And a lot of people can feel like, what am I doing wrong? I'm doing something wrong. My voice doesn't stay up. It's not really doing something wrong. That's normal because you have a habit still. The older voice is still a habit. So naturally, if your brain focuses off of that, then it's going to return to its habit. Just like for someone who has a nail chewing habit, right? Like, it's very hard for them to not chew their nails. Maybe they try not to chew their nails, but they keep subconsciously bringing their fingers back to their mouth to chew, right? It's the exact same thing. So it requires a lot of conscious intervention where you're basically, for me, I was basically conscious about how I sounded and conscious about using my voice for pretty much 2.5 years straight, to where every single cashier, every single phone call, every time I talk to people, like I was consciously there setting my voice ahead of time, right? That's how it becomes a habit, because you do that enough and then your voice just sets it there to begin with. And then, so it is a habit, It'd be good to do a video on that at some point too. Thank you, Amy. That means a lot. I appreciate that. Wow, I'm so behind on chats. That's funny, Michelle. Let's see. Discord sucks, so bad for mental health. Yeah. Let's see. Onlysia. Peak girl boss behavior. I would deadass pay for an OnlyFans where it's just you playing music, listening to you vibe and play music on your stream. Yeah, okay, then I think I'll do it. Yeah, I think it'd be great. And then what I could do is I could bait all those like dudes on Twitter who just like want my OnlyFans like for that reason into purchasing it, and then they just listen to a bunch of music and they're like, what the hell? I didn't come for music. Well, too bad. I got your money. Let's see. Do you have any recommendations for self-study music theory books? Go-to resources. Yeah, I'll try to give you some. Well, here's the problem, right? This also goes with voice feminization. When people ask me, are there any resources that you'd recommend to learn voice feminization on? Well, I tend to think that pretty much all the resources out there are like a pedagogical nightmare. That said though, there are amazing music theory books that you should read, but they're not like big picture theory books. They're more like theory. So for example, I think Vincent Persicchetti's 20th Century Harmony is an amazing book. Also, if you want to learn music theory, it depends on what you're trying to do, right? Like people have different reasons for learning things like that. Like some people may just want to know enough music theory to where they can make chord progressions basic pretty easy, right? Some people may want to know enough chord progression to where theory to where they can analyze things, or there's like different levels. Some people like to approach theory from a more philosophical framework, and in that case, Schoenbergian writings would be amazing for you. But if you're not someone who likes the more philosophical background behind music theory, then there's more application-focused books like Frank Mantooth's Jazz Voicings or the Jazz Theory book by Mark Levine. It depends also, are you wanting to learn like jazz theory, or you want to learn overall music theory? See, here's the big problem, folks. This is where I could rant about this all day. The issue is what's being discussed and taught as quote-unquote music theory is actually not like music theory. It's like a very specific subset of theory. So to me, if something has the audacity to claim itself as a theory of music or music theory as a whole, it should pretty much axiomatically explain the way that music works from the ground up. And I think that good music theory does that, learning how the harmonic series works, learning how timbre works, learning why chords sound the way they do, learning how pitch is the way it's, these psychoacoustic intersections to something real. Now, of course, it's all about sound though. So, but what's interesting is all of the questions answer themselves when you have an axiomatic framework of how sound works that is genuine and true, because then it's like every dissonant chord that you like, every consonant chord you like, there's a reason why it works that way. And it's not like to be a good musician, you need to know why it works that way, because you just need to know how it makes you feel. You need to know how it sounds and how you want to play with it. But the questions that people have are automatically answered by the underlying like principles of how sound even works in our universe, and how our ears hear sound. So I think that music theory is really in a weird place because we teach a very specific perspective on a theory of music. Anyways, good references though. Frank Mantooth, Mark Levine, Dave Liebman's Chromatic Approach to Jazz. That's a more advanced book, probably not good for beginners. I personally loved Schoenberg's Theory of Harmony, although it's very dated. There's a lot in there that's not maybe what you will find most useful. So that depends, right? Because there's a difference between someone wanting to learn music theory so they can have a bigger understanding of music, and then someone wanting to learn music theory because they want a bigger toolbox so that they can make sounds, right? And that's the thing, is all theory authors write in different ways. So some theorists are very philosophical and don't really give you applicable tools, but they do give you a lot of other like insights that kind of change the way you might think about music as a whole. Whereas then some other authors don't write at all about the philosophy of it, but they write about like the toolbox and the sounds and these things, right? That's actually why I love Vincent Persicchetti's 20th Century Harmony, because I feel like it's one of the most applicable music theory texts out there. Whew, I could go on and on all day for that. Okay, let's see. Scrolling down. Ooh, what's this little spammer? Thanks for blogging that spammer. 30s old, cry sad, 30s young. What are you doing? Oh my god. Well, that's a chat chat is torn. Is 30 old or young? Looks like everyone says both. Let's see here. When are we going to do... Oh my God, Anna. I forgot all about that. Okay, Anna just reminded me. That's in March. Wait, we have 3 months to do that, actually. We have 3 months to prepare for this. Maybe we should do it. What do y'all think about this? I was thinking about, unironically, trying to host the first international hog calling competition. Okay? Where everyone brings in their most prepared hog calls, haulers, their hoots, their howlings, right? And everyone goes on the mic and we get a panel of like 5 judges to evaluate them on their hog calls, evaluating along axes such as how realistic do you actually sound like a pig? Or perhaps evaluating what's the likelihood that an actual live hog would interact with that sound. It's an important... How about experimentation, creativity? How much personality did your hog calls have, right? X factor. Did you come on stage and command with your presence? Did you make us feel like a pig was literally in the room? Maybe I could put $1,000 prize. The winner, imagine though. So like, imagine if I like promoted that into all these different vocal circles and all these like farm circles, like all this crazy stuff. And like we had like a 300 participant event for like the biggest hog calling championship in the world. Wouldn't that be amazing? I think I could do it. That's that kind of stuff. I feel like I could organize an event like that. It'd be sick. I'm like so far behind in chat. I'm scrolling, trying to catch up. You are so cool. I don't know why I'm watching this as a cis girl. It's just mad cool. Well, thanks, Mary. I mean, cis people are welcome here. You know, you're allowed to find trans people cool, even if you're not trans, right? I think that we are cool. Damn, that typing speed. What did I even type? I don't even remember. Theldrin says, do you have a particular grounding technique? So... Well, let me scroll up to that. Do you have a particular grounding technique so baseline anxiety is reduced so cognitive economy can be better applied? Yeah, actually, I have a couple different approaches for that. I'll just say right now, though, just to save time, the most effective approach that I've found for grounding people and getting rid of their baseline anxiety is to actually have them vocalize against a drone because it cuts through the silence. And of course, it depends on how their anxiety is because it's going to have a different solution. Some people are going to be anxious for a particular reason compared to others or whatever, but generally speaking, that's why I love drones. One of the reasons I love drones so much is they let people kind of cut right through the thing. Oof. Z, can you speak to any difference between singing and talking for feminization? Yeah, I can do that. I'm going to copy paste that along with the other singing question that I got in chat, and I'll maybe answer that here in a second and do like a YouTube video recording aspect of it. How did you get to type so fast? I'm kind of stuck at 15 words per minute. I was typing 130 words per minute when I was 12 years old in 6th grade. I type really fast because my childhood was spent playing StarCraft Brood War. And on StarCraft Brood War, one of the most important things there is your actions per minute, how fast you can actually command your units and how precise your inputs can be. And so I used to play a lot of StarCraft Brood War as a child when I was like 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, maybe not 7, 8, 9, 10 probably, yeah. And so by the time I even got to the age of 12, I could already type 120, 130 words a minute just with my own technique. So my actual keyboarding teachers never made me learn home row technique. Like I don't type with all my fingers. I type with like 3 fingers on this hand and like 2 fingers on this hand. And I get 170 words per minute like that. So, I mean, sometimes I'll use the pinky. I'll use this pinky for P and like this one for Q or whatever. Or, no, I don't even use it for Q. I use this for Q. This one's only for shift. So I don't know. I have my own typing technique. But it's really fast, and my teacher always would let me just type my own way because she's like, what's the point in having you type a different way if you type faster than me and more accurately than me? Okay, scrolling down. I want to catch up. Where do I find Schoenbergian theory? Any music theory texts written by Schoenberg, which is spelled this way, Schoenberg, Arnold Schoenberg, A.S., one of the greatest musical minds of all time. And he has some profound things. Oh, by the way, that's the other thing I'm supposed to do. Someone just said, I'm amazed that my Tourette's hasn't adapted heat from fire as a tick yet. Folks, merch is done. I was supposed to promote it here. Wait, is it done? Hold on, I have to message one person. They said they had 40 more minutes left on something they had to change, but then their like thing like glitched or something like that. So let me just double check the website and make sure it's good. Otherwise, I can launch the merch here with you all today. Let me make sure the IPAT's got the copyright on it so I don't get sued by the IPA company. Great, that's good. I might go model some for you in case you would like to see it. Let's see. There's 1, 2, 3 pieces I think are pretty dope. 4 pieces. Oh, that's so sick. That should be the top of the store. Okay. So yes, merch is done. So Heat from Fire hoodies, shit like that. I'm gonna release that on the stream today. Let me get a hold of. Where's my phone at? I don't have my phone. Let me get a hold of my friend and let me make sure the website's done, and then I'll launch it. But I'll go put on some of the stuff. I think you all are going to love the Larynx crop top pop art shirt. It's actually so sick. It's probably my favorite thing out of the collection. Yeah, most of the merch was made a year ago, but I'm only releasing it now because of ADHD. We were trying to do a fall release last year, and then we were trying to do a fall release this year, and then we ended up doing a winter release now. So, ooh, where should I start with feminizing my voice? I have literally a video that's voice feminization for absolute beginners. Like, that's literally where I would recommend everyone start, because that's how I made the video, particularly for that reason. Okay, let me scroll down. Oof. Okay, now we are all caught up. I need to make sure I don't miss any super chats there. Okay, so there's that. No super chats missed. What's a hog call? It's where people actually try to sound like hogs. Like, sweet! You know, things like that. I haven't practiced my hog calls in a couple months, but it's where people literally try to sound like crazy pigs. You should YouTube it. Hog call competitions are crazy. Yes. Slime would be great in that. Sure. Oh my god, you're so right. Slime is probably my favorite content creator ever. Let's be real. Slime is like so funny. I'll never forget that one skit he did, or that one thing he did where it was like he committed to the bit. Did you see that time where he kept doing the big A thing with Atrioc? Yo, big A. Whoa, big A. And then eventually he like shows up in a hot tub with Atrioc's dad and like that's so fucking crazy. That's what you call committing to the bit. We could do it monthly so the tradition doesn't get lost. Which tradition? Shit. Which tradition? Hog call? Wait. Well, can we hear your best hog call? Maybe later. Maybe if I get high first. Misread the contest rules, ended up by winning a motorcycle. That's funny. Hi, Addie. Oh my god, Z, I haven't heard or seen you in a while. Damn, your voice and looks are improving. Major envy. Thank you. Actually, I feel like my looks are the worst they've been in like ages, because I don't know who all knew this, but I went back on testosterone for 4 months. From basically August to early December, I was on testosterone, or late November. I've only been back on estrogen for about 2 or 3 weeks. But like, I feel so, let's just put it this way. I successfully got rid of dysphoria, and now I have dysphoria again. Okay, so I brought my dysphoria back. It's really stupid, but now like my body hair, some of it came back, and I just feel like I look more masculine. And like earlier I was messaging someone before this call, and I was like, oh my god, I don't want to do the live stream today. I literally look like a man, like whatever, like I'm so dysphoric, whatever. So I went from like literally completely like getting rid of my dysphoria basically, to like now I have dysphoria again because like I was on testosterone for too long. So would not recommend going back on testosterone. Hey, I'm trying to just one thing's been pushed aside. Hey Z, did you change your voice? It sounds more natural. In what way? Like, not in what way does it sound more natural, but in what way do you think I changed it? It's always going to sound more natural because at this point I've been living with my feminized voice for 7 years now, 6 years, 7 years. So it's always going to sound better and better and better because, I mean, how could it not, you know? So yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. Glad you think it sounds better. I don't know in what aspect. Maybe, I think the main thing I did is I brought my voice lower. But then I brought my voice back up. So I brought my voice lower at one point, and then I actually think I brought it too low, and then I brought it back up, made it a little lighter, and I don't know. However it is now is what it is. So Z is that girl. Thank you. It's not the diamond, it's the pool. Z is that. Oh, thank you. Self-taught typist. Hell yeah. Forget your words per minute. What's your CPM? clicks per minute or clicks per milli, because one of those is a YouTube thing that describes your monetization, and the other one is clicks per million. She has 2 invisible fingers. It's nice to know the context of your super speed typing. Yeah, it's a really weird thing. Literally every single call that I'm on, the moment I type, people react. They're like, what the fuck was that? Who's like typing a book report or whatever? Like everywhere I go, people are like, what's going on back there? And it's just always the same. It's like, well, I just type really fast, you know? People are always like, are you just like faking? Are you just going to sound fast? Like, no, I'm just like literally typing. Goddamn typing teachers always tried to make me home row when I typed way faster. I know. They didn't try that for me, though. She wasn't even going to attempt it, because she would give keyboarding class homework that was supposed to take like the whole class of 40 minutes, 50 minutes. I would crush it in 2 or 3 minutes, and then I would just sit there the rest of class playing typing games. So like, what's she going to say to me? You know what I mean? Now, Amelia, you need to use that home row key so I can what? Type slower? So I can type less accurate? Merchy Christmas? Yes. Got to get that credit card ready. Where's the merch? Hold on. Let me go call the other. Let me call them up. Let's see how the merch is doing. Hold on a second. Let me do that. Let me scroll here. Where's the merch? Hold on. I think I love all of the merch except for one piece now. I loved the piece a year ago, but after a year I feel like, it's all right. One of the pieces. But the rest of them, I love. Hold on a second. Do you still play any instruments? Yeah. I play music every day of my life. I play music hours and hours and hours every single day of my life, and I will play music every day of my life until I am a corpse rotting in the ground. I mean, I literally went to a recording studio last Monday with a drummer, and we recorded 6 hours worth of music, probably 4 albums worth of material to go through. I literally was 2 days ago, there was a saxophone player over here and we were improvising together. I play every single night. I play every single day. I play all my instruments. I play piano, lumitone, cello, some various flutes and woodwind instruments that I have. I've been playing a little bit more trumpet lately, which is one of those things that I pick up and put down occasionally throughout the years. I played a lot of drums on Monday, or 2 Mondays ago, a lot of drums then. I play music every single day of my life, and if I go a single day without playing music, I sort of feel like all the color in my world has been sucked out, and I've lost my spiritual connection to this universe. So, it is what it is. But yes, I play music every day. In fact, I have my piano here. I'm about to play music here in a second, right? That's crazy. I can't believe someone asked if I still play music. I mean, I'm literally surrounded by instruments. What? No, but I appreciate that. Okay. Kind of had a horrible Christmas, but so glad you're streaming. I'm so sorry. I had a pretty weird day yesterday, so I can kind of relate to that. Sorry you've had a bad Christmas. You look great and super femme. Thank you. You look fantastic. Thank you. It's just one of those things where it's like dysphoria is a weird brainworm thing. So I'm trying to make my voice lower and heavier while keeping a high resonance too. Yeah, it can be a tough thing to do. But maybe I'll make a YouTube video on this right now. Sure, let's do it. All right, time for YouTube mode. You guys ready? Here we go. So, let's see here. You're about to see what it's like when I film a YouTube video. Okay, let's see. Maybe I shouldn't. That's too much labor. Okay. But, yeah. Okay. Hold on, let me do it this way instead. Okay. So one of the most, a really common issue that I see individuals have in this process is that when they go to work on their voice, they tend to think of their voice as like a single point, right? Like they've got a quality and they keep going back to that quality, and that's the way that they're going to sound. When in reality, you need to be practicing and thinking about your voice more as a distribution, a range, a space, right? So yes, maybe you can get that quality you like the sound of, but that's not where you should stop. You should then work on going higher and preserving sounds you like, going lower, preserving sounds you like, working on your dynamic range in terms of increasing loudness, decreasing loudness, while trying to keep a sound that you feel is appropriate for your expression. Now, there are some challenges in this process, though, when it comes to really moving your voice around while you're playing with feminization. One of which is the important relationship between pitch and resonance, okay? Pitch and resonance have this very important connection. Well, let me frame it this way. Pitch and resonance have a very important connection with one another, just like pitch and weight have an important connection with one another. Remember, if you've seen the YouTube video on the channel about fullness or saturation, as we call it now in our model, where, you know, if you're heavy but you've got high resonance, you'll sound kind of buzzy, right? You'll kind of sound like that. If you're too large and you have too low of resonance while you're light, then you're going to sound a little bit more like this, which is going to be more hollow, right? So that's a relationship between resonance and vocal weight. However, there's also really important relationships between resonance and pitch. And this comes back to some of the questions people were asking with singing as well. So basically, voices need to be heterogeneous. Okay? And I think most people, when they go to learn voice alteration, they have this idea where their voice should be homogeneous. And by that, I mean they should sound the same way no matter how high they are, or how low they are, or how loud they are, or how quiet they are. But that's just simply not the way voices work. All voices are heterogeneous. When we yell, we inherently sound different than when we're talking at a regular volume. There's a load of reasons why this works this way, but we have to be viewing our voices as heterogeneous things, not single voice feminization qualities or masculinization qualities that we're trying to preserve, okay? So what we can start to observe with feminization is this really interesting relationship where, let's say someone has a pretty quality voice that they've developed, right? And they start to go up in pitch. What we almost always tend to see is students accidentally opening and getting larger and lowering their resonance, right? So we'll hear an effect something like this. So let's say you are here and then you try to go up in pitch. Oftentimes what we hear is that people start to go up and then they start to get larger like that. Do you hear that quality right there? I actually increased my size and got larger while I went higher. That is one of the most common mistakes that people make when they're trying to feminize their singing, or when they are trying to have more feminized speech and actually have a nice dynamic range, higher highs, lower lows, louder sounds, quieter sounds. Oftentimes when people have that point of their voice that they've started to develop as a successful attempt towards feminization, when they go higher, the bottom drops out and it starts to sound really hollow and strained like that. What I've called in the past tenor whine, but I don't call it that anymore because we're out of a singing context right now, right? But basically, the higher you go in pitch, the multiplicatively higher your resonance needs to follow, right? So if your pitch is going up like this, your resonance has to go up with it as well. And a lot of students and a lot of individuals lack the sort of capacity and capability to more cleanly detect what's going on with their resonance or carefully, control it or whatever. And so that's one of the big issues with feminization in singing, because oftentimes what we hear, our students will do something, I'll just sing a basic scale. Maybe they do something like it starts to sound like open and like whiny like that. And that always happens whenever our pitch starts to outpace our resonance and the two come too close to each other. And then it's like the whole structure collapses and it becomes a lot harder to maintain. So by contrast to that, if I were to continue to scale my resonance with my pitch, we're going to get something that sounds a little bit more like this. I'm like scaling the whole way through, right? I almost cracked doing that, but so we can hear that it doesn't sound hooty at the top like that, right? That's one of the most important things for people when they're trying to expand the range of their voice on the top end. You can't let that connection happen. The other thing that someone was talking about, someone said they're trying to get their pitch lower but keep their resonance high. This is also a really important combination. Lowering your pitch while maintaining your resonance, right? And this combination is really profound because the net result of it actually ends up creating an effect as if you continued to raise your resonance further. Think about it. If this hand represents your pitch and this hand represents some arbitrary level your resonance is set at, if your pitch goes down, it has the net effect of boosting this thing further, right? So we can hear that in the sound quite a lot, and it's one of the reasons my camera just did a weird thing. Go back to that. Okay. And it's one of the reasons why people can find it very difficult to feminize their singing, both lower notes and higher notes. And it's also one of the things that makes it very difficult for people to have a more dynamic range with their voice where they can go higher and lower and still have the sort of gender expression or sex expression they want in their voice. Because we have to interact with these sort of interesting spots where the voice will want to change or shift its quality. So for example, when my voice goes down in pitch, most of the time, now of course this isn't all the time, but most of the time when my voice goes down in pitch, it's going to sound brassier, it's going to sound a little rougher, it's going to sound a little more, let's take a listen. There's a distinct ringing quality that enters. So if I start like a lot higher like this, I'm going to try to keep my resonance basically the same as what it is now, but then I'm slowly going to start to bring my pitch down over time, and you can hear how there's like all this extra like noise or all this like extra kind of ringiness that comes out in the voice like that, right? If I try to go even lower, it's very hard for me to do that right now, but if I try to go lower, there's all this extra ringiness that gets built up. And that's because of this relationship between pitch and resonance, where when the pitch starts going lower and the resonance stays locked in, what's really happening is you're selecting for increasingly higher harmonics with your resonance, and so you end up sounding increasingly brighter, I don't want to use that word, but buzzier, brassier, more metallic, more active, more ringy, you know? And so we should be hearing that that heterogeneous shift on the way down in pitch. And what happens is students may often want to keep their really feminine sound. Maybe they want this sound on the way down as they try to go lower and stuff like that. But then what ends up happening is you're going to lose volume, or you have to get breathy, or, you know, there's various little nuances you might have to balance. And you can go lower and avoid some of that buildup, but that buildup is very natural in feminine voices at low pitches. And so, you know, developing and interacting with that buildup of sort of ringiness as the pitch goes down while the resonance stays locked in is really where people have to lean if they want to develop sort of voices that tend to be maybe perhaps more butch, or voices that they want to be very clearly feminine but happen at lower pitches. I'm also thinking of a voice that comes to mind right now. One of my favorite YouTubers, Savannah Brown. I've played her before on the streams and stuff like that. So, you know, we have to be able to listen for that buildup in the ringiness of the quality. Camera, fix. There. Why did it like made me like anemic? It like turned the color balance to green instead of red. See that? Go to red. Okay. Anyway, so there's that. Now continuing on with this point, let me give you an approach there. See how it's like green and red? It's like the color is like shifting. See? Now it's like green. Now it's like red. Now it's like green. What is that? Is it like some... What is going on here? I'll just leave it like this. What's it going on? Oh, it's probably the light behind me. Okay. So back to what I was saying. So going higher in pitch tends to make people want to drop their resonance. So that's a problem. Going lower in pitch also makes people want to drop their resonance, and that's also a problem. And that's why we want to think about the voice not as a single point, but instead as a dynamic range, because once you get a quality you like, you need to be visiting those extremes of those ranges and observing how you're able to preserve or modify your quality in those ranges. Now I'm going to play an audio clip for everyone. I play this clip for my students when I'm talking about this topic, because I think it's such a great example of this issue. So take a listen to Selena Gomez's voice when she goes from, you know, up high and light and everything like that, right, to then going lower. And listen to how the timbre is not the same. She does not sound the same at all these different levels. You can hear a distinct shift across the whole pattern. So here is the sound quality. Okay, here we go. Take a listen. And this aspect of heterogeneity in a voice is super important to practice towards, because it explains why some people have trouble singing and speaking at low pitches and blah, 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 blah. So here we go. Let's take a listen. So listen, she's like, oh my God, yes, I know it a little bit. And then she comes down here and then she says, okay, and then let me get in on down here, okay. Then she comes and gets a little brassier like this. She doesn't have the same vocal quality or vocal tone throughout that whole space. In fact, it's constantly changing. Listen to it again, and then listen very carefully, because the low ones only happen for 2 words at the end, but then I'm going to play more of her at a low pitch so you can hear the timbre. Oh my God, it's like super light like that, right? And oftentimes people hear voices like this and they say, oh, I want that, but at a lower pitch. Well, if you want that at a lower pitch, it doesn't really work. You have to start getting, start getting like sultry if you want something like that at a lower pitch like that, right? But this voice is like very difficult to project, and there's a lot of issues around it. So she's very light, and listen to how she falls. Wait, people are saying the volume's too low. Hold on a second. Let me. Oh, I see why. I got you. Hold on a second. Here we go.
To rap ASAP's part in your song.
Oh my God!
Do you know it?
Yes, a little bit, but not the whole thing. Okay, hang on.
Let's try.
Jack.
Do you hear that? Oh my God. And then she goes here, and then she comes down here, and then she sounds like that, right? It's heterogeneous. It's not one sound the whole movement through her voice.
Yes, a little bit, but not the whole thing. Okay, hang on.
Let's try it.
And here she is rapping at the lower pitch, and you can hear that ringy timbre build up at the low notes.
Jackpot, hit the jackpot. Just met a bad miss without the ass shots. You look good, girl, you know you...
You look good, girl, you know you look good, don't you? Yeah, you hear that right there? So like this like brassiness is like this should be people's targets if they want feminine voices at lower pitches, basically. Because when you combine having, you know, more feminine resonance that's like smaller and higher with a lower pitch, it doesn't sound, you know, gossamer. It doesn't sound Disney princess. It doesn't sound soft and light and delicate. It sounds brassy and rich and full, and there's a lot of color to it. And so, you know, when people don't have that understanding, then when they go down in pitch, they do something like this. They'll be like, Hear how that doesn't work? Hear how I got larger on the way down? Right? I got larger on the way down, right? If I don't get larger on the way down, we're looking for this effect. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? You can hear that it's like kind of like creaky almost, like more creak wants to come into the process. There's like that brassiness, there's like that heaviness, there's almost like that metallic quality to it. It's very buzzy, you know? And that's cool, and so forth. And so, yeah, Amy says, what if you want a little Disney princess in your voice? I feel you, right? I'm all about that. So then you just wouldn't want to go as low, you know? Pretty much. So just because the balance of pitch and weight and resonance that give you that gossamer clear, sort of tenuously thin, you know, ethereal quality, is also a pitch relationship between resonance. It's not just weight and pitch. You get more fry if you try to maintain that low pitch at that size. Yeah, I would say that's pretty true. I mean, you can avoid it a little bit, but yeah, it definitely comes in a lot more. It makes it, you know, much creakier, usually. Yep. Now, of course, like I said, there are still examples where you can go lower and keep it clear, but it definitely encourages more creakiness when you get down there. Could we do this with other examples? Yeah, what other examples would you like? Like with my own voice or with other people's voices? Now, let me show you. When it comes to singing, this balance is also problematic. So, for example, if I want to sing lower notes, happy birthday to, or I'll go down, you cut off your low end by having higher resonance. And so you often end up in these awkward situations when you're singing in a feminine quality with our technique, where you end up having to like, your tone gets collapsed under the resonance unless you open it up a little bit when you're singing. But generally speaking, voice feminization in speech, talking, you should be able to keep that smaller size, higher resonance at that lower, heavier quality, and that will give you that sound. But I mean, I just see so many people, let me pivot back from that to add to this. Often one of the things that people will have trouble with as well is yelling in a femme voice, right? In fact, that was one of the things that I first did on YouTube that got a bunch of attention or whatever. I did a video where I was just yelling a lot, right? Or I yelled. And the reason why so many people struggle with yelling is because of a similar, well, there's two primary reasons, but one of the big reasons is what we just talked about, which is that when people's voices go higher in pitch, it can often induce them opening up and lowering their resonance more, right? And actually, when we yell, usually we go up in pitch. Unless we're angry, then maybe we drop in pitch, but usually if we're like projecting our voice or trying to get louder, we're going to go up in pitch most of the time. And so if we're feminizing and then we go up in pitch, but then our resonance cracks open, that's why people tend to struggle with yelling. There's another reason too, which is actually a more important reason, which is that yelling is like a very high pressure, very like, there's a lot of push behind it. And so if you don't have very clean resonance control, you can easily blow your vocal tract back to a larger position by just not being used to sort of battening down under that kind of environment and keeping everything locked in. But for example, I'll show you what it sounds like if I go to yell at a higher pitch, but then I accidentally get lower, and then we can hear the thing kind of blow open, right? So let's say I'm right here, right? And then I'm gonna try to project with my voice. This is how people always struggle, right? Almost everyone I listen to in voice feminization, I ask them to go yell. They either don't try to get loud because they know that when they get loud, their voice becomes less feminine. So they just delete their ability to yell, and they're like, I can't yell, so they avoid it. Or if they actually do try to yell with their feminine voice, it almost always sounds like what I just did, which is where, let's say they're starting here, and then they want to yell like that, But instead of getting like that, they'll get something like this. Let's say they're starting here and they want to yell like that, and it opens like that. And the moment it opens like that and sounds larger like that, it becomes so difficult to yell. So difficult. It's also, I would argue, it's not healthy for you to yell under that combination of features. So yeah, those are where people tend to struggle with both getting lower pitched feminine voices, also singing, because singing involves so much pitch movement and so much dynamic movement that, you know, applying that heterogeneous curve in timbre and tone across the way you want to be moving can be quite difficult for some people. So I definitely encourage those of you who feel like, you know, you've got fairly decent feminization so far, or masculinization, but you feel like you need more of that dynamic range, more of that stuff, you should be working on trying to reach slowly towards those outer extremes and focus on how that quality sounds. So yeah, so don't sleep on the relationship between pitch and resonance. The relationship between pitch and resonance is very important, and it has all sorts of secondary effects. And of course, pitch and weight are inextricably related, and also weight and resonance are inextricably related. And so naturally, pitch and resonance also share an inextricable relationship from one another. So yeah, I hope that is helpful for you. You should be thinking about your voice more as a distribution of sounds, as a zone, a range, not as a single point that you're trying to lock in and stay locked in on the whole time. And if you do that, it will likely allow you to hear issues that you don't notice already, right? So if you practice in that way where you're starting in your center point and reaching out for more extreme dynamics and extreme qualities and extreme ranges, what you'll start to find is like, oh, wow. When I go up even a little bit, I lower my resonance. That's weird. Or, oh, when I go down, I never have the same, right? You'll start to recognize these issues, and those issues often make it very difficult for people to sing, project their voice, go lower and have more sort of butch sounds or just heavier sounds in general. So I hope that's helpful for you. Okay, now I gotta put an outro on it. So yeah, that's all for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and please leave a comment if you have any questions down below. If you'd like to support the work we do on this channel, please check us out on Patreon at the link down there. If you'd like to check out my music, you can check it out at this link as well. Otherwise, I hope you have a beautiful rest of your day, and see you next time. Bye. Okay. Oh, and then maybe I need to do an intro on that video, maybe? No, I think I did an intro. All right, Scap, we got 2 videos. We got 2 YouTube videos now. Love that. Okay, so there's that. I do have a video on coughing already, but it's quite outdated. It's still a cool technique. I will definitely eventually make a video for things like coughing, sneezing, whispering, blah, blah. We talk about these in the group class, and it's always received really well, so I'd like to do that. Z, can you speak Italian? Nope. I'm confused about the relationship between loudness and vocal weight. Oh, you know what's funny? I have a YouTube video I never released because I don't think it's good enough. It's specifically on that, the difference between loudness and vocal weight. So maybe I'll release it since people are so confused about that. But I'll talk about it now, and maybe the extra things I talk about it now can be added to that video, and then it'll make an even better video. Z, how about this? Just live stream every week and make content videos from the stream. I know that's actually literally what I need to do. Unironically, then I can actually have like a pop-in channel, because I have like such an amazing opportunity here, but it's just I'm not executing it properly. You know what I mean? Let's see here. But that's the ADHD thing, right? Execution. It's hard. I can think stuff all day and come up with ideas all day long, but the execution's hard. True. Pro streamer. 2 YouTube videos made already. A very productive day. Thank you. I agree. Z merch. Okay. It's merch time. Hold on a second. Wait, it's possible to do a feminine sneeze? Yeah. I don't have any of mine on recording, but people can tell you in chat right now if they've ever taken a lesson with me and I've sneezed. I literally have maybe the most beautiful sneeze on the planet. It's not something I manually practiced. It just is that way. But yeah, my sneezes are like diamonds, you know. So yeah. Let's see here. Okay, let me go get Joey really fast. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna go and flip over to here. Joey, what up? Not much. I'm on live stream right now. Okay, there's gonna be 250 people listening to us right now. Just so you know, just so you know. Okay, let's see. So you know you're being recorded or whatever. Okay, so now I'm back stream. Hello everyone. So this is Joey. This is a great friend of mine. We kind of grew up together in many ways. Maybe not in our childhood, but definitely our teen years and our early adulthood, I'd say. Wouldn't you agree, Joey?
Definitely had a lot of cool experiences together.
Yeah,
That's for sure.
Joey and I toured the country together. We've gotten into so many shenanigans over the years. It's crazy.
Absolutely. Yep. Well, it's good to meet everybody.
Yeah. So I mentioned to them all that we might have merch ready, and their chat is just like, my money's ready. I need the merch now. Give us a link, give us a link, give us a link, give us a link. So I figured I'd call you. I told them that, you had a little bit of work more to do on it from earlier in the day. How would you say it? Can we give them the link?
I think we're good to go. Let's give them the link.
Okay. All right. So let me just double check. Let me make sure everything looks good. Okay. Now, chat, you'll notice that the colors on the page are like pinks and purples. It was originally going to be a fall release and it had darker colors, and then we turned it into a spring release that we never did. So we made bright colors, and then we brought it back to winter. So just be aware of that, okay? And then also there's another Heat from Fire hoodie that we did. Okay, here's a question, chat. This is an important one. This goes for before I post the link. So I have a Heat from Fire hoodie that's pretty cool, but it had an embroidered text on it. And I don't know about you, but I'm like a texture person. So like embroidery to me is like a no, if that makes sense. So we kind of redid the Heat from Fire hoodie this week, and instead did it with plain print. Is anyone super crazy about embroider? Because I can't do the embroider texture myself. But if there's people here who really like that, we can add it on the store really fast before we launch it live. It's not the best. It's not the best for you. See, I figured most of my audience kind of has the same like weird like neuro quirks as me. So although Alyssa says texture overall. Okay, so maybe you would want that. So yeah, we might add some things, remove things. Hey, is there a way, Joey, in the store before I launch it live, can you pop the larynx crop top higher on the page? Because right now it's the pride flag unisex hoodie, the Heat from Fire zip up, the gradient block tee. Can you put the gradient blocks at the bottom and put the larynx ones on top before we launch it live? Yeah. Okay, go do that real fast. Yeah. We're good. You like the embroidered? Okay. So question, folks. So should we enable the embroidery one just so people who want embroidery can buy it, right? It seems like they want embroidery too, so maybe we just enable the old one too and they can figure out which one they want, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, we could add at any time.
Yeah.
I will say it might take me a little longer. Like, I don't think I can just add like the embroidered one because I essentially just changed it to the one that's not.
Oh, so you'd have to duplicate it and change the thing over?
Right. So
Go
yeah,
do it. They want it. I love embroidery. I like embroidered. I want the embroidery. Higher quality could last long. Okay, yes, they want the embroidery too. Yeah,
okay, yeah,
cool. So Joey's gonna do that. Just Joey, just shoot me a text or whatever when it's done, and I'll drop the link, and we can finally drop this merch that how long have we been working on this for, Joey? Tell them the story.
Well, I mean,
I like how you laugh before you.
Like I said, it initially started as a winter release, and that was like
fall. It was fall. It was October, right? No, I guess it was winter. We had the idea in October, I think, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I know that it was definitely before I went to Scotland, so it was probably like February maybe. Mm-hmm. And then we changed it to a spring release, and then I think we were going to do a summer release. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but both of us
spring and then fall, and then we decided to hold off from fall to winter. So now
hell yeah. Yeah, it's been around. It's been a long journey, but it's all sick. Michelle Rigetti asks, ask Joey for his hog call, please. Do you know what a hog call is, Joey? It's where you snort like a pig. You try to, suey.
Oh, yeah.
Chat wants to hear your hog call. Give it to us.
All right. Let's see.
Yes, beautiful. Get it, Joey. Someone's like oink reveal. That's funny as fuck. You got a lot of fans on that one. What's up?
Hey, tell me again the larynx crop. You wanted that move.
Yeah, I think in order. I think in terms of what I think looks the coolest, I think the pride flag tee is probably number one. I think the Heat from Fire hoodie is probably number two. I think the larynx crop is probably number 3. The IPA is probably number 4. I think my least favorite on here is the Liberate unisex tea, only because after a year passing, it could have been done a little bit cooler, but that's probably my least favorite. We'll see what everyone else thinks. But I think the larynx crop and pop art could be a little higher, and the IPA ones can stay where they are because those are cool. Cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna move stuff around right now.
Wow, we just got a $10 donation on that for Joey, and the best damn hog call I've ever heard. Damn,
right.
Joe, you're bringing money into the stream now with that hog call.
I'm glad that I've got a worthy hog call.
Someone says 8 out of 10. Vocal weight was a bit light. Shaking my head. Oof.
Oh, darn.
Now you got
I'll work on it.
Yeah, you better work on it.
Yeah. I'll try out some new strats.
Someone asked, "Is she trans?"
Yeah, I put a lot of work into my voice, especially from Z. Z really taught me a lot.
Unironically, though. You know what? Hey, chat. Let me explain some story about Joey and myself. Joey is an individual that used to spend hours with me, sitting in a room, screaming into a microphone, and then working with me, listening to screams for hours, trying to just get the best sounding screams.
Absolutely.
Dude, we had some crazy sessions. You remember that one session we did on, what was it? Was it Medusa or Ifira, I think maybe. I don't know. There was one, we had such a sick session where we like wrote all the lyrics that night and they were like so good. And then we like screamed into it.
Oh, yeah. No, I actually do remember that night. I don't remember which song that was, though, that we were writing.
I thought it was, I think it was Medusa, right? Because we wrote the, those lyrics are good, actually. Where it's like waking up in the place and like no one's there, and then overhead and all that stuff or whatever. I'm pretty sure we wrote it that night.
Yeah, I think that sounds right. Yeah, honestly, I had a really cool story going for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, someone says, that's how Joey, you have a lot of merch, right? Not like 4 of each size that are going to sell out in 10 minutes. I think we'll get you covered. I think we'll have it covered, hopefully. So if we do sell out, I don't think I don't know. But if we do, I'll let you know. Joey, okay, someone asks, Joey, do you have any fun Zia stories / gross? Any funny stories about me or gross stories about me?
I probably do have several. I don't know if I want to reveal anything gross.
Yeah. Good. You can do a funny one maybe if you think of. Oh, I almost want to tell the chat the story about the liturgical prophecy that we learned from the wall in Fort. Where is it? Where are we at? We're in.
Oh, about Jesus.
Don't. It's Christmas, Joey. We can't do him like that. We can't do Jesus like that on today's day of all. I mean, sheesh. But no,
although I still proclaim his true self,
Yes.
to the
True. Maybe in the future. All right. So, voice question for Joey. Can one actually? Yeah, you can. They're wanting to ask you screaming lesson questions, Joey. They want screaming lessons. Someone's asking, can one actually project harsh vocals without fucking up their voice, or is it just about applying a fuck ton of amplification to some whispery screams? I'll tell you right now, before Joey answers, Joey screams. he screams. Yeah. He truefold screams. It's like it's loud as fuck in the room, and you can hear it like houses away. Yeah, he screams. It's crazy.
Yeah. I would say that both options are actually correct. I mean, I would say the first method is more like the false chord method, like the thing that I do, and then the other method is maybe more aligned with fry screaming. But even then, it's not really.
Someone says, "Can Joey show us?" Smiley face. You want to do a scream, Joey? I don't know. That's a lot to ask, but
Yeah, sure. Okay. I got you.
Okay.
What would you like me to scream?
How about something from Drone or something? How about what about what is it that will be turned into drone or something? I don't know. Scream whatever you want. Fuck it. How about you scream? How about you scream? Buy our merch.
Buy our merch.
Hell yeah. Okay. Banging. Oh gosh. Does anyone else?
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I wrote a metal song and put a bunch of screaming vocals to it. Probably within the last year. Maybe it was about a year ago. And I mean, honestly was kind of impressed with myself. I was like, I still got it. I mean, that's probably,
Right.
probably my first time screaming like that in years. And I mean, yeah, it sounded pretty fire.
It's like
I mean,
it's like riding a bike, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Never goes away. Never goes away. Does anyone else think of Z as the goddesses? That's sweet of you. Thank you, Alice. I appreciate that. Oh my God, put that at the end of the videos with a link to the store. Probably true. Scap, if you're watching this, cut this out of the video. It's like we're about 2 hours and 15 minutes into the stream. Grab that. Joey is stealing the show this Christmas. Joey, you need to get the fuck off my stream. You're taking over, Joey. What's going on here?
Yeah.
How can I compete?
I stream as well. No, I'm just kidding.
Someone said summon to the merge demon real quick. That's funny as hell.
I'm the world.
Good. Okay, Joey, go ahead and hit the. Let me know when that's all set up and everything like that, and I'll drop the link, and then we can. Yeah, we can have our merch store, which is Pog. Wait, did you put my Patreon on it? Oh, you got all my links on there already and stuff. Oh, sick. Okay,
yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, and I actually just switched around those products.
Okay, cool. Cool.
But I still need to add.
Still add the other one, right? Yeah.
Right.
Okay, cool. Now this is our merch store. Will continue to develop over the years. We will continue to improve things and so forth and so on. Yes, thank you for moving the order of those. I liked it a lot better that way. Thank you, Jojo. Okay.
Of course.
Should I just give them the link now and then tell the embroider people to refresh in like 10 minutes?
Yeah, that's what I would do. Yeah,
all right, folks. Here's the. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say we can add stuff at any point.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, to everybody on the stream, you know, first of all, obviously, you know, tell your friends. But second of all, if you guys have any feedback for us on what we have now or what you would like to see added, we've got a handy little contact form so that you could email. I think that goes directly to your email.
Oh, God. We should probably put that to your email, honestly.
Yeah, we can change it to the Heat.
You already know.
We've got like the Heat from Fire shop Gmail.
Okay,
so
cool.
I'll probably just actually let me just do that.
Yeah.
I guess I was just gonna surprise bombard you with messages.
Yeah, I love that. Okay, folks, here's the link. We're gonna add the embroidered tee in case you, or the embroidered hoodie in case you. I'd kill to hear Zia X Periphery. I know those guys. I'm actually friends with Bulb, so it is what it is. It's just kind of so funny that you would even mention that band, to be honest. That's why.
For real though.
For real.
Kind of like all
so
bands
funny.
that could have been associated with screaming vocals. It's funny.
Literally, I know of all bands. So let's see. Okay, here's the link, folks. Heatfromfire.com. Isn't that crazy? We also have firefromheat.com, I think, too. But heatfromfire.com is the link. There's some merch on there, a couple of different items. I can go ahead and model some of these for you all. I was eventually wanting to shoot like an actual like merch drop video where like I actually model stuff in like a studio, but you know, with like executive functioning, whatever. So hopefully that'll happen someday. But I could go put some of the merch on. I wore the Pride flag hoodie last stream, and everyone seemed really stoked about that. We asked feedback. It doesn't open. They're saying it doesn't open. Are you sure? Wait, sorry, that didn't work. Please come back later. Joey, the site just went down. It literally just worked 10 seconds ago.
Dude,
and then I literally sent the link and it literally just broke that very second.
What?
You see what I'm saying? 500 error, internal server error. Literally, it was just working a second ago. Did everyone break it? There's no way.
Oh, wait. Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe it's too many people going on it because...
No way. Okay.
For some reason, I can't even access like the administrator.
Y'all broke my merch store? What? In like 2 seconds? Okay. Well, that's funny. So many HTTP requests. Did we crash it? 500 whole errors. That's a lot. We overloaded it. 200 people at once. Everyone swamped, clicked on it. Y'all DDoSed it.
Yeah,
someone says in all caps, take our money.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a generic server error. And
yeah. It's got to be a DDoS thing, right? I'm reloading it right now. It looks like it's slowly loading, but like that is crazy, Joey. It's literally just down. Okay, well.
Honestly, I might need to even call my hosting company and ask them to. I mean, I usually don't ever like come close to like hitting my bandwidth cap, but I might.
Yeah. Well, we just did, I think.
Yeah, I would say, oh my gosh.
Yeah, so that's kind of crazy. Okay, gang, everyone click the link. I'm proud of you all for clicking it. Can you? Someone
Literally
asked.
simultaneously.
So, someone asked, can you unplug and plug the website back in? Someone said you're too popular. Better luck next time. It's half up for me. Okay. So there's like, it looks like there's some. And I think everyone's pressing F5, which is certainly not. I know I am. F5, F5, F5.
Yeah.
I'm DDoSing the site.
I mean, honestly, we're really not even gonna. Yeah, I can't even like really like diagnose the issue because I can't get into the administrator.
Someone said websites at half mast. Wait, Fire from Heat is working, but not Heat from Fire? Really? Firefromheat.com. Really? That works, but the other one doesn't? Fire from Heat's not working either for me. Did we even put Fire from Heat on the DNS redirect? I don't think we did. I don't think we put it on the domain redirect.
I don't think we did either. I think we.
Yeah, I don't think we did. So we'll have to do that. But wow, that's crazy. Okay, the store broke. That's sheesh.
Let me actually try.
Okay. Sheesh. You know, one of the things that I was so nervous about doing merch originally because I was like, what if no one buys it? Like, what if I just make merch and it's just no one buys it? So I was like really nervous about that, but this is making me feel like that's not going to be the case. Is there worldwide shipping, Joey?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's worldwide shipping. Can you all hear that?
Honestly,
that piano?
It sounds like you were right, though. It sounds like nobody's gonna buy it because they're not gonna be able to access it.
Yeah, no one's gonna buy the merch just because too many people are trying to buy it. Site looks pretty sweet. Glitched out in 1998 website though. Sorry to everyone. Oh yes, you can hear the piano. Okay, she lied to us. There's no merch. Is she live? Yes, I'm live. Indeed. Looks like the server needs more RAM. Joey, can you download some more RAM for us real quick?
Yeah. For
Download
real. I mean,
that stick.
Yeah,
Maybe model while we wait. Yeah, I'll go model while we wait. I'm wearing this cute dress though, so I'll have to put stuff on top of it. But I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get Heat from Foya merchandise. And I shall be right back. 1 second. And you can talk to the stream if you want, Joey. I set the phone next to the microphone so they can hear you or whatever. Be right back, everyone.
Yeah, what's up, stream? Sorry, I can't read your guys' comments, so I should probably just join the stream myself, but unfortunately, I'm trying to diagnose this issue. Really, I think I'm probably going to have to call my hosting company, because I have several other websites that all seem to be down, so I think it's a bandwidth issue. That's pretty strange. Let me take a little look-see here with my hosting. Yeah, I will continue to try and think of some funny Z stories to share. We kind of like concentrated on, making some changes, and then now trying to fix this. So,
Okay, I've got 2 so far. I need to go get the Heat from Fire hoodie. Now, it's the old hoodie, so it's got the embroidered design. The new design looks a little bit more like a band tee, or it looks like a little bit more like edgy. The old design looks a little bit more like a family picnic.
yeah, interesting. I'm like on my server's control panel, which also loaded really, really slow. My usage is being maxed out. My processes usage, which I don't even really know why that would be interesting. Yeah, I may have to hop off here and call my hosting company, to be honest with you.
Alright, so here is the old hoodie, the embroidered hoodie. Okay, so just so you know, just a word for everyone. The merch is like actually like good quality. Like I know like some influencers, quote unquote, I don't want to call myself that, but some influencers will like drop merch and it's like shitty quality, like just literally bad clothes or whatever that like break easily. Joey and I made sure to get like actually like good merch. So The quality
Yeah,
is
so-
quite, yeah, the quality is like really nice. This shit here, this is my favorite. Unironically, this is the perfect like heat from fire hoodie. Now the embroidery we're getting rid of, we have a different design, but we're gonna add it to the store in case you want to buy it. But just the way the fit works on this looks so good. So I'll just put this on really quick. It's like super tight, right? So like I always feel like my biggest issue with like zip up hoodies when I was like wearing them a lot is I always felt like they were too big and like bulky, like they like added too much size. And so this like is a zip up and it's tight. Like look at how the sleeves fit, right? And like the hood is like thin as well. So it just I feel like it's like a very feminine looking hoodie or whatever. Yeah, so I think it's is the text backwards or camera flipped? I guess my camera is flipped, but yeah, I think it's very feminizing in terms of like, it's very like form flattering, you know, it's good for like, if you're boy moding, I think it'll be good. If you are, oh, prizes from last year must have gotten lost in the mail. Were you one of them? I actually have something to mention about that. I still have all those. I sent them to one person, but I just never sent out the rest. You can still get those. So I was actually going to email everyone from last year. Not scammed. I still have literally everything. I just need to send it out. So I need everyone's addresses. If there's an updated address, I'm probably going to email about that from the giveaway account winner thing or whatever. The people who won lessons and classes, they got those redeemed and stuff. And then I think one person got one of the scents, but I'm like, remember how I told you in the beginning of the call that when there are like things that have a lot of steps in them, it's very hard for me to finish them. Going to the post office and mailing something is one of those. So like I tried to mail it like for forever, but no. All those things like are still going to get sent to you. So just be on the lookout for me to send you a message and make sure that your address is still the same, because I want to get rid of those. I was thinking about that literally all day today. But yeah, so here's this hoodie. It's pretty dope. I like it. Ooh, I think the new design on it's a little more modern.
Hey, G,
What's up?
Real quick, what do you want to do on the embroidery hoodie? Do you want to do that same logo that we made just recently?
No, just do the old one. Give them the option.
Okay.
Yeah, fuck it.
Well, actually, didn't we have?
Oh, we had a different one, right?
Well, I sent you like a few options for the embroider. Let me look.
Immaculate fit. I know this hoodie's sick. I didn't put this hoodie on for like 6 months because I'm not a big fan of embroidered texture. And then I like wore it last week and I was like, this hoodie's fucking awesome. Like I actually like it a lot. So now I've just been wearing the hoodie a lot lately and it's cool. I was in the weed store the other day and there was a trans person in there and I could like tell they were trans or whatever. Their voice was pretty solid. I could tell they were like working on it with the cashier. And I so badly wanted to be like, I see you, but I didn't want to like be like, hey, I clock you. You know what I mean? So this hoodie is just like, ooh, I just wanted to like, I was wearing this hoodie and I like tried to like show it or whatever, but I don't think like the text was clear enough for her to see it. So, like, can't find the dress on the site. That's funny. This dress is from a goth store in LA in Hollywood. There's this old goth store that's been around since the 40s, or not the 40s. Sorry, for like 40 years. They've been around since the 80s, and they have like a lot of really cool shit in there. So sometimes I go in there and I get like different goth shit. So that's where I got that. So yeah, here's this hoodie. What you'll notice is that the design on the website isn't this. Like here's just a basic cursive embroider. The design on the other one, so this one will be available in case you want the embroidered thing. But then the other design is a little bit more modern. It's a little cleaner. It kind of looks a little bit more like a band hoodie or like a band t-shirt. Do you plan to ship to other countries? We can, right, Joey? That's taken care of, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, other countries are good. And then I'll show you another one. I'm going to wear that hoodie with Savannah Brown's. Oh, that's so good. Okay, so there's the hoodie. Love it. It's really warm, actually. It's really thin, but surprisingly a lot warmer than I expected. So that's good. And then I wore this one last year.
The website is back up.
It's good. Website's back up. Site's working. People say order confirmed. Let's go. This one's really cool. I wore this on stream last time. I'll wear it again really fast for everyone. So like this is super, super comfy. Perfect winter hoodie. And it looks super cute once I finish it and get the sleeves out. And we were originally talking last stream, we asked if people wanted the white pocket or not, and it looked like the decision was the white pocket stays, so we left it. If there's anyone who wants the hoodie with a pocket that's not white, just let us know, and we can, we can include something like that for people who are interested. But
hey, I'm gonna text you a link, Z, to the embroidered design that I sent you last time. Just let me know if this is the one that you would want to go with. Otherwise, we could do the.
Cool. Let me take a look.
We could do the design that's on the one that's there currently.
I think you can do the one that we have currently, and then we can do that one in the future.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, we can do a mixture of that in the future. Just because I just showed the one that I was wearing on stream or whatever. Yeah, someone said bubblegum colors, Alvin Fly. These are trans colors. But yes, bubblegum colors too.
Somebody said what?
The hoodie was bubblegum colors. That looks really cool. I agree.
Oh, yeah.
It is really cool.
Honestly, I love bubblegum.
Me too. I'm in Texas and getting the hoodie. Heat stroke is no match for dysphoria. Thank you. We really appreciate it. It's awesome. I can't believe people are actually going to buy my merch. That's so sick. I was like thinking about this for so long. I didn't know like if it would even be.
Z, do you remember changing that tire?
Oh my god. Smell like burnt mare. We can leave that one off the stream. That's not for the stream. But yes, I do. Yeah, check this out. One time, Joey, do you want to tell the story?
Do what?
Do you want to tell the story of breakdown in Texas?
Oh yeah. We were driving, I think, to a show like from one city to another in Texas. A huge state, very very hot state. It was like 110 degrees or something crazy, and a tire on the van we were driving popped. So we were on the side of the road, and of course, like all 5 of us were pretty unskilled with changing a tire, so it seemingly took forever. But I think Z and I...
We had no water.
Yeah, we had no water, and I think we remarked like at least like 5 times about how like blistering hot it was.
Yeah.
I think we even had like a...
It was at least 105. It was at least 105 degrees out.
Didn't we have like a little meme about that? I don't...
About
I
what?
think we did. About the heat.
Yeah, we did. Well, it's hotter than a burnt... That's the meme. We can't say that on stream though. Dude, I feel like all of our funny inside jokes that we can't say on stream.
I know, right?
It's so stupid. But yeah, no, we got fucking roasted on the side of Texan Interstate, just melting on tour. It was so bad. Oh my god, it was so brutal. Tour is so brutal. I hate touring.
Yeah.
I'd probably love touring if I had a big old tour bus.
Yeah, I know, right? If it was like comfortable.
Yeah, nah.
But
we were road dogs, you know what I'm saying? Someone wants to know, hey, I'm out everywhere, but just asking for folks who aren't, is the packaging discreet? The packaging will come from Heat from Fire shop. So, it should be discreet, yeah. Yeah,
it'll be mostly discreet. I mean,
what is
maybe in somebody could identify it's apparel.
Oh, okay, yeah, right. It'll it'll be obvious that it's apparel, but it won't be like a trans thing, right? That was actually something I tried to do. That was actually something we tried to do with the merch store in general. Wait, now the merch store is like broken for me. It's like busted. It's weird. It's like half loaded. Sorry if it's like the design isn't like loading properly. Anyways, I think it's functional now. But one of the things that we were really sensitive about, or at least I was really sensitive about in leading the design of these things, is I did not want them to be like noticeably like out yourself. You know what I mean? So like even the Heat from Fire hoodie is really low key. Like the embroidered one and the other one. Order in. Thank you so much. So like, I mean, I think this is the most explicitly like trans type like expression, but even this is like, you could wear this and nobody would know like, oh, that's like a trans thing. You know what I mean? It just looks like a pastel hoodie or whatever. So that was something we tried to do with all of it. And I think that'll probably be something I do for all of our future merch releases, is like, I want stuff that's like, I want stuff that like trans people can get and understand and be like, okay, I see you. But then like cis people in the world can't get, you know what I mean? I kind of want it to be like the subtlety thing where it's like, you can like signal to other people who are in the know, but not. So yeah, here's this hoodie. And then I've got another one here. I've got to find the Larynx crop top. The crop top is like my favorite, but I'd have to take this dress off to model it. But it's like so sick. I love it. This is so hot. I'm like dying. Holy shit. Still want a logo on the pocket? Ooh, yeah, someone said that they want that on the pocket. That's a cool idea. Okay. This one's cool. I don't know if people will get it when they first see it, or not get it as in like buy it, but I don't know if you'll understand it when you see it. It's maybe a little inside joke about the channel. Do you have a logo? Not really. I should get a new logo. I mean, I kind of have one that's like a placeholder, but like, I don't know. If anyone wants to make me a logo, feel free. Okay. So then there's this one. It's got all the textures from Transvoicelessons background in the videos, thumbnails and stuff like that. And then it says liberate. So once again, it's kind of subtle. So it's like no one will actually know like what the hell you're liberate, what, what's it about. But it's, Transvoicelessons like slogan is like liberate all trans voices. So, or just liberate all voices in general. But so I think that's a cool one. So that'll be, yeah, it looks like a cool indie band shirt. Yeah, that's kind of what we wanted to do, is like make stuff that actually like looks cool and like, but obviously it's like representing something. And then the Larynx crop hoodie, or the Larynx crop top, I'll try to find here in a second, but it's so sick. It's like the Andy Warhol type pop art quadrant thing, but then like with the Larynx, and the height of the crop is like perfect. It looks so good. It looks so feminine. Where can we send you logos? You can send them to me at transvoicelessons@gmail.com. What's a Larynx? A Larynx is our like voice. Well, it's like this thing down here. It's a chamber, a cartilaginous chamber that you can basically say is your voice box, quote unquote. I don't like that word, but that's what it is in that sense. Okay, well, sick. Yep. And okay, now it looks like the site's like normally loading. But yeah, that embroidered one will be on there at some point here in a bit, in case anybody wants that one. IPAT? Yeah, the IPAT is literally the IPA table on a shirt. It looks sick as fuck. I learned that you're actually allowed to do that because IPA is CC by share alike. So as long as I put the copyright 2015 IPA on there, I can sell it to you as a shirt. Hell yeah. So funny. Where's the trans voice undies? People want underwear. How do we miss that demographic?
Oh yeah, we can actually do that. We can actually.
That's cute. Yeah, we'll definitely add more to the store. Like that's the thing. Like I said, like I wasn't even sure how this was gonna do. I wasn't even sure if anyone's gonna buy any stuff. So like the fact that you all are like so like supportive and positive about it, it definitely opens up a lot of opportunities to listen to like what everybody would like what would be really cool. Like I said, all these clothes are like actually nice quality. Like these t-shirts are not just like flimsy ass like gonna break. Maybe the t-shirts are like a little like mid quality, but this hoodie is like super nice. Honestly, it's one of the nicer like zip up hoodies that I've actually had, which is cool because it's like mine or whatever.
Anybody has a request for like a higher quality shirt, or if you have like like a sensitivity to like certain like fabrics or something, and maybe just are like a trigger or something, let us know, because we could add different types of t-shirts as well, like some higher quality. We could do ones that are cheaper even. So I mean, it also just depends on what you guys want to pay. I mean, obviously if we do higher quality stuff, we'll have to charge a little bit more, but I mean, it might be worth it to do that, to be honest.
Someone says, not letting me get to checkout, sad face.
I would keep trying. It certainly will. We've gotten several. We got 11 orders already. So
okay, yeah, someone asked how many orders. So we got 11 orders so far. That's awesome. Thank you all so much. Seriously. Really means a lot.
Really awesome.
Someone says something with heat from fire might be a good low-key thing to use too. Oh, we've got that. Yeah, we've got that on a hoodie. We could probably put on a shirt too. Someone actually asked for a heat from fire shirt, but that was last night. I was gonna mention it, but I don't. It is what it is. So, just got here. Forgot about the stream because I forgot it's Christmas. I miss ruining those fake silver. Let's see. Someone asked. Yep, I made a design for Folks Nova. Oh, that's funny, Amy. Sorry, but the IPA panties stay on. God damn it. Oh, that's funny. TVL gaff. That's funny as hell, Clover. Oh my god. Okay. Does controlling resonance feel different in your throat? Kind of having a tough time identifying how to actually control it. Fault line. Yes, it does actually feel different in your throat. However, when you go to learn how to control it, you shouldn't be thinking about trying to feel something in your throat to control it. You should be thinking about the sound quality, and you should be working your voice incrementally and reactively towards that sound quality. For you to gain the control that you want over it, it's not so much about feeling it and knowing what muscles you're supposed to move as much as it is about hearing it and knowing what target you're after so you can incrementally adjust to arrive at that target. So I hope that helps you, Faultline. I would not put so much focus on like that. I mean, it's okay to feel stuff. Yeah, it's fine. But, you know, the way that we ultimately learn motor coordination for voice is through hearing the thing and experimenting with the sounds. You like the pastel hoodie? Love that. I'm glad you like it. Heat from Fire bracelet. Oh, that'd be cool. Someone said they'd get a Heat from Fire shirt, bracelet. That'd be sick. Thank you for making me who I am today, Izzy. I couldn't have made it without you. Izzy, I'm so proud of you, and I'm so happy to be able to help you in such the way that we have. It really means a lot. Clover, hearts in chat for Clover. Is it possible to be weak in particular parts of your voice, like weak in articulation or projection? Absolutely. Totally. Any advice for reducing snoring or even feminizing it? Girl, I don't think I've ever heard a single human on this planet who sounds feminine when they snore. You know what I mean? Like, snoring is like a ubiquitously demonic sound. No, I'm joking. But it, you know, yeah, any advice for reducing snoring? That'd be like talk to your doctor about sleep apnea. I found a great website. Earrings. Oh my god, I need Heat from Fire earrings. That's actually a really cool idea. I didn't even think about that. How do you get louder in a fem voice? We actually talked about that earlier. Reducing snoring equals CPAP. Facts. Shh. Is it possible to not be able to feminize your voice? Like, I've been practicing for a year and I haven't felt like I've improved at all. Yeah. Well, okay, let me say this differently. I have to say yes to that question just because probability says, of course, there's one human on the planet that couldn't feminize their voice. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, there's always at least one, but is that you? Probably not. Like, struggling for a year is really not like that, like, significant. I know it's a very significant thing for you, and you're obviously going through it, and like it's a struggling process. But like, you know, I've met people who have tried to feminize their voice for you know, years upon years. I've met people who seem like they would never be able to feminize their voice, and then they're able to feminize their voice. There's just a lot of things. It's just yeah, most of the time if people are struggling, it's more about the way that they interact with their voice than like a particular like technique issue or problem like that. So oh yeah, what was everyone thinks they're an exception. Thank you a lot. I finally accepted myself for who I am a few months ago. Knowing that you exist in my upcoming journey is really reassuring. Well, I'm really glad that I can give you some support through this asymmetric medium, and I appreciate all the support that everyone has given out today. It seriously means a lot. My natural voice seems to fluctuate between 150 to 250 hertz. My goal is to get a femme voice. I would like to be able to sing the male and female parts in a song. I think you can definitely crush your goal. 150 to 250 is actually fairly high for an initial starting point, so I think that's working in your favor, which is really cool. And good. 10 years here? Yeah, so you've been working on feminizing your voice for 10 years, right? So if someone's like, I've been working for a year, you know, and it's hard, that doesn't necessarily... Perfect. Thank you, Julia. I'm so glad to hear that you got that order through. But, you know, like, struggling... Here's the thing. This comes back to literally what I was talking about earlier when I went into YouTube mode and made a video on the call. People often think that if they've had trouble doing something with voice for X amount of time, that is like a problem that needs, like, I mean, it's obviously a problem because the goal is to change the thing, right? And so if you struggle there, then that's a problem for you. But a lot of times people, like, when they're struggling to make progress, it's almost like they think that they're like, there's like something wrong with their technique, or there's something that they're doing with their voice. It just needs to be different to open the thing. I tend to find that most actual plateaus and barriers in learning this process come a lot more from the individual's lifestyle, come a lot more from the individual's mentality about the process, and not only that, but most importantly, about the way the individual is interacting with their voice. Like, you know, if they're being reactive enough, if they're being spontaneous enough. There's just a lot of things like that, which tend to be where I actually see people's barriers get formed, as opposed to like someone just doesn't know how to do the right thing with their throat. You know what I mean? Where am I heading? I've always had next to no articulation. Any good ways to work on that? Well, I would say that it's impossible for you to have no articulation, because articulation is articulation. You can have perhaps muddier or more unclear articulation, but it's still a form of articulation. So it just depends on what form you're talking about there. What's a good way to find the hertz of your voice? You can just use a pitch tracker, like this one here. But don't over rely on pitch trackers when you practice. We should be using our ears the most. You would be good with bangs again too, but you're looking amazing. I think I look like shit with bangs these days. So, I don't know. I don't have bangs cut right now, but I don't think I'm a bang person anymore. I think I was when I had my brow bone, but I don't think I look good with bangs. I don't think it's the look. I think the look is to part the hair on my forehead. Putting all those shirts on made my hair get crazy. Y'all ruined my hair trying on stuff. Let's see. I struggled for about a decade feminizing my voice, but had quite a few breakthroughs this year, and I even had my ex think she misdialed her sister. Ooh, Joey, you're still on the call, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, check this out. I've told this story on... Okay, for people who are not new to the channel, you've heard me tell this story. Has anyone heard me tell the story where I talk about, you know, my first attempt trying to feminize my voice? Well, first off, just so you all know, Joey was the first person I came out to as trans.
That's right, yeah.
That's right.
I do remember.
First person I came out to. And when I came out to you, I was literally bawling and crying, and it seemed like I was dying, I think. You remember you were like, why are you crying? It's okay. I'm like, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, it's okay. Yeah. But then Joey was also the first person I ever tried to use my feminine voice with. Do you remember that one time we were at your house? I was petting your cat. We were at the table. I was sitting next to you. I think Brooke was like downstairs doing something or whatever. And then like, you were like, come on, use your voice with me. Show me it. You've been working on it, right? Remember you were like, use it.
Yeah, you were hesitant to
so
show
hesitant.
it.
Yeah. And then I finally showed it, and literally I got like 4 words out, and I was like, oh my God, it's so bad. I like freaked the fuck out. And you're like, it's okay. Like, what do you remember that? That was crazy. So
Yeah. No, I mean, honestly, it's really cool too to see, to have like, I guess, witnessed the journey from then to where you are now. You know, I mean, that's come a long way.
Facts on that, my friend. No, it's someone says, I think you dropped this, Joey, and they're giving you a crown. They say you're a king. W.
Oh,
Joey's the homie. Aw. Thank you, Love
thank
Infamy. Thank you so much for that order. We really appreciate it.
Also, status update. I have the embroidered hoodie on the site. So
Embroidered's added now in case anyone wants the embroidered instead of the like edgy banty looking one instead. What about a Transvoicelessons goblet or chalice so I can be this drunk next year in style? Love that. Let's see here. Z iceberg hours. Yeah. Is Joey trans too? No. Well, I don't know. Joey?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I feel pretty okay.
Yeah. No, it's really crazy. Yeah, definitely crazy though. You're the first person I told. And I remember after I told everyone else in the band, I remember the first time I came to band practice, like in Fem or whatever, you know, that was crazy. It was so nerve wracking. It was like so crushing. Like so, oof. See, we all start somewhere, folks.
Absolutely.
I still see. Jake, that's a tough one. Sounds to me, well, I would have to ask a couple things. First off, I'd have to ask about your environment. I'd have to ask about allergies. I'd have to ask about like if you have any like acid reflux. Then I would have to ask, are you being well hydrated? Those would be my first points of order. There are definitely times where you can get sick and then your voice is weird for a while. I got sick last October and lost my voice really bad. Not this October, last in 2021. And I lost my voice for a while. It was really bad. And I honestly don't feel like I even got I don't feel like I got my full vocal capabilities back until like literally like a month or 2 ago. You know, I don't know what was up with it, but it just felt like I was doing what I should have been doing, but just getting the wrong the wrong results, you know, and it was really frustrating. That story made you cry? Oh. I'm really sorry to hear that, Muse, though. That's really, really traumatizing, and I hope I hope that you can separate those two things from each other. I know that trauma will make that very difficult. I'm sorry that happened to you. How do I get all the dust in my room to go away forever so you don't? Get an air filter. Get an air purifier. What are you doing? I hate that there are you. Okay, hold on a second. Agares, I have to comment on this. Agari says, I hate that there are guy YouTubers who got lucky with their voice and they say, it took me a month to learn. It's not that hard. Just keep practicing. How many trans femme must have given up on it after 3 months? That's not luck. It's important that we make that clear. That's not luck. Here's the thing. A lot of those guys, I can't speak for all of them. A lot of them, though, they grind that skill. They actually practice it diligently. And they can practice it in a way where they're not afraid of failing over and over, because them failing has no statement at all to do with their identity or their validity, right? So I've said this multiple times publicly. Cis people tend to be able to modify the gender expression of their voice faster and easier than trans people, because a lot of this process has to do with the psychology around our voice. So like if I'm a YouTube guy, I don't give a shit if I sound like a clown trying to practice my femme voice. And because of that, it allows me to fail in the way that I need to fail in order to ultimately create success, right? Whereas like a lot of trans femme people are so worried that, you know, the wrong sound's going to come out, or they're going to sound silly, or it's not going to work. Like, yeah, and that's called getting better. That's called part of the process, right? Like I don't sit down at a piano and like play like crazy stuff the first time I touch the instrument. I sit down and I plunk away, and it sounds clumsy, it sounds bad. And a lot of cis people are allowed, or they're able to get past that clunky process much faster because they're able to just grind it. They don't give a shit. It's a gimmick to them. It's a thing they don't even care about, you know? And another thing too that really bothers me about these YouTubers, not about them, but about the reception and perception of them. So many people are like, oh my God, this guy has such an incredible voice. And I go and I listen to it and I'm like, that's like a mid-tier voice feminization. The bar that you all are giving these like cis male YouTubers with their voices is so much lower than the bar that you give to each other. It makes no sense to me whatsoever. Literally, there's like these cis guys that to me sound like androgynous and are like clocky, and they go on like, you know, VR chat and like pass or stealth or whatever, right? And like all these trans femmes like, oh my God, he has like the best voice ever. And I go and listen to it. I'm like, girl, what are you talking about? If you sounded like that, you'd still be dysphoric. You know what I mean? Like it's a completely asymmetric game that is being applied there on these like voice YouTuber guys, right? That makes it look like they just, oh, they're so lucky. It's not luck, you know, they grind, they practice. There's a lot of those guys who've been around all day practicing it. The moment they go, ooh, I want to learn how to do a girl voice, they literally sit around and grind it all fucking day, you know? And then it's like I work with like trans feminine students and I'm like, so how's your practice been? And they're like, well, I practiced a little bit earlier this week. Like it's kind of hard for me to practice. Like, and I understand it's an emotionally exhaustive and it can be a very vulnerable process. But like, that's why people struggle with it. You have to practice to get better. And if you struggle to practice, then the rate in which you can improve at is going to be obviously slower than someone who has no problem whatsoever, practicing all day, failing all day long, sounding absurd, and then they get to move on and they get to find, because like I said earlier on the call, your body figures out motor control on its own as you feed intention into it to create the effect. So if these guys are sitting around thinking, oh, it's gonna be awesome if I can sound like a girl, I'm gonna be able to make this YouTube channel, I'm gonna be able to do all this stuff, they've got that intention so strong, they're literally just gonna grind it until they sound like a girl. You know, that's like how it works. So, and then it's like, but in like the trans femme world, because the stakes are so high for everyone thinks they need to do exactly the right thing in the exact right order in the exact right way to get the effect they want, when in reality, you all just need to sit there and play with your voice and make different sounds and experiment and listen to what's happening and adjust it based on what you hear, working closer towards your goals, you know? So there you go. Yeah, and that's another thing too, Chariot. Let me add to this as well. It's also really frustrating for me because exactly what you said, those voices are closer to voice acting as well. It's different. So for example, like if you ask those voice trollers to literally live in their life with that voice, they probably wouldn't be able to right away, right? And that's the other thing, like trans femmes right, maybe don't realize is it's like they're playing a character. They're doing acting. They're doing a thing, right? It's not like they live out there with that voice all the time. So why would we be envious of a guy YouTuber who can do that? Because for us, the process doesn't end with being able to sound feminine. The process ends with us being able to sound feminine and then integrating it and applying it on a day-to-day basis and ultimately normalizing it. The normalization is the hard part, not the technique to sound feminine generally. I mean, it depends. Some normalization's easier, whatever. It's different for everyone, but you know what I mean? So I get so frustrated when I hear people like look up to these like cis guy YouTubers like, damn, he's a guy and he can sound like a girl and I'm a girl and I can't. Like, you shouldn't beat yourself up about that shit, you know? Totally different conditions, totally different game they're playing, totally different thing, and all you're doing is making it harder for yourself if you beat yourself up over being like, oh, I should be here with my voice and he's there with his voice and I'm a girl and he's not and I can't even do it, right? That's a horrible mental frame to play in and a horrible mental frame to practice in. Maybe I'll make that a YouTube video. Scap. Ranting about guy voice trollers or whatever. Speaking of which, I'll go on one more rant. I ranted about this on Twitter, okay? Here's what's really frustrating. Somehow, this is slightly disconnected, right? But, so it's no mystery or it's no secret that I'm not very good at masculine sounds anymore. I can do them sometimes, especially if you catch me in the morning. I can get some coming out. I think like, like right now, because I'm warmed up, that's like about as low as I can go. But I swear I can usually get a lot more masculine than that in the mornings or if I haven't been talking for 3 hours, right? So, but it's still hard for me to do masculine sounds. You know something that bothers me so much? It bothers me so much that people somehow are more impressed with someone being able to do a masculine voice and then show you a feminine voice and then show you a masculine voice and then show you a feminine voice. People are so impressed by that when in reality, I don't think it's that crazy, because if you can do a femme voice and you start with a masculine voice, almost everyone can do both. What I think is more impressive is, have you literally normalized your voice to such a degree that it's actually hard to do the old one? To me, that's more impressive, but the internet, the world, I don't know. I guess they don't value behavioral normalization as impressive or whatever. Doesn't make any fucking sense to me, honestly. Yeah. See, someone said, that sounds like a cis woman doing a fairly reasonable mask voice. Exactly. To me, that is more impressive than like, here's my girl. Oh, and then here's my guy. You know what I mean? That's just like, there's nothing there. That's just technique. There's no behavior. There's no time. There's no nuance to it. So that always frustrates me. Like, I've seen like some people on streams are almost like sad that I can't do a masculine voice. Like, well, sorry, I achieved my goals. You know what I mean? Like, fuck. I was like, it's crazy. It like undermines like what I've done because I can't do a masculine voice now, when in reality it should be the opposite. You know what I'm saying? It's so strange to me. So strange. It's because people just want you to be a spectacle and a gimmick. Like, ooh, look at this crazy thing I can do, you know? Okay, there we go. There's my rant. And Alvin Fly says, by the way, Alvin Fly is one of those like cis guy like voice trollers. A great supporter. I love Alvin Fly. We've had great interactions with voice and stuff. But Alvin Fly is one of those like cis, guy. I don't know if you're cis, but you're guyish or whatever. That's what you identify as, I think, right? But like you're a voice troller type, right? So, and you can even attest to that, like you said. I think the reason why people are trying to learn on that is because, so definitely read what Alvin's typing, because like Alvin's coming from the opposite perspective, where most people here are like trans people who are trying to change their voice for gender affirming like alignment and gender affirming vocalization. Alvin's going the opposite direction, and Alvin can testify as well that it's like kind of easier to like get into it as like a hobby, as opposed to like, obviously, as they've witnessed across the server and stuff, like how trans people put so much weight into it. Yep. I'm glad someone said that though, because that always bothers me. It's like, you would not believe how many trans people I like I meet with, and they just like, they're like so envious of like these cis guy YouTubers. And it's like, first off, entirely different game they're playing, entirely different function, entirely different process, different context. Like, it's just so different, you know? Yeah, exactly, Amy. What's up? Yeah, what's up?
Sorry.
No, you're good.
I just been actually listening. It's been pretty nice, but I actually have to call someone back.
Yeah.
So I think I'm gonna hop off here. I think
great.
the store should be good to go.
Okay, perfect.
I've done all the updates. I've added the embroidered.
Cool.
If anything else comes up, or if you.
Oh, my dad's calling. I'm gonna answer. I'm gonna answer the phone. Dad's calling. Yeah, I heard what you said. Hit me up if you need anything. Okay, we'll chat soon. Bye.
Okay, much love.
Yeah. Hey, Dad, what's up? You're on a live stream right now. There's like 250 people listening.
And I just want to tell them all I love them and hope they had a wonderful Christmas.
Aw, I love you, Dad.
I love you too, baby.
Aw.
I didn't know how I should call you. I put the video on.
Oh, you want a
now.
FaceTime video? Okay, sure. Can you see me?
Hi, honey.
Hi, Dad. Yeah, everyone, here's my dad.
Love you, baby.
I love you too, Dad. Here's
Hi,
my...
kids. I love you all.
Yeah. Aw. Yeah,
Hope Santa brought you everything you want.
yeah, Dad usually comes into the streams and gives love and gives everyone a home who, if your parents were mean to you about being trans, my dad says he's your honorary dad. So,
I'm proud to be your fathers.
Dad, you're looking a lot like Santa Claus right now.
Ho, ho, ho.
You're looking a lot like Santa Claus right now.
It's coming along. Next year it might be more white, and it'll be ho, 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 and all over the place.
They say, I'm going to cry, he sounds so sweet. I would say that my dad is very sweet. He's one of the sweetest people
I
I've ever
gotta
met.
get me some round gold glasses,
Yeah.
and then it'll be Santa for sure.
Yes. Did you get everything you wanted for Christmas, Dad?
Yeah, I didn't want anything, so I got more than I wanted. I just want peace and love and happiness for all in the world. That's all I really care for.
Yeah, I
Me
feel
and
that.
Noah, there's Noah. Say hi, Noah.
Hi,
It's all
Noah. There, it's a dog. It's my dad's dog. See that little cute...
peaceful. Come here, buddy.
Oh,
Good job.
Noah.
Here's a good boy. Noah got a couple toys he played with.
Oh,
He
Noah.
got toys for Christmas. Didn't you? Come here. Come see Daddy. Come here, the baby. There's my baby boy.
Aw.
He's the best boy in the world right there.
Aw.
Say hello, the boysies and girlsies.
Hi, Noah.
There's your sister.
Mm-hmm.
He's a
Oh,
good
Noah
boy.
looks so happy.
Oh, he's always a happy little fella.
Yeah,
He's such a good soul.
I
He's
agree.
an old soul.
So are
but
you,
he's a
Dad.
good boy. Huh?
I said, so are you, Dad.
I'm still a baby.
I mean, you have an old soul, Dad.
Yeah, I do have that.
Yeah.
It's about an antiquer.
An antiquer.
It's a
Yeah.
classic.
So this is the guy. This is
He
the
always
guy.
puts his head on my lap. He
This is
loves
the guy that
that.
created me. Isn't that crazy? The dude you're hearing created me. Isn't that wild?
Yeah. I don't know how I
Oh,
got so lucky.
hey, Mark's
to
in
have
chat.
you.
Hey, Mark's in chat, Dad.
Huh?
Mark's in chat.
Heart attack.
No, Mark is in chat. I just saw Mark posted.
Yeah, Mark, he just called me a minute ago. I talked to him and Jen.
I love that. Hey, Mark. Merry Christmas. I hope you're doing well. Also, Merry Christmas to you as well, Dad. I think I said that last night or this morning, but I'll say it
Tell
again.
Jen Christmas too.
Chat, hey, everyone wants to hear, everybody in the chat wants to hear your best hog call, like your pig noise. Can you give us a pig snort or a suey? Okay, good. That was pretty sweet, Dad.
Actually, my pig used to go, ee, 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 ee. I used to pick up my little pot-bellied pig. Remember, you wanted a gorilla, and I got you a
Yeah,
pot-bellied pig?
yeah. I named it Wilbur. Or Wheelbarrow.
Named
Wheel,
it Wheelbarrow.
wheelbarrow.
Wilbur.
Yeah.
And whenever I'd go to pick him up, he'd go, ah, 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 ah. Right? So every time I go pick him up, I'd say to him, Dada, 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 Dada. And that little rascal Wheelbarrow, he always, whenever I'd go pick him up, he'd always yell, Dada, 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 Dada. And I'd tell people, listen, he'll say Dada when I pick him up. And you put that impression into their brain, and they hear him going, ah, 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 ah. They always thought he said Dada.
Oh my God, Dad. That's so funny.
He was a cool pig until he got 500 pounds and busted out of the garage.
Oof.
Never did-
Yeah, that's me. What I literally just tuned in,
I'm
and
having
what
a
a treat.
beer, honey. I ain't had a Budweiser for
You're
years.
drinking some alcohol.
Well, I had 3 last
I'm
night.
sober right now. I'm
Yeah,
sober.
I'm in a sober state. Sober.
Hey, chat.
county.
Am I allowed to smoke on YouTube? Is that something I'm allowed to do? Can I hit my vape on YouTube?
Well, as long as you think it's a cigarette, and you only got to tell them what you're smoking.
I mean, I live in California, right? I can smoke whatever I want.
Well, yeah.
No,
it's
you
legal
can't
there.
smoke on YouTube.
I've done it before, and that was illegal where I was at.
Yeah, yeah.
It made it more fun, I guess.
Interesting. This is like the most wholesome thing I've ever seen. Yeah, I mean, my dad and I have a super, super close relationship. Like, I feel like my dad's pretty much, I'm probably closest to you than anyone else in the world, Dad, I'd say.
Well, I hope so.
Yeah.
I put life into you.
That's true. Well, it's just funny, Dad. It's just funny because a lot of like transphobes and bigots will come to my channel and be like, "Wow, this is so sad to see you do this to yourself." They mean like me changing my voice. They're like, "This is so sad to see you do this to yourself. It's all because your father doesn't love you. What a bad thing." It's like it's so funny that people try to say that to me because I know. It's just so funny that like transphobes will try to play that card on me because I literally have like the closest relationship with my father. It's like
funny is you're happier than they'll ever be.
yeah, I know. You got that right. That's true. Yeah.
And you have more love than they'll ever have.
Yeah,
See, a lot of people don't know unconditional love.
Yeah, my dad has taught me unconditional love. And I'll tell you this too. My dad took me to my very first HRT appointment and he took me to my very first laser hair removal appointment.
I'd be living next door to you if you needed me to.
I know, yeah. My dad always wants to like be like my caretaker because as you all know, I have trouble doing like basic tasks like emailing or like yeah. Yeah, like I have trouble doing like you know, Dad, right? Like I'm not like other people in that sense where it's like hard for me to do like basic like things,
well,
you know?
I've been mom and dad for years and years, so
yeah.
I can do it all. I can cook, clean, sew, anything needs done. I can build you a car, build you a house. I don't care what it is. I can do it.
Yeah. So it's like
what I've done in my life.
Yeah.
Marky had a good idea last year when he said we need to buy some old houses and let Dad fix them up. I'm like, heck yeah, we make all kinds of money. I used to have 8 houses.
That was before. That was before I was even here, though. By the time I came into the world, you all lost it all. I was like, I destroyed it all.
I still had them when we lived on Clinton Road. I had 8 houses.
I mean, never that I remember. I always remember being, whatever. So I wasn't there. Like I remember Mark and Lindsay used to have like birthdays with like carriages and shit. I didn't get any of that stuff. I got the short end of the stick compared to the other siblings.
Out on me and left with you. You was gone out of my life when you was 3 years old.
Thank you, Belle. I'm glad that you looked that up. I appreciate that. One of the users looked something up. We need more dads like him in the world. I completely agree with you, Mia. I feel like, he does the number one most important thing that a father needs to do, which is to love the child, and be there for the child.
Well, I didn't have that when I was growing up.
Yeah,
so
I know. Yeah, you want to break the cycle, Dad. You did a good job of it, too.
It was no fun being crying all the time when you're a little baby boy.
Yeah.
Or a little girl, either way. If nobody wants you around.
Yep. We need only dads like him in the world. I agree with that as well. That's the weirdest thing I feel.
The prettiest thing I'd ever walked, but
Chat, do you think my dad's the prettiest thing you've ever seen? He thinks he's not that pretty. I think Dad's pretty. Look at him.
The girls seem to like me. and a few boys did too.
Oh.
I said, oh, that's all right.
There you go.
I love you too. But
there you go, Dad. Insane beard game. Yeah, where do you think I got mine from? Yeah, I don't.
Just 2 years old. That ain't even grown yet.
Yeah.
I had one time I let grow for 7 years and it got all the way down to my belly button.
I think I remember that. You had that in like 2014 or something, right? 2015?
Yeah, when I came home.
Yeah. I remember when I first saw you, you looked like you just like you just like left the jungle,
Yeah, probably did. I did actually leave the jungle. We melt that song, Welcome to the Jungle.
Yeah, you were in that one.
Yeah, in Westfield. Yeah. That's where he wrote that song at.
You got any tequila?
No, it's a dry
I figured. That's why I was going to say that's the only reason that you would ever drink beer.
Well, when I came, I brought a half gallon, but Mommy drank it all.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Someone asked, where's your dad's accent from? I love it. Where's your accent from, Dad?
I'm a hillbilly from
Indiana.
Yeah.
We're hillbillies from Indiana, both of us. Yeah. So it is what it is.
It's more ignorance than anything. I wasn't educated good. I had to train myself.
Yep, that's right. When did you first like start working on your reading? Because I know
when Rosie was born, I had a 3rd grade comprehension and a 6th grade reading level.
Yeah.
Hooked on phonics and drove around in my semi and listened to the subliminal tapes, and I learned how to read by not
Yep.
reading, by listening to what the letters mean and things. I had $100, and I spent it on hooked on phonics.
Hooked on phonics. I'm glad, Dad.
Myself, everything I ever did, and I can do anything.
Someone
I think,
asks, interesting.
but most people think I'm a genius.
Someone asks, interesting you don't have his accent. Why is that? I think I do. I think I do kind of have it. It's not as strongly. Like if you catch me like talking fast, sometimes you'll hear it come out.
She's more intelligent than I am, so she has better grammar, I'd say.
I think that's fair. Yeah. Like I'm very well educated, and like my dad, like he just said, like wasn't.
Self-taught.
Yeah, he wasn't well educated at all. So, like he said, he was an adult and had like a 3rd grade reading level at one point. So, but he's done
28
it.
years old, I couldn't read or write.
Yeah, 48 years old, he couldn't read or write. So.
No, 28.
Oh, 28.
When
Okay, got you.
When Lindsay was born, I wanted to be able to read her bedtime stories, and I couldn't, so I learned how.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, and that's what's crazy, right? Because like the one thing that you need to do as a dad is to give love, and that's what you can do, and you do very, very, very amazingly at. And I just feel like there's so many other dads out there who have like, you know, a shit ton of money, or like super well educated, or they're like whatever, and like they're not even there for their child. You know what I mean?
If love was worth money, I'd be the richest man in the world, and I am, because I'm happy and I'm content with what I have. I don't really need anything else.
Mm-hmm.
I have a little bit of money, and I don't have a home or nothing. I got rid of all my homes.
Well, eventually.
I got about 5 homes, really. But
Yeah. Well, I want to. Yeah. Eventually, once I make it, I'll buy you a house. That's been my goal from the beginning.
Worried about.
I know.
Just buy your own house and have me a place out in the back where I can see my grandbabies.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that.
Ain't no reason buying. I'm gonna get my house in Fort Myers this year. I hope.
Hopefully, I'll keep my fingers crossed for you. Definitely.
Yeah.
Okay, Dad. Well.
Next year, but
Oh, do you have anything you want to say to the stream? Any last messages you have for the stream before I cut it off here?
yes, just that I love everybody and try to be happy and don't care what anybody else thinks. Worry about what you think about yourself. That's all that matters. As long as you're happy and healthy, that's all we care about.
Yep. Amen to that. I love you, Dad.
I love you too, and I love all you other 2 girls and boys.
Yep. Merry Christmas. I love you. Hopefully I'll get to see you soon. We should spend some time together next year. But
I'll see you this spring or something.
okay, sounds good to me. Love you, Dad. Bye.
Love you, baby.
Love you too. Mwah.
Maybe let me know.
Yep, will do. All right. So that's my dad. In case you guys don't know him, he's super nice. He's amazing. So you would go to war for my dad? Thanks. Yeah. He'll go to war for us. That's the thing, right? Like he's a little more like, he doesn't really, okay, here's the thing, right? Like he just said he's not that well educated. So he doesn't really understand like politics. He doesn't really understand that kind of stuff. So it's like, in a way, he's like kind of conservative because he grew up in Indiana, and like, you know, Fox News like tells him to like think certain things, but then like he started to realize in the last like couple years, he's like, oh, like actually this is like all bullshit or propaganda, not just like the Fox News thing, just like the media in general, you know. But he will definitely fight for us if the Civil War happens, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, so I definitely could not have asked for a better father, that's for sure. He wasn't there early on in my life, just because my mom did some things against him, but he came back into my life later on, and we've had an incredible connection and relationship since, which is why it's so, love him, should have kept him on longer. I can call him back here in a little bit, but like it's well, I have a parent. My mom passed away already. My mom died about 13 years ago at this point, so my mom never got to know I was trans. She never got to meet me as I am now. So I have no clue. I think she would have been supportive. She was kind of a hippie. She was a flower child. She was a healer, a cleric. She was a mystic. She was a witch in similar fashions to me. I believe she's where I get my witchery from, because I do believe in case you don't know this, I do believe I have a propensity towards unexplainable magic. And I don't know what exactly that is, but she had that as well. And she used that in a way to heal people. And she would be with people who were close to dying, and she would like usher them to their afterlife, like in a peaceful way. She worked in like hospice care and like all that stuff. So I think I get a lot of that from her. And so I think she would have been entirely accepting of me, because she was always very much about me like marching to the beat of my own drum and following my own path. Other than music, she wasn't super into the fact that I was into music, because she associated music with my dad. She didn't like my dad, so then like she thought, oh, if I'm a musician, I'll turn out like my dad or whatever, you know. But now we can see both of those are wrong. That's why it's just so ridiculous, right? When transphobes feel like they want to come in here and be like, oh, you're broken, oh, it's so sad, child abuse, I can't believe your father doesn't love you. It's like, you could not be further from the truth. Like, it's just crazy, you know. And they always say it like they gotcha. It's like, if only they could know. If only they could know. You're too powerful, someone stop her. I have not even showed you all my true power yet. Wait till you. Speaking of weird assumptions, GLaDuos. I got a comment from a transphobe today that I was just like, what is this person on about? Like, okay, let me see if I can find it. This person literally is like fighting shadows. I don't know who they're talking to. They like make up this thing in their head. Okay, oftentimes I get comments from transphobes who like make up like a straw man in their head, and then they knock the straw man down in my comments. They're like, huh, fucking owned, you know? Like someone said something like, what was it? It was so stupid. I'm just like, what is this clown? Oh, here we go. They said, well, actually, I got a bunch of them today. I wonder if my thing got posted on a transphobe, like, I don't know, like some place on the internet, because I got a bunch of hate comments today. But basically, the main gist of them are these, like, transphobes love this. I get these every week that sound like this. They say, this kind of proves trans women aren't women if they're acting with their voices. There aren't real women if they're acting. It's more like a performance and a lie, which is literally bullshit, because I work with cis female people who also learn voice feminization, and I like, it's just so much wrong. They like assume like so much shit about that, and that's not even the one I wanted to read. There was one that someone left on my thing earlier that was like so stupid. They're like, oh yeah, well, if you think gender is like this and you think sex is like that, then you making these videos proves that you're wrong. And I'm like, I didn't reply because I don't reply to the haters, but I'm just like, I never said anything about gender. I never said anything about half the shit this person's talking about. It's like clear that they're like butthurt over like a Twitter argument that they lost, and they just felt like trans is like an organization, you know. It's like we all think the same, we all have the same beliefs and the same views, and they just love like fighting with views that I don't even have, and like, gotcha, you know. It's absurd. Z's final form is yet to be unleashed. It's actually true. It's actually true in every single sense of the word. It's just so funny when people are like, gotcha. You wouldn't have to. Oh, that wasn't verbatim. Amy hearts you. That was a summary. It was a lot longer than that, but yeah. Anyways, but it's such a dumb argument, because it's like literally no person's voice is an innate emergent thing, right? It's not like it's like an innate to us. So this idea that like, oh, you have to learn, right? It's like, well, that's actually not true, because we literally all learned. Every single person learned how to talk, right? That doesn't make it more or less authentic. And it's so stupid. Let's see here. Yes. Well, I do have you speak the truth. Yes. How do you recommend looking for a voice feminization coach? I pretty much can't recommend any voice feminization coach except for the ones I work with. That's kind of why I work with them. If I think they're super dope, I try to work with them. Just because I don't know what other people teach. I don't know, you know, I can't, where I thought we were all hive mind. I have to live with me, but you know why someone's sleeping. Okay, let's see, a little bit of piano now, and then I think Clover's gonna hop on stream. Clover found some time for us. Like, let me maybe move the camera more like here-ish, maybe. Hold on a second. Is that a little better? Goodbye. Someone said they have to go. Eden, it was so lovely having you here. Hope you have a great rest of your day. I have that video finished right now, Rumuru. I just never uploaded it because I don't think it's like that good, but I want to make it better. So maybe I'll just upload it as it is. I brought out the Lumitone. The Lumitone was brought out the whole time. I'm actually going to be playing the piano, which is on the bottom side. You just can't see it. It's down here. I'll play the Lumitone at some point. I'll just have to move it down here because I currently have whatever I'm actively playing, I put down here, and whatever is like passive, I'll move out of the way. You know, I've actually been learning a lot of new shit on piano. Let's see if we can get some of it to come out here in a moment. But remember, just like piano and voice, I'm trying to passively interact with this. I'm not like thinking to myself, okay, time to play. I'm just kind of reacting, you know, trying to create something. Today. I like this progression a lot. I came up with this tune the other day. Recorded in a studio with a drummer. It's a nice little B major 7. I like that progression a lot. Let's see here. Let me read. Bye everyone. Oh, Merry Christmas. Oh, yes, I see a lot of our European friends have to get going soon, huh? Because it's like, how late is it in Europe right now? I went on testosterone for a couple months so I could preserve my fertility because I eventually want to have children. And it was a really hard process, but I'm glad I did it in the end. Maybe, I'm not sure. I'm still figuring out if it was a good idea or not. I'm still trying to figure that out. Let's see here. Make sure both. Okay. Ooh, okay. This is literally my favorite part of Christmas. Chill drums. Yeah, I do got some chill drums. Perfect to be able to watch in the background. Thank you. Let's see. See, I've got a question. Okay, Clover, you want to hop on here? If you're still listening, Clover, I will hop you on here. If you want, you can just do voice, perhaps. Oh, gotta go get ready for a flight. Let everyone know. Oh, shoot. Okay, Clover has to go, actually. Darn. Okay, dang. We're like 7 minutes late. Gotta go. Clover says, let everyone know I wish them happy holidays and I send my love. It looks like we're just like 7 minutes late for Clover appearance. Sorry about that. Otherwise, I would have got Clover on here sooner. I didn't realize it was time sensitive. What's your view on Bach? I mean, I think Bach's great. I don't know. What do you mean? Are you anticipating a particular thing? I think Bach's great. I think Bach was a very clever writer in different ways. If I give you a chord, do you think you can experiment with it? Well, yeah, of course. I can do anything I want with any chord. This is the whole point of my existence. What chord you got for me? F sharp major 7. There you go, F major 7. F sharp major 7. And then I'll take F sharp major 7 and go to C like someone else typed in chat. That was F sharp major 7 to C7 altered. G, B, G flat, E, B. So you mean basically an E major chord, oh, G flat, okay. A sus chord. You won't believe what I can do with this, okay. So Alvin says, if I give you these notes, can you do something with it? Check it out, Alvin, yeah. So yeah, I can do whatever I want with that, Alvin. Yeah, Alvin, this is just your notes over here that you were wanting me to play. Or I could do like... would be fun? You wrote that. I'm improvising that. That's off the top of my head. I'm a jazz musician, baby. I improvise everything. Every single note you've heard me play right now is improvised. Ba ba do dwe a ba da dwe da da ba dwe a da da do dwe a pu do da da dwe a do da bum dum dum dwe o a dwe a ba do dwe a pu do da da do do da da do. You can learn anything you want. Someone says, I wish I could learn this. You can learn anything you want in this earth. Literally, any skill you want to be good at, you can learn to be good at it. Improvise a jazz song about voice training on Christmas. Sure. Okay. So I got a request here. Improvise a jazz song about voice learning on Christmas. I got you. Hold up. Let's see. So we'll do it like this. Let's say. You all better start practicing right now. You all need to start practicing right now. You are all procrastinating on your vocal goals. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Don't procrastinate. 'Cause I love to practice my voice on Christmas Eve. I haven't warmed up singing today, but I'll do it anyway. Because I've been asked so nicely by all of you. And because it's only once a year where Christmas time is true. Ba ba da do dwe ba do da da ba dwe ba da da dum da dum da dum da da dwe ba do dwe ba dum do da ba da dwe ba da do da ba do da ba da ba do da dwe. I need to practice my voice. Here we are all gathered on Christmas Eve. And all the time, and all the time, and all the time. Ba bum da bum dum da ba dum 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 ba da dum ba da dum dum. Do I respond to chats through song and dance? Maybe I'll do just that same thing right now. Whoa, oh, 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 Christmas Eve? No, this is Christmas, not Christmas Eve. Someone asked if I can double time it. Yeah. Yeah, I can double time it probably. It's a little bit much to juggle. I need a drummer here. Then I'll do whatever. Yeah, so there you go, some singing for you all, since you asked. Take care, Phoenix. It was so great seeing you. Yeah, I can see all of our Europeans have to keep going, and it's getting late on Christmas indeed. I keep forgetting on Pacific. F11, sure. How about F13? How about F sharp 11? Yeah, I like that. F sharp 11's cool. You know, one of the best F sharp 11s ever is this tune, if everyone knows this tune. Oh, I forgot it goes. I did a vocal coach reacts to video once, and it didn't. The reception, it just didn't seem like it was worth it. I don't know. Maybe I could do more like that, and maybe I just picked the wrong tune, or the wrong time, or something. That's kind of late on that tune, but it just kind of seemed like it didn't do much. I could do more like that though. I think what I want to start doing is like. I was thinking it'd be cool to do like feedback videos where I make YouTube videos where I like go through like people's recordings and talk about like what they could do to improve, and like basically I give feedback all the time to people. So it'd be cool if I did like a YouTube video where I was like giving feedback to people and going through my process of how I give feedback and stuff like that. I think it'd be really cool. How was the concert? The Stevie Wonder concert was absolutely incredible. I loved it. It was one of the best concerts I've ever been to be honest with you. I love how you improvise with singing. It's all one voice, right? So me playing music on my instrument is the same as me singing. It's all one thing. It's all one thing. When I am playing piano, I am singing. When I am singing, I am playing piano, and vice versa. They're all related. And it's just it's one voice, right? The instrument is a filter, and so I wrap the sound through the filter of whatever's in front of me. That could be a voice, that could be piano, that could be whatever. But the music is still there all the time, doing what it's going to be doing regardless. So it just sort of comes out in that way. My singing voice sounds like shit today right now. I haven't warmed up or anything. Y'all just got me to sing, but that's cool. That's trippy? Yeah, it is kind of, isn't it? It's all one thing, so they're all the same for me. You know what I mean? Good. Okay. Well, that was some nice piano. That was fun. Can we get some more Stevie Wonder? I haven't seen you play guitar ever. I don't think. Can you play some? You want to hear me play some guitar? Guitar? Sure, I'll play some guitar. Hold on. Now, that said, in the key of A flat, can you do a 4, 5, 3, 6? Yeah, of course. In the key of A flat, 4, 5, 3, 6 is going to be a D flat major. 5 chord is going to be E flat major, but I'm going to put it as a sus chord so it's not so dominant-y. And then you want a 3 chord, which is C minor. But C minor flat 9, actually. This is the minor 7 flat 9 flat 13. And then the 6 chord, which is going to be F minor. There you go. That's a 4, 5, 3, 6 in A flat. So it would be like this. If I start over, basically your 4 chord is going to be the C sharp major. Or D sharp, or D flat, sorry. And the 5 chord. And then the 6 chord. And there's the 3 chord, or the 6 chord. Basically, I turned that 3 chord into, yeah, right, you yassified it, right. So the chord progression by itself would have just been D flat major, E flat major, C minor to F minor. That's the progression. But you can do all kinds of cool stuff like that. Like, for example, instead of the initial D flat, I could do D7 into D flat as a tritone sub like this. And then on the, I could go. And then on the actual 5 chord, we play it as a sus, so it's not so dominant. Sounds more open like that. So then all together we get like. And then here on this 3 chord, instead of playing it as a minor 3 like this, we're going to play as a dominant altered. And then we can take it to the F minor 11. And so there you've got your yassified progression from this to something more like this. There you go. Now someone wanted guitar. Okay, so here's the, do you know what would be a good DAW for Linux? Okay, I'm gonna turn my camera off 1 second, okay? 1 second. You know what I'm gonna do, the thing I can't do on camera, so I'm gonna do that real fast. I'll get my guitar set up, and then we will play a little bit. Be right back, 1 sec. Waiting for it to kick over. Okay, be right back. has a microtonal fretboard with just native frets. It's like a 12 plus 7 microtonal fret thing. But instead of that one, I think I'm just gonna play it on my normal 6-string, my single hollow body, because I think that one sounds better. I think it just sounds better. Personally, it's got way better tones, a way better instrument. The microtonal fretboard is sick because it's a fretboard, but the actual like pickups it's attached to and the body is like less inspiring. So I'm gonna play. Now, of course, just so you all know, I'm not really like a guitarist. Like I played guitar most of my life. Oops. And I've written for a lot of guitar music. I don't play too often, but as you'll find, I can kind of play any instrument and create expressive music on any instrument. So let me go ahead and get that set up for you. Well, when it comes to sound, yes, I believe I can do it all. But when it comes to sending things to the mail or sending emails, I cannot do it all. In fact, I'm kind of a broken person on those fronts. But this one is. Ooh, wait, this is gonna be weird. Hold on. How am I gonna get you all to have good sound? She didn't realize we can't hear anything? Yeah, you can hear me. Can you all hear me now? Hello? It's louder now, right? Oh, it's because the music was loud. Okay. So here's the deal. I'm not actually sure the best way for me to give you the guitar tone I'm going to be playing. So it might have to come through my microphone. We'll see. We'll see. I need to get these arms out of the way too. This chair is god awful for playing. I need to go get a different chair, to be honest. Let's see. I need to tune this first. I need an E. Let me grab this over here. You're about to see a type of guitar playing you've never seen before, which is not. I'm not a good guitarist, so I don't want anyone to think that you're about to see some crazy like guitar or something. But I can play very musical, and I think you'll enjoy it quite a lot. Let's see. Okay, and then I got that, so this will be E. Ooh, wait, this is in. Did I put this in D? What is that? No, that's like low as hell. What is that? That's like boom, boom. Sounds like almost B. Hold up. Huh? I'm in E flat. Okay. It sounds like B because it's upper partial of so I'll be in E flat, I guess. So let me just go ahead and tune this. Ooh, that's interesting. Hear that? Okay, sorry, I shouldn't break this string. I was trying to tune the 11th harmonic on it. That'd been cool. Right, it's right there. Let me find it. Yeah, it's fire. Okay. Okay, so there's that one. Let me check chat. I don't have the right screen open. I feel like I'm all in my own little bubble, all in my little world. What's really scary is how much music you probably listen to. Yeah, and most of it's probably mine. I feel like I listen to a lot of like music and take in a lot of influences and stuff, but like I definitely feel, oh, I can move this over here now. I definitely feel like I've listened to so much of my music at this point, just 'cause I've spent so long composing it when I'm listening to it. Ooh. Ooh, sub minor. Okay, hold on, let me tune this. See, I just get carried away all the time with music, you know what I mean? That's what I mean about this, like, active interaction with the thing, you know what I mean? With your voice, you have to be interacting with it. It's not enough to just sit there and, like, do an exercise or to, like, touch your voice a little bit every now and then in, like, a haphazard way. You gotta play with it, and you will learn and you will discover aspects that you don't know how to do right now, and your technique and capacity will continue to expand the more you interact with it. It's about leaning against it, leaning towards it, towards that quality, away from that quality. And I think that's, like, for me, has been like the hardest component to communicate to people, because that's more of a whole, like, it's a process, you know? It's not a certain skill by itself. It's not a certain technique by itself. It's really a certain interaction. I hate guitars. Determination's important too, though. No, absolutely. I wouldn't say just more play and that's a cool sound. I wouldn't consider that observations. Well, it's not like, okay, in my opinion, the most optimal voice and sound learning doesn't come from active observation. Like, you are present and you're, like, trying to do the thing. So in that sense, you're active, yes. But your mind isn't on the topic of, okay, this thing, I need to control this thing, or I need to make this shift, right? It's not, like, on that. It's like you're trying to voice through the thing, you know? It's like an instrument, in that sense, where it's not so much about, it's just hard to communicate it, because it's kind of like, it's the way you move. For example, if I always use this example, drinking water, or better yet, let's use a different one. When you need to stand up and move, right? Or go to the other room, you don't think, like, how to move. And even when you were a baby, we can assume, I mean, this is hypothetical, we can assume you weren't thinking about how to move either. You were just trying to move. You were trying to execute the function. You were trying to interact with the thing, and you were reacting against it. So when you'd walk and fall, you'd stumble. You dynamically react to it. But that process is sort of like passive. It's like actively passive. It's an interesting balance between the two. That's why I like drones and stuff to practice with, and because they help you get out of that. I hate guitars. They're literally untunable. It's so insane. I can either tune this to Pythagorean and then all my thirds are messed up, or I can tune this to, like, kind of equal and then, like, some thirds are good, or I can drop this B string here and turn that into, like, a mean tone third, but only in some keys. You know what I mean? I hate guitar like that. That's the main reason I don't play it very often. It's just like, what do you want to do with intonation here? Can you explain what you mean by drones? Yeah, I'm actually gonna make a whole video on this, but I would love to talk about it right now. We're listening to a drone right now. A drone is a constant. A drone is a constant, unwavering sound. It can be anything. For example, if like you walk into someone's house and their TV is super loud, you might say, "Ooh, that TV is like droning in the background. It's just going on and on at a constant quality," right? But in voice and in sound, we think of them as constant pitches usually. The important thing about drones is they allow us to have a reference point. They create essentially an auditory ruler behind us that we can actually hear against. So students often have trouble like self-evaluating their voice and stuff. And that makes sense, right? You can't really hear yourself very well, but you can still evaluate your voice. The challenge is if you're a beginner, you have no reference point. As an experienced vocalist, you develop a large category of past experiences that you're drawing from, and sounds and patterns and whatever. But as a beginner vocalist, you don't have access to all those resources, so you don't have a clear reference with all your actions. So drones are one of the most important things in voice, period, and in my opinion, in sound, period. I think that drones are literally the way that you learn sound. I think that learning sound without a drone is like trying to fly without an instruction manual, you know? So as the drone plays on in the background, you are then able to, I'm kind of quiet, aren't I? Hold on a second, let me turn that up just a little. Okay. Now that's loud, hold on. As the drone, there we go. So as the drone goes on in the background, it gives you a reference point that you can shift against. Can you please read my previous comment? Yeah, hold on one second, let me read it. Hello, Zia. I can't stay, but I want to say hello. Thank you for everything you've done. I wouldn't be as happy as I am in my life if it weren't for you. Happy holidays. Anna, happy holidays to you. Okay. I hope you're well, and I hope you're having a beautiful evening. And I'm so glad to have been able to impact your life in a positive way. Thanks. So basically, pick a pitch and try to talk through it. No, I'll show you here in a second. Let me finish doing this. It's hard to multitask. Y'all can hear the DI on that, right? That should be DI. Yeah? Can you hear that? A large catalog or large category of experience? Both. They're related. You both have a catalog of experiences, but then you also apply category tags to those catalogs. Does that make sense? It's called categorical perception. You can hit the pin if you want. I already did. Why do you think I'm just getting lost in a unison? Okay, I think we're okay, so I'm going to, do I do piano lessons? Yeah, but any lessons I'll do pretty much have to be at like the same rate as my voice lessons, so it unfortunately prices a lot of like music students out and stuff like that, just because of the demand on my voice lessons. So it's kind of like, there's a kind of like a stranglehold on my time in many ways. So if there's like a ton of demand for the voice stuff, then it's like I just have to fill that space as much as I can. And then like, so I think what I'm going to try and do is I think I want to start a music theory class, where it's like, I don't know how I want to do it, but my thing is I miss teaching music theory, but it's like I almost get punished through time by teaching music theory. It's weird. I don't like it. It's like a capitalist pressure that's like exists on things, and it's really not that cool. But it's there, and I have to experience it because it's part of my well-being, you know, and my career and stuff. Like I want to be able to provide for my family. I want to be able to buy my dad a house. Like I'm not like that close to that, so I have to play that, you know. But music theory, piano lessons, I would love to teach that if anyone wants to do those. Music theory is actually my favorite thing in the whole world to teach. And I actually think teaching voice and voice learning has so many parallels and overlaps to music theory and ear training in general. Okay, can you hear this? Let's see here. Wait, I gotta get in a comfortable playing position because this ain't it. Can you hear that? Is that loud enough coming through the speakers to where you all can, my voice might be drowning it out. Hold up. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, this is reverb. Oh, that's hard. That's hard. Add some tremolo on that. Yeah, maybe. I need to get this candle out of the way. I also need a much more comfortable seat to sit on. I hate desks or chairs with arms. Chairs with arms fucking suck. But I don't know how to take these off because I'm not really like mechanically like that. You know what I mean? I don't know how to like for example, I have a keyboard. I need so much help in my life. Like I'm literally like a non-functional person. I don't know how to describe it. It's really frustrating. I keep experiencing it and it's just like everyone's just like, or I keep trying to just like be functional or like do like shit, but I just like for example, I have a keyboard stand over there that would like set everything up for me way easier, but I just don't know how to. I can't focus. Like I said, step-by-step instructions I can't do. It's like I go down the next step and then it's like my brain scrambles and then I'm in a whole different world, and it's very difficult for me to really do anything that doesn't require me to lock in on it and react dynamically to it, you know? I don't know how to describe that, but it is what it is, you know? Yeah, I like the semi-hollow body sound though. It's kind of my thing. I like it quite a lot. You need to hire a personal assistant. I have no clue who to hire. I would love that so much. I'm like so like I don't even know how to even start looking for that or where to go, or I don't even know. Like just like the thought of it. I would need that so bad though. It's like I've been thinking about that for months. I'm definitely just like getting by right now in terms of like not like work and like living and stuff, but just like in terms of function, you know? Like I give it my all to everything I'm doing, but I can't do everything, so I just sort of bounce around, I guess. My bad, that was a clam. I quit and the guy had, yeah, it's crazy. I feel like we're definitely similar in that. Thank you, Becky. I had assistants at different times. I had interesting mixed experiences, I guess. Like Kylie was like probably the greatest assistant ever. I really love her, and I hope she's doing well. The vibes. That's interesting. I haven't played guitar. I haven't touched a guitar in probably like 3 months. I played when I first got here. Had a really good guitar session at one point. Yeah, I know. That's why I like semi-hollow bodies. Semi-hollow bodies are so fire. That's why it's like I tried to play on like other electric guitars, but I just love you can just hear so much. I haven't played guitar in so long. My calluses are weak right now. I can already feel my hands. Ooh, I love Matt Uelman. Diablo 2 vibes. That's hard. I can't go that low anymore. A little Diablo for you. I used to know it was the first song I ever learned on guitar. I was 14 years old and I learned the Tristram theme. I forget how it goes though. There's like a slide and then like... I can't remember the rest of it though. Oh, that's hard. I kind of want to go lower. I need to drink water. Let me... Where's that? That should have been a... Oh, I missed that third. Yeah, they lobbied for the guitar, which I'm actually feeling right now, so I'm cool with it. Someone says, seeing how decent you are now, you'd be a beast if you actually liked the instrument. Any reason you don't like guitars other than tuning issues? No, it's just tuning issues. I actually love the way the guitar sounds. It's just a gorgeous instrument, to be honest. Z on the guitars, and you have a very percussionist mind. I play guitar pretty much as harmony and rhythm. I'm very not interested in playing melodic lines on guitar unless they're like emergent from chordal relationships. I think of it as like more like a zither. Oh, I've got this tune. Oh no, Amy. When I talk about the tuning problem, I mean the fact that the guitar is inherently built out of tune. So no matter how well you tune the strings in tune, it's out of tune still. It's sort of the dilemma. Do you tune the guitar in Pythagorean and then all your thirds are sharp? Or do you tune it into 12 equal and then suddenly this B natural is really weird because you can actually just tune it as a 5/4 on the open. There's a fundamental tuning problem with the guitar. Yeah, temperament, right. So it's very interesting in that sense because, I have a microtonal fretboard back there that does have just intonation in it, or on it, which is good. But it's still, the guitar is so, the intonation is very fresh. But that's the thing, is fretless isn't the solution either for me on guitar. I think fretless bass is the solution for me on bass. Thank you, Luna. Have a beautiful evening. Sleep well. Have a good night. The fretless doesn't really solve the problem, actually, because it's kind of like, with fretless guitars, you still want discrete pitch. You know what I mean? That's the thing, is like, I don't want a free pitch continuum all the time. I've got that here on the actual continuum, or like with cellos and stuff, but like, I want higher resolution discrete pitch, right? So that's where the Lumitone comes in, because it can create discrete pitch to stuff. So guitar's nice in that sense that the fretless. I mean, I've actually quite enjoyed this sort of this thing, the Bigsby. Because honestly, with the sensitivity it gives you, you can actually get very microtonal. I can actually record a track on my end and get all the like harmonics and like microtonal things if I'm single tracking. So like I can do a layer and then I can just like hold this note and like bend it a little bit up with the Bigsby, and then I'll get the intonation that I'm looking for on certain parts, which is really quite exciting, I think. I gotta put my fingers there first. See, I'm not very good at guitar. My hands get locked up all the time when I play. Wrong one. I thought you couldn't do that, microtonal guitar. I have a microtonal guitar behind me. blues scale? Yeah, I know everything about the blues scale pretty much. Even things that most people don't know about the blues scale about its intonation, because it's actually a microtonal thing. The blues scale is kind of a 12-tone approximation for a neutral third and some other stuff too, but so it's interesting. You actually can't play the blues scale on a guitar. I mean, people do because they bend the second up. Do you know Indian music theory? In what sense? I mean, I am a cultural outsider. I'm an Vedic observer of the Indian music tradition. I know about Indian music theory. I've studied Tala. I've studied some Sufist philosophy around music, which is not exactly that, but it's also adjacent in that space. I've listened to a lot of both Carnatic and Hindustani stuff. I've also listened to more Indian pop music, like Bollywood types things, So yeah, I feel pretty aware of Indian music. But, well, that's the thing is, I was talking about drone earlier, right? And someone asked, what is the drone? I mean, the traditional Indian styles are centered around the drone. And that's kind of what, the drone is one of the earliest human sort of, like, music devices, It's like it's sort of there all the time. Music appreciation. I would love to be a music appreciation teacher. Can someone kick this? Can someone mute their... I'll do it. Hold on. Let me kick that person. Thank you. Okay, cool. Wait, the chat. I need to open chat again. Ooh, I'm kind of getting tired. I might end soon. We've been going for quite a while. Like, what, 4.5 hours? 5 hours? I feel like my Christmas streams usually go about 5 to 7 hours or so. So, we're on track. That's fair. Okay. There we go. I've studied a bit, but then people start talking about intervals, harmony, chord voicings with more than 2 letters, and I just glaze over. Well, that's because you have to hear the thing first. Otherwise, the names are worthless, So it's like, it's normal for you to feel glazed over when you hear terms like that. If you... Looking very lovely as always. Thank you, Terabytes. I really appreciate that. Merry Christmas to you as well. It's so awesome to have everyone here. It's interesting because I'm Pacific now, so it's like, if I start streaming during my afternoon, by the time it's late here, it's like turbo late for most of the world. Thank you. That's my goal, Wispy, with it. I'm pretty much usually alone on Christmas. I mean, technically, I guess I have the option to like go home and see my dad and stuff, But I just feel like traveling for me is such an uprooting process where like when I travel somewhere and then I come back, like it takes me like a couple days to even feel like remotely able to process being back or whatever. So traveling, even if it's just like, oh, go for like 2 days back and visit with your family, it's like coming back for 2 days. After 2 days, it's gonna mess me up for like 2 weeks after that, So I tend to just stay alone for the holidays because I live on the West Coast. I love fiction. Fiction's awesome. I know fiction. Also, I'm going to Verdugo tomorrow. I'm going to try to dethrone fiction. Yes, fiction, I would say, is a very like-minded individual to me. I also play Melee, and I also study... Well, I've watched a lot of fiction's videos because I'm trying to become a better bird, But KJH is one of my great friends. I'm actually... Technically, I think I can say this. Yeah, I'm technically KJH's coach. I'm Kalindi's coach. So, yeah, that's the thing. I'm supposed to go to Genesis and coach for Kalindi. But I have to work around Genesis. I work Friday. I didn't know what week Genesis was, but I have to work Friday of Genesis, and then I have to also work Sunday because we have a new group class that starts that by then. So I have to miss Genesis, which really makes me sad. Yeah, watch out now. I'm probably gonna end up being Mango's coach. You heard it here first. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it is what it is. Mostly a joke, Jay Bright. Just teasing. Yeah, I've never been a super major. I really want to go. Now I feel like I'm like connected to the Melee scene now. So who do I main? I main Falco. You guys want me to play some Melee? I really actually want to play Melee. I'm kind of over the streaming thing right now. I'm liking the ambient guitar. It feels good. Not over the streaming thing, but. Try to get the 11th harmonic. I first got into. Oh, I sang earlier. I'll sing. So yeah, I'll sing a little more. Yeah, I'll play some of those chords I was singing over a second ago. Wait, let's see here. Wave dash. When did you get into Melee? I got into Melee. Well, I've been into it since I was a kid. I sing words. Yeah, I sing words, but normally I don't. I have music. You can just check out my music YouTube and stuff. I sing in all sorts of stuff. I'm mostly scat though. I've got hip hop and stuff. You know that, right? I mean, I've got a whole. There's some resonance changes for you. Sorry. clipping, isn't it? Hold on a second. Sorry to scream in your ears. I kind of wanted to do that though. Live with it. Dum, dum, dum. Do you know about language specificity of voices and voice training? Yeah, depending on what you mean by it, there's a lot of facets to that. I know a fair bit, I'd say, about that. I have to experience and work with a lot of students who are multilingual. Okay, I'm gonna go put this guitar up. You got some guitar from me. You all got it. Hopefully you enjoyed some Z guitar. Maybe I'll play faster stuff some other time, but we're keeping it safe and smooth and nice. Ooh, I love this chord though. Good chord for everyone. Y'all should know this chord. Oh, let me not clip. Hold on. Sorry. Let me yell. Okay, there you go. There's some guitar. Probably not Alvin, no. I'll just be honest. Okay, 1 second. Let's see here. One sec. I'm back. What up? You know what I just realized? I realized it's been like I've not eaten any food today, and I'm really quiet, aren't I? Check. Okay. I'm really hungry. I've not eaten any food all day, and I also have not drank any water all day today. I've drank like a couple little sippy sips of water. I need to drink more water, and I need to eat food. Okay, let's see. Holy moly, what are you holy molying about? Fair. Whoa. Holy moly, that? Oh, you can't hear that anymore, can you? But you can probably hear it if I do this. da 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 kum ga 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 de de do da don do da don do da don do da don de a do 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 da don da do 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 da da do de pa da do da do da de a da da do da de da do da da pa de a pa do da da boom do a da don boom do pa de do boom da pa do re a u do da pa. Yeah, singing syllables that feels right. Words are for later. I like sound, so words don't really do it for me. I like words. I like writing lyrics. You know, I wrote "call me," so I wrote "call me later" or "text me later," okay, or whatever. That pop tune was originally called what was it originally called? It wasn't originally called that. I made it a little like cheesy, like Gen Z type meme name or some shit, you know. But that was cool. I mean, that had a lot of very thoughtful lyrics. I thought about the lyrics for a really long time on that. And the bars and the verses and stuff. So that was very wordy. But then I like to do this thing with my music, like for example, my tune Witchcraft, where there's a lot of lyrics and there's a lot of singing. And it's like, it's sort of, there's a lot of lyrics, a lot of singing, but the way that it's arranged and organized makes it so you can't actually hear any of it. And I don't tell you what it says. And it creates this thing where it's like layering words that express the feeling of the thing you're working on. And then what I find at least is that then upon later listening, there's all these emergent meanings that change later on. It's sort of like a Rorschach of lyrics, and that's kind of how that's my style I've been enjoying lately with my personal music. I enjoy composing this sort of abstract, almost like your mind fills in the blanks, but there are lyrics and there are words going on, and you'll hear flickers of things that are there, but then you'll fill in things that aren't from the other lines that were next to it that made you hear that word attached to that phrase. And yeah, I did that for Witchcraft. I did that for Sola, right? There's no lyrics for Sola that are given, but there's very clear lyrics for Sola, and there's very clear parts that very much do say something, and other parts where you can kind of hear something, but then there's like a suggestion of something else and maybe something else, and I really like that a lot. Which releases are hip hop on my YouTube. Well, I haven't released my actual like hip hop tunes, only because they're sort of very vulgar. You know, and I don't know, I would have to maybe fork that. I don't know, I mean, I've made some more stuff like that. But you can check out Astral Dove New Text Message has some bars in it. I think the bars are pretty good too. And then there's also bars in Fashion, which is from 2020. 2019. Yeah, text message kinda, also Fashion. Yeah, there's that one though that everyone likes that I've never released though, which is like the Liminal Bars is the name of it. Liminal Bars goes hard as fuck. Astral Dove, yeah, Astral Dove is my like neo soul project. So like Astral Dove is sort of like my pop neo soul type stuff. So for example, Fashion, Window Pane, it is on YouTube. Yeah, I have a whole music YouTube channel. Did you ask for it earlier? I think someone posted a link to it somewhere. I can try to pull it up really fast. Okay, here you go. You can't find it? You really love Eurabia? Thanks. I think it's a pretty cool piece. I enjoy it. There you go. I kind of turn that down just a little bit. Okay. Here, let me give you DI again. Hold on. You don't have the DI on the piano anymore, do you? There we go. Ooh. Effects in my headphones, but not in yours. Hold on, let me turn those off. Okay. It's kind of clipping, isn't it? Thank you is one that actually really means a lot to me. I think that's perhaps the most affirming statement someone can make towards me, or maybe not affirming, that's not the right word, but I think it's the highest honor that I can pretty much achieve in my life or in my existence, I think. Be a good person and be a great musician. The whole like voice teaching thing, like I love it and I do my best at it and stuff, right? But like it wasn't the thing I ever intended to do, right? I'm very happy that I do it, but music is where my soul lives. Cherry, I'm not sure. They're reds, I think. I don't know much about the key switches. They're the clicky ones though. They're the clickiest ones, I'm pretty sure. See, I've had your stream turned down with seeing so. Oh, I love that. No worries. Welcome back. I'm glad that you were making music with your family. I think that that's one of the most amazing things that can happen is making music with the people that you care about. I think that's pretty much the best way to be. So I'm glad that you made that music. What was I about to do? I was about to do something, right? I just came over here and I announced I was about to do something or something like that. I got distracted by the piano. There was something. Was it Melee? I think it was Melee, right? I think I'm gonna play Melee now. Go eat. I'll order food. Reds are linear. They don't make a sound. The sound you hear from reds is the keycap hitting the board. Yeah, these don't hit until I press it. So like, watch. I'll press it slowly. You're gonna post a merch link? Yeah, let me plug all my shit really fast. Thank you so much. Okay, if you're new here, I mean, I don't think anyone here is new at this point, but because I feel like we peaked and we've been chilling because it's getting later. Just kidding. Nope, not just kidding. I'm gonna spam all my links here. Of course, I have a Patreon, of course, but if you're Amy, you don't have to pay that because you already paid a whole year. No, I'm joking. But there's that in case you wanna support on that platform. And then of course there was the merchandise which we did today, which was cool. I'm really so happy to see that everyone was so supportive with the merch thing. I was kind of weird. I don't know. I've had a weird. I don't know how, like, I don't know. So I hope everyone likes it and I hope it's cool. So I appreciate the support in that direction and everything. It's really cool. And then here is the music for me. This is a new album, Affinity. You guys want to hear a song from it? Do you want me to leak a song? It's gonna be out in 3 days, so you guys want to hear a tune? I really like this tune too. Well, there's actually so many good ones actually. Let's see. So that's Dream Sura. Maybe I shouldn't play that one. Maybe I should play this one instead. Can you hear that? It might be mono for you, I'm sorry, but it'll be mono, but it's actually stereo, of course. I have water right next to me. I'm just having trouble drinking it. Even though my mouth is so dry. Any reason only Sola is on Spotify? ADHD, I don't know. I've been thinking about uploading the rest of my music for Spotify. 2 years ago, when I first released Witchcraft, people were like, please put this on Spotify. And I'm like, I will do it this week. It's been 2 years. So I don't know. That's why I need someone. I need help. I'm like, I'm not a very functional person. But I have skills and unique perspectives. And those skills and unique perspectives allow me to live while being pretty much not a functional human. So it's cool. That's a cool part about our society, I think. That's like the only cool part about it, for me at least. Take care, Mon Emperor. How faded are you? Not really that much. I took one hit off my vape. Pretty much sober. I'll do that right now for you, Luna. Hold on one second. Let me check my email. This part's really, really sick. I like this. This is all improv. We were just in a session together, going in. There you go, Luna. You got access. I love this part. And I love that you can hear Aiden's keys. Yeah, this was the first time we ever met. This was the first like interactions that we ever had as people. Literally. They just like walked in, or like, let's, we like said a couple words. Thank you. I love this. We never had to say a single chord. We never had to say a single note. We just played, and it just came out. Might have some extra headroom? Okay, thanks. Yeah, Sylvia, I'm definitely gonna do more with merch. Like, not just Transvoicelessons merch, but just like, I kind of like that. It was fun doing that. sponsored by Smart Water? No, I should be though. That'd be sweet. I'm sponsored by Lumitone. So that's one of the tunes from the album. That was just an improv take. We hit it, cut it, killed it. You know, like, okay, that's it. Hit it, killed it, cut it. And then let's see. Yeah, I definitely do that. And then extra headroom, got it. So tight, locked in. Yeah, I don't even know. Like we were right there. Like this part. This is from the first one. This one's already public, so I'm cool to leak this. This is the first track we dropped. But there's this part here. We just like hit it, and when it hit, I was just like, damn. I'll show you. This is like it's like a 1 in 100 opportunity here. Right here. Let me find it. There's like we step up. It comes out of nowhere, but we just hit it. I don't know how. Okay. Take care, Alvin. Right here. Okay. How does that happen? I don't know. That's fucking stupid. How does that happen? So yeah, I think it'll be a good album. I pretty much finished it all last night. I was like behind on it. But I've pretty much finished it all last night. There's like one other thing I need to do to it before I actually finish it. Do you guys want to hear me play drums? Since I can't actually play drums for you, I was in a studio last Monday with a drummer and we recorded like 4 hours of just like all kinds of stuff. Just all kinds of random music. Just random beats and stuff, but the keyboard plus these are like the print takes. They're not the actual like tunes, you know, because we have like the stems and everything. But we just played for like hours, and there was some really, really cool stuff that came out of it. It was kind of an interesting beat. So that's an interesting little tune. But anyways, so here's me on drums. Let me see if I can find it. Would it be this? Let's see. Why is that mono though? Or it's gonna be mono for you all regardless, isn't it? There we go. I like to play breakbeat shit. It's a little pumpy. This is the print track the dude gave, which is like dumb compression, but I got the stems for it. Yeah, that's me. I like to play really like tight and quiet. Yeah, I did a couple different like beats. Oh, this is a fun one. Oh, here's a roll, by the way, if you want to hear my chops. This one's the best one I did, but this is an okay one. I did a sick one when they weren't recording. The drop. Well, drums are what I started on, Zwan. Ooh, okay, go off C. I got caught up there. Oh. That's a fun one. Ooh. I didn't have the cymbals I wanted. I usually play flat rides, but this person had a bell rides. What am I supposed to do with a bell ride? You know what I mean? There's a ding dong. It sounds like a crash. I need like the tight rides. I like this beat. That's a fun beat. I learned drums first. I was a percussionist, and then I got into piano. So yeah, these are some of my drum improvs. Then I laid some simple beats down. Ooh, that's. Ooh, quiet. Straight eights on the hat. Ooh, triple stroke. You hear that? I got those sometimes. Not on that drum set. His snare was too high. But I can get some gnarly lefts or triple strokes. Yeah, that's fun. I think there was maybe one more beat I did. Oh, this is cool. This is cool. Yeah. Yeah, so I love drumming. Drumming is what I started on. True fact about Rumpelstiltskin, a really important lesson I learned in percussion that you may find useful. There's no such thing as independence. The sooner you learn that, the better. I was obsessed with limb independence when I was like 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. It was something I was so focused on. Because I wanted to play like sick polyrhythms and like mixed meter stuff, you know what I mean? But what I realized when I got into university and studied with my great percussion mentor, is that there's no such thing as independence. It's always interdependence. So when you're trying to learn how to isolate things and play things elsewhere, it's not actually you isolate that thing independently. You understand how it fits into the greater whole, and then you realize that everything is subtractive or additive in terms of where you place your rhythms. And so if your hands are coordinated on a deeper subdivision, then it's like there's no such thing as independence. You're only you're codependenting them, and you just know where to place the other one to make it sound independent. Does that make sense? So there's no such thing as limb independence. It's not a real thing. Everyone who's got crazy limb independence, what they've done actually is they've learned how to process in different rhythms against they can hear the gestalt of it, what their intended effect with both, as opposed to like there's that one and that one. Now of course once you have a gestalt, then you can break it down and then you can create even more illusion of independence. But Independence is always an illusion. Zia versus Lewis Cole. I'd love to jam with Lewis Cole. That'd be really cool. I think he's in LA as well, so maybe we'll end up our paths crossing. I've had some really interesting sort of whispers of collaborating with different people and stuff, so we'll see how all that comes to fruition. It's very strange. I feel like I exist in a very bizarre space in the music industry and in the world. I don't know, in the melee world. I don't know. It's a very I exist in a very strange place relative to most other things, I think. So it's kind of like there's a lot of like musicians that know about me, right? But I'm not really like I don't have a big like music following. You know what I mean? I guess I have a following musically, the microtonal world and some experiment, but it's always like I'm kind of like a musician's musician, you know, in many cases. I dabble in sort of everything, I guess. Yeah. I think what it is I just haven't had a good way to distill it and distribute it. So like, for example, like Monday, that was like my first time like actually in like a legit studio, right? I've always recorded myself or in bedrooms and stuff. So it's like now that I know there's like a studio there, I can just like go and lay down drum tracks and play keys over my drums myself and then add strings. I can just do whatever now. So I guess I just never had a good way to kind of capture it because I've always done like everything. I've done like the art, the animation, the video, the music, composition, the recording, the engineering, the mixing, the mastering, I've done it all. And so it's kind of like because of that, since it takes so much time to do all of those things and wear all of those hats, I haven't just had the time to just nonstop just output music, you know what I mean? And now it's like now that I do this voice thing, like that eats up more time too. So it's like I don't just get to make music all the time, but that should probably be what I do with my life, is just make music all the time. I think that's probably the most that's why I want to finish my voice book, because I feel like I need to wrap up like the book so that I can have my thoughts out there. So when people are like, see, like, what do you think about this? And it's like, well, go read my damn book. You know, I wrote it there. That's why I have it. So then that will allow me to kind of not move on from trans voice stuff, because I'll keep doing this. You know, I love this stuff as well. I love helping people in this way. But like, it'll allow me to really pivot back more to music and be like, okay, like, let's actually try to make a project that, like, you know, let's actually try to do something, I guess, with this or whatever. Because an ideal existence for me would be just making music all day and just kind of making music at my leisure and then producing and sharing that music. It's pretty much what I would like to do with my life in an ideal situation. And I think I can pretty much do that. But, you know, that is an advantage, is that I've actually like carved out a lot of spaces in different ways. You know, I've got my hands in tuning and in various music theory things, and actually composition and voice theory and pedagogy and the SLP stuff in Melee. I don't know, like, I feel like I've already seen like KJH and Mango do like tech that I found with Falco. So it's pretty weird that I'm not even a top 200 player, and you know, I can create ideas that like top players go, okay, actually that's actually the thing to do there. So I don't know, I think I have a propensity to view problems in a different perspective than most of the people have, and I think that's kind of my edge in life, I think. And so yeah, I think I banned that person. Okay, yeah, and I love helping people like realize their own potential or like gain greater expressive capacity, you know. I've been digging crazy deep musical content, and yet I only found you by sheer serendipity through Transvoicelessons. See, that's what's crazy, Swan. I hear a lot of cases like that, or vice versa. Like, I think it's so weird. That's the thing, is I have like multiple personas on the internet at this point. You know what I mean? I mean, they're not really different. They're all like the same, but like, it's kind of like, it's very strange in different circles. So, I don't know. It's strange. I am very thankful for everything, though. I never thought that I would be able to just kind of wake up, teach people how to change their voices, make music, try to produce content at a reasonable pace, but I struggle to do. That's really just because of organization. Like, for example, I filmed a video early December, sent it to the editor, and I guess I never told the editor that I uploaded the files. So it's just like a whole week passed and like we didn't get a start on it. Just because I like forgot to be like, hey, by the way, I dropped that off there, you know? Which is kind of frustrating. Just like organizational things like that, you know? Same. I didn't know how good you were as a musician until tonight. I didn't know you made music. Get that shit on Spotify, please. I've spent my whole life doing music. My whole life is essentially about sound and music. Music is my spiritual core, and I have a degree in music theory or music composition, whatever. They're both like they're the same thing, so I usually say both. I was in bands and touring and doing music long before I ever did anything with Transvoicelessons. I was making music theory videos and music composition videos on YouTube long before I did anything with Transvoicelessons or even considered transitioning. So music is definitely my roots, and it's definitely my, you know, my thing. I'll try to get it on Spotify. I just keep forgetting. Music is where you draw your spirituality 100%, yeah. It is like my spiritual core to living, pretty much. I found you by playing through ambient tracks on YouTube with my guitar. That's cool. That's crazy. I didn't speak for 2 years before you inspired me to learn to improve my voice. You're always an inspiration. I'm so happy to help you in that way. And I think you should be really proud of yourself that you are, you know, speaking now and you're taking steps forward on that. That's really awesome. Yeah, I did some metal projects. A couple. Joey, who I was on the phone with a second ago on the stream earlier, was the screamer in my metal band. So, yes, I did that. This is an extension of your love for music. I completely agree with you, Sylvia. I completely agree with you. That's what's amazing, that this is my career, you know? It's like somehow I ended up with a career that's like strikes in the center of what means the most to me, you know? And also lets me help the community in this way too, which is really awesome. I'm not sure I have a spiritual core like that. Yeah, I don't think most people do. It is what it is. For me, I've my whole thing, it's, you know, I've talked about it in the past. My thing is I don't really talk about it too publicly because I feel like it almost like cheapens it, you know what I mean? It's really my relationship with music and sound. It's a very personal thing. And I feel like when I put it on display or like market it or I like talk a lot about it or whatever, it sort of, it gets away from the point of it, which is about the celebration of sound and creation, and the fact that creation is a fractal of the universe in that way where the universe is permutating, distorting, changing, reordering, and rebalancing things, constantly seeking for new ideas and new expressions of the same fundamental components. And music and creating art in general for me is pretty much like an echo down of that process on a smaller scale with me. So it's kind of like I'm like spiritually aligned to the universe through sound and its creation because of the sort of way the universe creates its own spectra of outputs and so forth. Do they gent? Yeah, of course. I was like an original gent person. What are you talking about? Like I literally played with like every gent band. You know what I mean? Like Tesseract. I've literally, yeah. We played with Veil of Maya, Born of Osiris, Periphery, Tesseract, like Animals as Leaders. Yeah, I played with all those bands and I met all those artists at some point or another in my life. So yeah, definitely gented. Yeah, we played 7 strings. And we played in G. I would still do more gent music in the future. Gent is metal that sounds like brown. It's like a, yeah. Me too. Okay, I'm ordering food right now. I forgot to order it earlier. I'm so starving now. Where can we hear this band? I tend to not talk about it on stream very much. I'm thinking Thai food, maybe. Thai sounds pretty good right now. I'm not going to lie to you all at this moment. I do believe Thai is the way. Take care. Yes, be well. Gotta run. It was so good to have you here, Maddie. It's always a pleasure. And thank you so much, and I hope you're doing really well. Your videos are how I learned a voice trainer the GOAT. Thank you. I appreciate that so much. I appreciate that so much. Maybe Thai Cafe? Wait, which one's closest? 1.9 miles, 3.1 miles, 3.6, 3.6, 3.4, 3.4. Okay, looks like the 1.6. Ooh, rave reviews. Okay. Sheesh, okay. Ooh, okay. Does not look safe for a celiac, though, to be honest with you. Ooh, yellow curry does, though. Okay, sweet. I think I'll get the yellow curry with the steamed rice, some chicken, and I'll make it spicy. Yes. Sounds amazing, honestly. Jeez. Well, I think that was easy enough. That sounds incredible. Okay. Papa, how do you stay motivated with all your, well, like I said, it's my spiritual core. So the question of like motivation when it comes to music isn't really, it doesn't really apply. I guess if that makes sense. You know, I definitely struggle to motivate myself in other aspects of my life. And I do have different strategies for those, but they're very specific to, I guess, like the way that I exist. But generally speaking, I don't have trouble with motivating myself to like practice music or something like that, because I don't even really think about it like practice. I think about it as interaction. So I'm just trying to interact with my spiritual core sort of as much as I can, because that makes me live a more grounded and more healthy existence. Every time I play music, it's like I'm in church, if that makes sense. So it's not really like I need to sort of convince myself to go back there, I guess. Like maybe church is a negative connotation, like, you know, Christianity or whatever. But for me, it's more like a house of alignment with like the universe. And there's not really a place where there's greater alignment with the universe, I think, for me. So it's easy to come back there because it's kind of my preferred state to be. And that's something I've talked about in the past. I've made 2 videos on this. If you want, you can see there's a video on YouTube, both on my music channel and my early voice YouTube, which is how to master anything or how to get good at anything. And it's a similar philosophy. I just don't think of it as something I'm turning on and off. Instead, if I want to get really good at something, it becomes part of my life. Like, it becomes my lifestyle. It becomes my daily routine. It's just part of my idle state. So when I'm just bored and doing nothing, quote unquote nothing, that nothing is filled with that something that is my idle state now, which happens to be me honing and sharpening the skill that I want to do. So, you know, there's been evenings and evenings where I'm just watching Netflix, binging shows, and in that space of nothing, I'm just nonstop shedding on the piano or Lumitone or just interacting with music, you know? Now that I think about it, photography, visual design is probably the most activity that makes me feel like how you feel about music. Though I'm more of a late bloomer. Question. Oh, yeah, okay. Hopping off. Yeah, I think I'm hopping off too. I think it's time for me. I need to drink more water and do other stuff and snack and stuff. So here we are. We made it to, how long have we been doing this for? Like 5 hours and 16 minutes. Okay, so I think we had a successful Transvoicelessons 4th annual Christmas stream. Oh, you know what I didn't do that I was gonna do? I was gonna put a little Christmas art behind me, you know, like I normally do, right? This doesn't feel too Christmassy. I apologize for that. But, yeah, it's okay. Life will go on. Christmas will live. Thank you for the great stream. It was great to see you. Thank you so much, Luna. Luna is so wonderful. Thanks, Hales, Phils, and Bobby Schmidt. Thank you. Have a great night. Fair. Have a good night. Thank you all so much. Happy holidays to you all. Cheers to you from Australia, from America. We did it, everyone. Indeed, we did. Thanks for the merch, Christmas present. Thank you all so much for the support on that. Yeah. One more time, I got merch, Patreon, whatever, you know, if you want to support me, you know how to throw some my way. I appreciate everyone so much. And, yeah, Frog Lover, yeah, you're right at the end. You're literally in the credits. We're doing the outro right now. Sorry about that, dear. But there's 5.5 hours you can watch. So, thank you all so much. Nova, thoughts on listening to female singing voices, the way to help train my voice. I've talked about this before in lots of different streams. I don't see there being anything wrong with that. I think any way that you interact with voice will grow, but I also think singing isn't the model for speaking, right? So if you're going to listen to a lot of female singers, you might as well listen to female speech and work to imitate that instead. Probably be more productive for you. All right, New Year's Eve stream. Yeah, maybe I'll do what I did last year, which is where I got on here and just like threw down like the nastiest beats ever. Actually, that sounds amazing. I might do that this year. Zia, my family is mostly Sami. I'm so sorry to hear that. It's really grateful so that I don't have to be alone. I completely feel you, Amy. I'm so sorry about that. I don't like being alone on this day either. Obviously, I have my family support and stuff like that, but I'm really happy that I can welcome you into my family today. As my dad said, you're here with us, and it's awesome to be with everyone. Yep. My Christmas tree is wonderful. The Christmas tree is wonderful. My father enjoyed watching it too. He can only do a cattle call, no hog call. Damn, you better start practicing. I think I'm gonna go play Melee. I'll tell you what. I'd sit around and play Melee on stream, but to be honest with you, my laptop has a 240 hertz monitor, and I play Melee on my laptop, and my 2 desktop monitors right now are laggy. So I don't want to try to be like, ooh, I'm going to play Melee and like play on like laggy monitors. You know what I mean? So I'm going to go, and then I couldn't broadcast the Melee to you anyways because it'd be on my laptop. So it's like, I can't OBS it. Otherwise, I should do Melee. See, it doesn't make sense. I don't think it makes sense for me to go live on this channel and stream Melee though, right? Like, it's weird. It's kind of weird, right? So maybe I should do that on Twitch because there's more viewers looking for Melee on there. I do have a Twitch if you do want to watch me stream Melee sometime. It is Dissolving Girl. Like the, Dissolved Girl from Massive Attack, one of the greatest bands ever, and one of the greatest albums ever from the 90s, Mezzanine. If you've not heard Massive Attack, Mezzanine, you've not heard one of the iconic musical works of our time. So definitely recommend that. No spaces? You mean like Twitter spaces? No space. Yeah, Dissolving Girl, no spaces. Okay, and then of course I have a Twitter, blah blah blah. Instagram, blah blah blah, Patreon, blah blah blah, a YouTube, blah blah blah, a music channel on YouTube, yep, blah blah blah, a Bandcamp, blah blah, and then I have a fucking merch store. So I've got a lot, I guess. So thank you all for being a part of this. Thank you all for supporting. I'm running on fumes. It's been about 5.5 hours, so I'm gonna go. I think when I had a lot more energy and I was answering voice questions earlier, I think we may have made 2 YouTube videos, so that's cool. Oh, by the way, one thing before I go. We have a banger video coming out probably this week. It is a 25-minute video about vocal onset. Super banger video. Okay, so tune in for that. It will be the next sort of big, content drop from the channel. It should be out maybe 3-4 days, 2 days, 1 day. It's actually pretty much done. I just have to review it and make sure there's nothing else that needs cleaned up or changed. Rose, thank you. Thanks. I hope you take care as well. Have a wonderful rest of your holidays. Okay, but yeah, not worth on laggy monitors. I know, I'm trying to show these people that I'm good at Melee. And I'm not laggy monitor, Wi-Fi Melee. Okay, I'm gonna hop off here. Take care, everyone. It was a pleasure. I hope you all the best, and happy holidays. Take care.